Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. As a young man who was drifting in the space of nothingness around him, he could help but smile as he died for the world he had just left. Well, that was fun. I wonder what Kami-sama has in store for the next world I'm going to, said the young man. Just then he heard an angelic voice call him. There you are, Naruto-kun. Excellent work in that world you were just in. I hope you had fun, Bako. Say there is a new world you are going to, said the goddess Kami herself. The young man identified as Naruto, a blonde spiky-haired with a small ponytail, Minato hairstyle with a ponytail with sharp sapphire eyes, light-tanned skin. Whisker-like marks trippled on each cheek, wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and black jeans and sandals. Naruto bowed and said, "Of course, Kami-sama, and yes, I lots of fun." You see, after winning the 4th Shinobi War and defeating Tobi, he had become Hokage and brought peace to the elemental nations. After he died from his long reign, the goddess gave him a proposal. That he would be brought back to life or reincarnated to help one of the many different worlds there are. After he helped that world or died, he would do so again and again, thus in his mind having the ultimate adventure. He had currently finished in his 5th world, and he had to say that for a world with superpower alien humanoid monkeys, they were some of the best fighters he had fought against and with. Good. The world you will be going to is a world magic and mages. You will be reincarnated as the son of the strongest mage known as the Thousand Master Nagi Springfield. Your limitations are that you can keep your Kage Bushin no Jutsu, you will also have the Rasengan. And your chakra will be changed to mana, the spiritual energy used for magic, understood? Said the deity. Yes, Kami-sama, I'm ready. May fortune smile upon you, my knight. Zero somewhere in the magical world Zero. Goddamn you, Nagi Springfield, I'm going to kill you. Now Arika, you don't mean that, you love your awesome knight, right? Right now the strongest mage known as Nagi Springfield was in the greatest battle for his life, trying not to get killed by his lovely wife Arika Anarchia Entheofushia and ex-queen of Vespertatia, who was current giving birth to their first child. She then slapped him and he went flying into the wall rather painfully. It's crowning, just a few more pushes, come on, you can do it, said the wet nurse. With one last push the room was silenced, then it broke into the voice of a cry. It's a boy, congratulations. The nurse then handed the baby to his mother. Hey, he's got your owned hair, and look at that, he even has your eyes. A sapphire in his right and an emerald in his left, said a fully recovered Nagi after his meeting with the wall. Yes, his eyes are shaped like yo. Orson even has your face and light tan skin. His hair is probably be as unruly as yours, Arika said while a small smile. Hey, my hair his bad ass and you know it. So what we going to name the little guy? Nato. Yes, Naruto Springfield. Oh come on, fish cakes, really? Okay, no way. No you fool, it means Maelstrom. He may look like me, but I bet he'll have your personality, which means Maelstrom fits him perfectly. Yay, guess you got a point there. Alright Naruto, it is then. And so a few years passed. Naruto was 4 now and was being taken care by Jack Rakan, while Nagi, Alberio, and Arika were off hunting remnants of Cosmo Entelequia, taken care of as Red as training, which is then Red as getting his butt handed to him. Naruto currently held his spiky blonde hair in a small ponytail like his father and was wearing black shorts and shoes with a white long-sleeved shirt. On his left index finger was a silver magic ring for casting. Dang you pervert, this is considered child abuse, you know, Naruto said as his Cantus Bellic faded. Come on Gaki, you said you wanna beat your pops, right? So I'm giving you some training. Besides, if it helps your bruised ego, I doubt most 4-year-olds can even fight like you do. It was true, no one knew why Naruto could fight so well for his young age, but Nagi just proclaimed his son was going to be as badass as him. Arika didn't seem to like him learn in to fight so young, but pushed it aside when he showed how smart he was, so she agreed in her mind with her husband. My ego thanks you. I'm going to take a nap and maybe work on my lightning spell. Naruto had found out just like his dad he was attuned to lightning spells, he was also attuned fire spells, so he was trying and making steady progress with turning his knowledge of Raiden jutsus into spell counterparts of them. So mainly he was working on Chidori for starters. Then he would work his way up from there, since Chidori was a high-level lightning manipulation technique. Ah, does the Gaki want a bedtime story too? Ha ha ha. Jack's response was a rock thrown to his head which he dodged. I can see what Mom means when she says they're a bunch of bakas. He mumbled. As he went to sleep, his parents and friend returned from a job well done it seemed. Yo, Jack, we're back. Where the kid at? Said somewhat dust-covered Nagi. The Gaki went to take a nap after some training. Man, you two made one hell of a little monster. The kid's a sponge, Nagi, no joke. He even thinks up his own spells in that little book of his. He acts like you in a fight but smarter though. Thanks pal, love ya too. Anyway, we'll wake him up later. For now do what we've been doing. Yes, I agree. There is no doubt that some of Cosmo Entelekia still remains, so we will have to continue the hunt, but do you think we should leave Naruto with your bother till this is over? Because I think it would be better for him to live peacefully for a while. He can even enter the magical academy in Wales. Arika pointed out, wanting her son to stay settled instead of being on the move constantly. No, going on the road will help build character. I mean, look at me, I turn out good. Replied the Thousand Master. Yes, we all see that. That's what I am afraid of. The ex-queen mumbled. Well, we better get going soon. We got some ground to COV. Was all Nagi said. A quick streak of yellow came at him. The perpetrator threw a punch only for Nagi to dodge it, then catch it and put the culprit in a headlock. Aw man, usually you're too absorbed in yourself when you're talking like a leader. It seemed like a good chance to get you. Naruto pouted as he struggled from the headlock. Sorry brat, you're 100 years too early to get the drop on me. Nagi said with a light chuckle. Just you wait dad, the spells I'm thinking up will toast you. Nagi finally let go and Naruto ran to his mother and hugged her. Hey mom, missed you. Arika bent down and kissed his forehead. I missed you sweetie. Come, let's go pack and get ready to leave, okay? Okay mom, race ya. Naruto exclaimed as he ran to his room, enjoying the fact to be raised with a family in this life. Arika let out a small giggle and walked after him. My Nagi, he almost got you there. Starting to slip. Oh great Thousand Master. Said the sarcastic mage. Please Al, he's good but not that good yet. Alright, let's get going guys, rather not get the scary mother angry. Said the tall man. 0 time skip 5 years later. 0 Naruto Pav. Well, mom had disappeared a year ago, but I found out that I have a little brother now. I wonder why dad doesn't let us visit him, but he said we had some things to do. We recently saved a little girl who was only 6 years old from some tower. Apparently she had the ability to cancel magic, so those bastards that kept her locked up were using her as a weapon. Naturally dad brought her with use. She had long orange hair in pigtails and she had the same eyes as mine. She was a bit quiet, but I got her to open up a bit. Takamichi and I USUA. LLY take care of her, but she seems to only hang around either me or dad. End of Naruto Pav. Alright ASU-chan, just lift your right hand a bit more and spread your legs out some more. Good, now strike me. Naruing Asuna the basics of the academy style back in his first life after he relearned it on his training trip from the sabotaged style the teachers had taught him. She was picking it up pretty quick too. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Takamichi asked. I was going through some katas and ASU-chan asked if I could teach her, so here we are. Yay, I wanna kick butt like Naru-kun. Asuna said with a giggle. Her eyes full of life that was once so dim. Well, be careful, we won't Asuna-kun hurt now, right? Hey, a princess should know how to protect themselves. I mean, mom was really strong and she was a princess. Besides, she's a natural, Naruto said. Asuna blushed lightly at the praise. Takamichi just shook his head and chuckled lightly. Later that night after dinner, Naruto and Asuna went to look at the stars. Hey Naru-kun, what do you want to do when you get older? Asked a timid Asuna. You really want to know? Asuna just nodded her head with interest. I don't know, it's a bit of a secret, but since you're asking I guess it's okay. Unknown to them, Nagi, Jack, and Aoi listening a little bit away. Naruto had a big smile on his face and said, I wanna start my own group just like dad's. Going around saving people, doing heroic things, and having lots of fun. Don't get me wrong, I love hanging out with all Arubra, but I wanna get my group of friends just like dad did. Hey, I got an idea, you wanna join my future group? ASU-chan, you can be my second in command. You can boss the others around and even keep me out of trouble just like Mom did for Dad when he gets over his head. At this Jack and Al laughed quietly while saying whipped and Nagi was muttering about disrespectful brats. So how about it? Asuna blushed lightly and though about the idea and nodded her head. Okay, but you got to give me something. Okay, what is it? Naruto asked cluelessly. I get to be your partner, no ifs about it. Asuna said with a glare. Okay, let's do it. No, I mean knowing the guys will pick on us. And with that Naruto activated a Pactio circle and the two were blushing up a storm and then the two kissed. The circle activated, and out came a card of Asuna. It was a picture. Of Asuna in her blue dress, her arms crossed with what seemed to be gauntlets on her hands. They were smaller than normal ones with metal plates going halfway up her forearms and the metal plate on top of her hands each had a red spiral mark, the Uzumaki symbol. The name of the card was Turbo Tutor, Whirlpool Defender. Wow, talk about a flash from the past. Nice card. Asu-chan looks strong too. Asuna muttered a small thank you and rushed to bed and covered her face so no one could see her deep blush. Naruto followed suit and went to bed too. Like father like son I suppose, would you say, Nagi? The group healer asked. What do you mean, Al? So he got a Pactio, no doubt he'll get more. That not what I meant. Naruto-kun even said it earlier, like you he fell for a princess too. It seems he is following in your footsteps. Ah, I get it, so the Gaki's pretty much going to be whipped like his old man when he gets older. Jack said in understanding. I'm not whipped. Both Al and Jack looked at each other and imitated Nagi's voice and said, yes, mistress. And both just laughed at him. Nagi just chased after them cartoon style. 0 time skip 2 years later. 0. Dad and I had to leave the group for some reason he didn't give. Naruto was currently wearing a black long sleeve shirt with brown pants and black boots. He still wore his hair in a ponytail and wore his spell casting ring on his left index finger and a chain around his neck that had a small wand-like charm on it. The charm looks like Fi's staff from Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles, and finally a cloak like his dad's. He told me he was dropping me off at a village in Wales, so I immediately thought of my younger brother. I really miss Asuna though, wish Dad would have let me stay with her and Kenka master apprentice pair. As we arrived at the village we got a sight to see. The village was in flames and demons were running about. Damn it, Naruto, see if you can find some survivors and take care of some of those demons. I'll go look for Negi. Promise not to die on me, okay brat? Gotcha, and yay, the same to you pops. Naruto started running into the village and looked around. Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris. Melodia Bellix de bi Festinando. The Storm of My Heart. Melody of Battle, Double Speed Fist. With Melodia Bellix active he raced through some demons with key-enhanced fists and took out 4 of them. He heard SC reaming from a house and kicked the door in. He saw a little girl with red hair in pigtails. He approached slowly in order not to scare her. Hey there little one, can you tell me your name? He asked while kneeling near her. The little girl answered in a small voice, almost a whisper. I'm Anya, who are you, Ni-san? He gave her a smile and said, I'm Naruto and I'm here to help. Ni-san here is going to get you out into safety. Think you can be a big brave girl for me? He stated with a voice that offered security. I'll try, just don't leave me, okay? She said, coming out from her hiding spot. Sure, hope on my back and we will get out of here. As soon as she did they jolted out of there and Naruto made some clones to fight some of the demons to ensure some more people could get away. As he focused on finding his dad he saw him on a hill with a long-haired blonde girl and a small red-haired boy. As he approached he let Anya down. Do you think you can look after that Oni-san Ove? Are there and the little kid while I talk to that man? He got a nod from the girl and she raced over to the older girl. Naruto then walked up to his dad as he finished talking to the little boy. Negi, I want you to meet your older brother, he'll be watching out for you, okay? Negi gave his father a nod and looked at his older brother and smiled. Naruto returned it and asked Negi to go over to the girls. Which he did with his father's staff. Am I to guess you're going then? The silence he got was all the answer he needed. Naruto then took out a knife and cut his palm and tossed it to his dad and activated a Pactio circle. A little insurance to know you don't secretly keel over on me before I can kick your ass. Naruto said with a Springfield-like grin. Nagi held the same grin and cut his hand and they shook hands. The circle faded and a card came out. The picture of the card had Naruto in what he was currently wearing with a smirk on his face and a hand on his hip with chains all around him. The title was Aranicus Chains, Heavenly Chains. Put it to good use, brat. Nagi said with a smirk and then his face turned serious. Watch out for him, okay Naruto, he's going to need you. Yay I know, you be careful too. And gave him a light punch to the shoulder. And just like that Nagi left and Naruto was wondering how his new life was going to be like. All he did was look at the starry sky and smiled. 0. And that ends my first ever fanfic chapter. Please read and review. Also no flaming, I'm fairly new to in those kind of reactions. See ya soon people, engineer out. Heterochromatic eyes meet once again. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners, please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments, it means a lot. After dipping my toe in the W.ater as they say, I am still trying to develop my unique writing style, so please bear with me for the first few chapters. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna, Theodora, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kasumi, Evangeline. And I'm still thinking about the others. A poll will be posted with the next chapter. 0. As Naruto was packing his bags, he just couldn't believe what his brother got as an assignment. 0 flashback begin 0. While all the graduates were receiving their diplomas, Naruto was sitting next to his older cousin Nikane. He was sporting a black long-sleeve turtleneck with blue jeans and black combat boots. He as wear a short-sleeve white cloak much like his father from his first life, with a hood that would cover his face and the tip of the hood was pointed 1. He also had his wand chowed at a good 5.8 feet too. As the ceremony closed, he and Nikane walk up to both Negi and the friend of the Springfield family, Anya. After being rescued, Anya look up to Naruto like a big brother as she saw Nikane as an older sister. Pretty much she was a part of their little family. So Negi, what you get? I got fortune telling in London. Spoke the redhead. Well, before that I got some gifts for the 2 graduates. Naruto said as he pulled out a small scroll and a bundle package from a pocket dimension. He handed the scroll to Anya and the package to Negi with a smile on his face. Anya opened hers first. Wow, a high-level fire spell. Thank you so much Oni-chan. Said girl, then tackle hugged Naruto, to which he just chuckled. No problem. Hey Negi, open yours, I like you would need one now. He stated cryptically. As Negi opened it he was shook. It was his Nissan's battle cloak that he wore when first came to Wales. I got that from Dad when I was about your age, so I saved to give to you later on, that in every Springfield needs a battle cloak. I even got Nikane one, but she refuses to wear it, so stubborn. He muttered the last part to himself. Just like Anya, Negi jumped Naruto with tears in his eyes. Thank you so much Nissan. Now Negi, let Naruto go and dry those tears, okay? Now open up the scroll so we can see where you're going. Said the female blonde. Alright, it should be coming up now. Negi said as they all loomed over to read it. A teacher in Japan. What? 0. Please headmaster, there must be a mistake. Negi is only 10, hardly a good enough age to teach a class, especially in a foreign country. Nikane asked worriedly. The headmaster simply smiled and looked at the 2 children that were freaking out in the corner. Yes, it is correct Nikane. Negi-kun is to go to Hora Academy in Japan and be one of the middle school teachers. Nikane sighed in defeat while Naruto just leaned against the wall and laughed at his brother's luck. Now that that's settled, Negi-kun. Negi looked up at the smiling headmaster. You must work very hard, in order to become a great mage like your father and brother. Also the headmaster is one of my good friends, so just do your best, he'll look out for you. Also one of the teachers is an old friend of yours, so you'll have a familiar face. Which made Negi confused. Naruto then stood forward. Don't worry Negi, I'll join up with you soon as I finish that mission Theo-chan gave me to do in Mundus Magicus. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Expand your wings little brother, I can't wait to see how the real world changes you, might be fun you know. Naruto said with a grin. Negi just smiled at his brother and nodded. Nikane wished Naruto to go with Negi now, but she knew he had a responsibility as the personal knight to the 3rd princess of the Hellas Empire. His best friend Theodora, well, got to run. Remember Negi, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Said a retreating blonde. To which everyone's sweat dropped to 0 flashback and 0. As he finished he heard a voice by his door. So Sparky, you really going to leave your princess unattended? How cruel you are, said the voice in a playful tone. Naruto turned around and saw a dark, tanned girl with long blonde hair, and she had 2 horns around her head that looked like crown and pointy ears. Theo-chan, don't call me that, and yes, but do not worry my lady, as through the bond we share you can always call me when you get scared at night. I know, but who chase all my suitors away from me? You do that pretty well by yourself. And I call you that because you always use your magic to make static to zap someone who's annoying you. True, he did find that fun. Well partner, I got a gate to catch. Keep that with ya, Theo-chan. Don't know when you'll hurt yourself, tomboy. With that he hirshened 3 away to the warp gate. Don't call me that. That baka, I swear. With that she looked at the card in front of her with a blush on her face. It showed her in a ball gown with a green diamond gem on her forehead. 4. The title of the card said, Gemma Curationum, Healer's Gem. 0. As Naruto's plane finally landed in Japan, looked around for his old friend from Alarubra. Naruto-kun, over here, said a familiar voice. He turned around and saw a scruffy bearded man with white hair and suit. Yo Michi, how's it going? Naruto said as he gave his brother in arms a quick hug. Going well, Naruto-kun. Negi's doing well for himself, just finished the exams and got his class to first place, and they just had a party yesterday too. He sounds like him. So, how's Twilight Heim doing? He asked in a quiet voice. Takamichi gave him a sad smile. She's living a good student life from the memory wipe. In fact, Negi is actually rooming with her. Takamichi had told Naruto what happened to Asuna when he came by to visit him and Negi. When he first told him, Naruto just punched him in the face and cursed up a storm, thanked Kami for the sound barrier around the room. Afterwards he apologized and told him to hit him back, but he just flicked him on the nose. He understood his friend rash action, it just show how he cared for Asuna. So every time he visited he would keep him updated. That's good. As long as she happy, I am too. Hell, maybe I'll have her fall in love with while I'm here, he said with a smirk. Even for Naruto, the yellow flash, Springfield, that should be a challenge. I'll get my Heim back someday, Michi, I hope, he whispered. Takahata just gave him a small smile as they entered the car to get to Mahora. 0. Hey Michi, tell the old man I'm here. I smell as quirt and I just have to scare him, he. Alright Naruto-kun, just don't shave too many years off his life, the older man said while waving over his shoulder. As Naruto walked down the academy's halls, he was suddenly hit from behind by a silver blur. When he came to his senses he saw a petite girl with silver and red eyes. Are you all right, miss? I have to tell sensei and the class, she said in a panic voice. Easy there, why don't you tell me your name and maybe I can help you? I'm sorry, I'm Izumi Akko of class 3A, what's your name, sir? Akko asked as a blush came to her face as he looked at the handsome blonde teen she landed on. You call me Naruto, Akko-chan. Her blush got darker at the chan. Come on, let's get you to your class, and remember, take it slow. As they came to the room, Akko went in and told the class. Everyone stampeded to the infirmary. Akko quickly looked around to see the mystery blonde to be gone, but then she ran to check on her friend again. As Naruto entered the infirmary he could help but notice a pigtail orange-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes just like him. He had to force back the urge to hug her after finally seeing her for so long, but for now he had a brother to scare. My oh my squirt, to be surrounded by what 30 cute girls, man, every guy would envy you, he said right behind his little brother who was near the back of the room loudly. As the girls turned to see who spoke they could help but blush at the blonde hair heterochromatic-eyed hottie in front of them. Then Ayaka ruined the moment. Now see here you, I don't know how you got here, but I will not let some ruffian insult Negi-sensei like that, apologize to him. The entire time she was talking, Naruto was just blocking her out and was looking at the girls in the room. What was that? I don't speak Shotokan, said Naruto. This caused Ayaka to scream at the insult. Everyone else was laughing at their Iancho. Ha, so I'm not the only one to think so, thought Asuna Thog. She did notice something wet on her cheek. She wiped it and saw a tear. Asuna, are you okay? You're crying, asked the long-haired brunette. Yay, don't worry, Kanoka probably got something in my eye, replied the orangutan. Naruto ni-san, screamed a red and green blur. Luckily for Naruto, he caught the offending blur so he didn't fall to the ground. Dang neg, no need to yell, I'm right here ya know. So how ye been? He questioned, only for Asuna to interrupt. Hey Negi, who's blonde? She asked Idri about that. This is my older brother Naruto Springfield. Yo. Then the gates opened. Yelled the girls. How old are you? Where are you from? Do you have a girlfriend? Can I get your number? Are you really Negi's brother? Quiet, he said in a low commanding voice, and everyone stopped. Negi was shocked at how his ni-san stopped the girls' bombardment with just one word. Yes, Naruto indeed thanked his years as Hokage. Now I will answer those questions. I am 17, just as Negi. I am from Wales. No, I do not. When I get settled in maybe, and yes, he put Negi in a headlock, I'm aka Baka's red idiot brother. He said as Negi struggled get out only to be let go a second later. Now, why don't we go back to class so your friend can rest? As everyone shuffled out, Naruto sensed an odd magical energy coming from Maki, and it seemed Negi noticed as well. He would have to talk to Takamichi. Later that night on Sakura Lane 0. A young purple-haired girl was walking back to the dorm when all of a sudden an ominous wind blew. Seat number 27, Miyazaki Nodoka, isn't it? Sorry, but I'll be taking some of that blood of yours, said the person on the lamp post as it swooped towards her as the long black cape and that hat gave the person a menacing look. Kya, Nodoka yelled before the fear overcame her and she fainted. The figure grinned evilly as it neared the downed girl before being interrupted by a yell. Hold it right there, Negi yelled as he flew in on his staff. Ros telephone ma scir undecim spiritus aerialis. Vinculum facti. Animicum capient, Sagita magica, air capture. Negi incanted as he launched a dozen arrows of wind at the mysterious vampire. He figured it out quickly. The figure asked incredulously as it took out a small vial. Reflexio. Frozen barrier. It mumbled as the arrows hit the vial and it exploded, deflecting the attack completely. My spell was completely blocked, Negi said, surprised. No doubt about it, the culprit is a mage. Negi ran over to the unconscious Nodoka to check her for injuries before turning to the mysterious attacker, whose hat had been blown off by the exchange of magic, exposing her face. You're from my class, Evangeline-san. Negi yelled incredulously as he held Nodoka in his arms. The now recognized EV. Angeline simply laughed at her teacher's shocked expression. It's the beginning of the term after all, so let's exchange formal greetings, sensei. Or should I say, Negi Springfield. She finished with a sinister grin as she brought up one of her hands to her mouth. To have such power despite being only 10, just as one would expect from being one of that man's sons. Negi looked surprised at her words before asking, just why are you doing this? You're a mage just like me. Evangeline simply chuckled at the boy's naivete before taking out 2 more vials of strange liquid and throwing them at Negi. Freeze lance, tempestas of meus pectus pectoris, locos umbri regnans scathich, in manum meum dato iaculum demonium cum spinus trigenta, iaculatio fulgoris. At that a large javelin made of lightning flew at Eva, who jumped away just in time as the concrete blew up where the offending lightning landed. She turned to see her attacker, who was a blonde hair, both 2 different colored eyes with a staff 5 in hand. She heard him chuckle, then he spoke. Well, not every night I get the pleasure to meet the Dark Evangel. For the proud Evangeline A.K. McDowell to be attacking a 10-year-old. How the mighty have fallen, isn't that right, Chibi-chan? Said with a Springfield grin. For a brief second Eva thought she saw Nagi, but then realized who he was and recomposed herself right before he dropped the bomb. What did you just call me? Evangeline was saying in a dark tone, but was interrupted by the blonde. You say something, Chibi-chan? Asked the blonde. That did it. Forget the brat. The teen son of the bastard was going down. Freeze lance. Quote, Naruto was calm as the bottle sailed towards, as he was certain that his magical barriers could easily stand against the attack. But it seemed Negi didn't agree with him, or didn't realize it, as he used a disarming spell on the bottle. It seemed as they exploded, causing a strange reaction, ripping some of his and Nodaka's cloths. Meanwhile Negi was busy apologizing to him and the unconscious Nodoka while Evangeline was pissed that her attack was stopped and was about to attack. But as she heard voices of people nearby, she decided to leave, promising vengeance and death later. The duo of Kanoka and Asuna entered the clearing to find Negi looked at the direction where the duo thought they had found someone run of two. Their eyes lingered to the side to find Naruto kneeling in front of a naked girl. "And Naruto-kun is the vampire," shouted Kanoka as she looked at Naruto with a red face. "It is nothing like that, Kanoka-san. Ni-san was here to help me capture the culprit," said Negi, trying to diffuse any misunderstandings. "I am going after the person who's been causing these incidents. There is no need to worry, so please head home first." As he dashed at amazing speed in the direction of Evangeline. "Damn, that Gaki," thought Naruto as he saw Negi dash off after Evangeline. "Asuna, go after that baka. He will need your help," shouted Naruto as he looked at Asuna. Asuna nodded and ran after them. "Naruto-kun, what is going on here? And why is Nodoka naked?" asked a completely confused Kanoka. "Don't worry, Kanoka-san, let's get her back to the dorm and I'll explain later, okay?" Kanoka hesitated a little, but if he was Negi's brother he must be a good person. As Naruto make a quick clone in the forest and switch with it when Kanoka wasn't looking and headed towards where he sensed Negi. As he arrived he saw Asuna protecting Negi and then he decided to join in by using Koku Shundo, void instant movement. "Hello Eva, I suggest you back off. You're outnumbered and outgunned." "What are you talking about, idiot?" Eva was so pissed at the older Springfield for ruining her plan. "I'm sure you've heard some of my exploits. While I could take your partner, Asuna, and Negi could hold you long enough till I'm done with her. So I'll let you go for today, Eva. Now shoo, off to bed for you, young lady." Of course this was a bluff. Negi was too scared to do much and Asuna could only protect him for so long with Eva and her ice spells. With him fighting her partner was true though, but, because she was Eva's partner, she must be strong and he didn't have time to waste with endangering Asuna and Negi. Eva just turned red and saw that he was right. "Let's go, Chachimaru. I will be back for you, Springfield, just you wait." As she and Chachimaru flew away. "Wait, this is the 8th floor." Asuna yelled as she made to go after them, before Naruto gripped her shoulder. "Don't bother, they'll already be gone." His words sparked something in Asuna as she turned on the two brothers. "What is wrong with you two? Trying to catch bad guys without me?" She then turned to Naruto, "And you? What's the big idea of waiting until the last second to show up? What if Evangeline had done something before I stepped in? I was helping Kanoka-san bring Nodoka-san to the dorm after checking she was alright." Asuna looked sheepish at that, for she forgot about it in the heat of the moment. "Sorry and thank you for that." To which he nodded too. Asuna turned to Negi. "Negi, are you okay? Your neck is bleeding a little." Asuna remarked concerned as she tried to comfort the small boy. Negi latched on to the older girl as he cried, his eyes out, pressing his face into her chest. "Awa, Asuna-san, I was so scared." As Asuna tried to dislodge Negi from her bosom and looked Naruto in the eyes. Their heterochromatic eyes meet and Asuna couldn't figure out this strange nostalgia by looking into them. Both then turned to look at Moon and Star like when they were young, wonder what to do next. 0. 1. The hood from Assassin's Creed. 2. The same height as Minato Namikaze. 3. Made the seal and used magic instead of chakra. 4. The diamond Tsunade has on her forehead. 5. Fi's staff are chronicles. 0. Read and review. Peace people. Secrets told. The pervert arrives. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna, Theodora, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kasumi, Evangeline. The rest of the unsure list: Kufei, Mana, Kaide, Ako, Yuna. And I'm still thinking about the others. A poll will be soon. 0. The next morning Naruto woke up from the couch at Takamichi's place until they found him a permanent one. What really pissed him off was how the old man let Negi go around the campus with one of his father's greatest enemies walking around and not telling him about it. The other problem, how Aishin's own daughter didn't know anything about magic. He was going to talk to the old man about that one, big time. After getting into his usually garb, he walked to the dean's office. "Hey old man, sorry for intruding, but we need to talk," he said as he walked right through the door, not really caring what the dean was doing, and sat in a chair with a small glare. "Why, hello Naruto-kun. Perfect timing, I have a room waiting for now after your short arrival." "What do you need to talk about?" he said, already knowing what's coming. "Well, I don't know. How about the fact the Dark Evangel herself is here with 2 Springfields within feeding distance? Are you people idiots? Never telling Negi about her or giving even a warning? What if Asu-chan or I were never there? Please tell me." With a growl in his throat. "Are you done?" said the dean with a calm demeanor. Yasari needed to get that out. "I got one more thing, but I'll save it after you're done," Naruto stated as he relaxed into the chair. "It quite alright. And personal, we never thought she would be this bold to pull something like this," he was retorted with a snort. "Old man, that girl would do anything to get out of here, and getting rid of one of the Woe children her condemner had would be icing on the cake," he said with a sigh. "Indeed. Now what was your second inquiry? Why doesn't Aishin's kid not recognize magic?" His tone was deadly serious. "He went through the war, as you know. He didn't wish for Kanoka to see our world. I heard she has huge potential. Potential people in Kyoto would kill for to use. He does know that the second she steps out of here, she's a target, and not knowing how to utilize that power leaves her vulnerable and makes her an even bigger target. Why does he think Dad had taught me at a young age? I was in the same position she is in. Now I'm strong enough to protect myself. I want to tell her, but out of respect for Aishin I didn't." "What do you intend to do now?" "Well, set up a meeting this afternoon, because we are telling her she is going to need family around for this, and I'll start teaching her the basics and more if she wants. I'm not letting Aishin's fears let him get his daughter killed or used. Besides, what better way to make a second generation of all Aruba than with the children of the first, right?" Naruto spoke with a smirk. The dean smiled kindly. "I will, and thank you, but you will be the one to explain it to him." "No problem. I heard he's gone a bit soft, and having his daughter hopefully agreeing will get daddy to calm down. He did send one of his own to watch her, right?" Ho, yes, Kanoka does have Aishin around her finger, and yes, in fact you're rooming with her guardian. So anything you need for me to do?" "Yes, would you become Negi's assistant, just to watch over him? I heard for Takamichi-kun you are more intelligent than young Negi-kun. So how about it?" "Of course. I don't have a job and need some cash, so yay, why not?" "Excellent. Shizuna-kun, please bring Naruto-kun to Negi-kun's class," the dean said over the phone, and a minute later his busty assistant brought Naruto to class 3A. Wah! Naruto saw Negi talking to Chachimaru, so Naruto made his way over. "Is there something wrong over here?" he asked as the two turned to him. "There is nothing wrong, Naruto-san. I was just here to inform Negi-sensei that Master would not be attending class today." "I see. Is she sick?" Chachimaru shook her head. "No, she simply does not wish to come to class today." Naruto sighed at how the girl acted. "Thank you for informing him, Chachimaru-san." Chachimaru simply bowed and moved to her seat. "Class 1 would like you to meet your new assistant teacher. Please come in, Naruto-kun," spoke Shizuna. "Hello everyone, I hope we can get along well together." He gave a small bow. Ayaka rose from her desk. "Naruto-sensei, I would like to formally apologize for my rudeness towards you yesterday. I am so sorry," said Ayaka with a bow. "It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong. You were just defending my brother, thank you," he said with a smile which caused a majority of the class to blush. "Oh yay, Kanoka-chan, the dean wanted me to bring to his office later for something, so after classes we'll go." He got a confused look and a nod from the bubbly brunette. As class went on, Naruto saw that a few of the students had noticed that Negi was distracted and began gossiping about what caused his mood change as Negi sighed and stared forward without really looking. "Don't you think that Negi-kun looks a little off? He's just staring into space and all he's been doing is sighing. They said he was looking for a partner. So maybe he's still looking. Wait, if Negi-kun's look for one, then maybe Naruto-kun is too. This start a whole new chain of gossip." "Sensei, I've finished the reading," Akko interrupted, bringing Negi out from his stupor. "Ah, good work, Izumi-san," Negi said softly, before adopting a questioning look. I know it's abrupt, but I've got a Stay on for you. If Izumi-san were to choose AP partner, would you turn down a 10-year-old boy? He asked, not noticing the class's shocked looks at their teacher's apparent forwardness. Gee that, sensei, this is so sudden, that'd be somehow hard. Because I've only reached third year so far. A blushing Akko replied as she began fidgeting. But, I mean, I don't have any specific boy at the moment, so, she railed off and gave Naruto a quick glance as Negi nodded and turned his attention to Nodoka. How about you, Miyazaki-san? He asked as the girl blushed heavily and struggled to get a sentence out. She attempted to say something to Negi's awkward question. Nodoka, this is your chance. Just say, it would be okay with me. Were the thoughts of her two best friends Haruna and you. Nod. Oko was unable to answer as Asakura got up from her seat and was in front of Negi with a grin. Negi-sensei, I have some welcome news for you. Because our class is spaced out, I'd say about 4/5 of them don't have boyfriends. I did research. So if either you or Naruto are looking for girlfriends, then you've got over 20 various girls to choose from. At the mention of Naruto's name, almost half the class turned to said teenager, who was trying his hardest to pretend that he wasn't listening. No, that's not what I meant. A now fully attentive Negi yelled, before suddenly becoming quiet again and excusing himself from the class. Asuna right behind him. Naruto sighed as he made his way to the front of the room so as to follow the two before he was bombarded with questions from concerned students. What's going on with Negi-sensei? Akira asked as the rest of the girls also voiced their concerns. Naruto held up his hands and the girls began to quiet down. Girls, there is nothing to worry about. Negi is just going through a rough time in his life. He's just bugging out about finding a partner. He explained. But does that mean you're looking for a partner too, Naruto-kun? Yuna asked. Dian blushed as he turned his gaze to her and smiled. It's just a little something our family does, Yuna-chan, usually not until we are older, but Negi has always been immature for his age, so he's probably rushing into it. Well, what about you? She asked with a blush, the other girls listening intently for his response. Does that mean you are looking for a partner too? Naruto coughed blush. Well, I don't really need one right this second, but, who knows? He said as he gave a smile. The girls blushed red and Naruto retreated. Naruto caught up with Asuna and Negi just in time to hear the end of their conversation. That girl wouldn't pop out and eat you in broad daylight, Negi. Asuna attempted to assure the 10-year-old, but he remained unconvinced. Even if you say that. Negi began before Naruto walked up behind them. I don't think she'll strike so quickly after failing. Most like bind her time and restore what power she used and hit on the next full moon. Don't forget her powers are sealed too, Naruto said as he put a hand on Negi's head. Yeah, and besides, if she shows up again then I'll drive her off, so cheer up. Asuna said beside him. As Negi continued to whine, the group didn't notice Kaide, Akira, Mana, Kufei behind them decked out in ninja gear. Naruto and Negi found themselves bound with bags placed over their heads as they were carried off. Asuna turned around and saw that both boys were gone. While the brothers were being kidnapped, Naruto was wondering how the hell they snuck up on him. He began to panic a little when he felt himself being stripped of his clothes down to his boxers and thrown into a large body of water. He quickly burst from the surface and took note that both he and Negi had been thrown into the dorm bathhouse. Ni-san, what just happened? Negi asked as he took a few deep breaths. Welcome Naruto-sensei, Negi-sensei. Both boys turned around to see Class 3A clad in nothing but swimsuits, causing Negi to blush and Naruto unable to do anything but stare at the sight. Absently Naruto noted that there was a large banner that read, "Party to cheer up Negi-sensei." What? Negi asked incredulously as the girls got closer. Hey, it's because Negi was looking all depressed that we decided to throw you a party. Sheena shouted cheerfully. Before either boy could say anything else, they found themselves surrounded by the girls offering them amasaki and sweets. As Negi began to tear up and thank them all, Naruto turned to the girls that had surrounded him. Thank you all for doing this. I was afraid that Negi would be a wreck for the next few. Naruto smiled at the girls around him, blushed. Before he saw Ayaka walking up to him. It's only natural for students to want to help out their teacher, right Naruto-sensei? Naruto smiled as Ayaka handed him a glass of amasake, then Kazumi spoke. Hee. By the way, Naruto-sensei, about your partner. Naruto felt a chill going down his spine as the other girls took notice of what was happening. I'm sure many girl would jump at the chance to. But before she could finish, the girls swarmed Naruto that were fighting over him. Sneaking away from the fighting girls, he looked over at Negi to see him also being swarmed by girl looking to be his partner. Naruto moved to the side of the bath. He heard a scream. Hya, a mouse. No, it's An Ermin. Naruto stood up and looked over at the girls to see the majority of them without bathing suits. What the hell are you guys all in here naked? And, you even brought those two along. She yelled as she pointed at Negi, who was still surrounded by topless girls and the frozen Naruto. Asuna, you're misunderstanding the situation, we were having a party to cheer up Negi-kun. 0. Dang, another crazy day, Asuna sighed as she, Negi, and Naruto made their way to the dorms. Naruto nodded slowly as Negi smiled and rubbed the back of his head. But thanks to everyone, I've really cheered up. Asuna sighed at Negi before turning to Naruto with a questioning look. So why are you following us, Naruto? She asked as the other teen had been very spaced out for the last minutes that they'd been walking. Well, no reason really. Hey Negi, did that Ermin looked a little familiar to you? He asked before they were interrupted. Good to see that you remember me, Naruto Aniki. Asuna froze as she and Negi looked around suspiciously as Naruto looked down at the spot in front of them. Down here, a small voice called out as Asuna and Negi looked and saw a small white Ermin holding a bra in his mouth. It's me, Negi Aniki, Naruto Aniki. Albert Chamomile. 0. This is a flashback. 5 years ago, on a hill in Wales. An Ermin named Albert Chamomile frowned as he currently had one of his hind legs stuck in a small trap. Or me, an Ermin with a lineage comparable to Kate Sith, the legendary ghost cat, he said to himself as he gently tugged on his leg. To fall into a trap in the wilderness, this is pretty pathetic. I can't be a man among men like this. He yelled with a tick mark as he attempted to force his leg out of the trap. I'll just get out of here. With one mighty pull, suddenly he heard rustling from some nearby bushes as he screamed, I'm sorry, don't eat me, it's fine, a kind voice said to him, as he turned and saw a 5-year-old boy with red hair. I won't tell the adults who set the trap. E-boy said as he helped Chamo get his leg out. Don't get caught again, okay? He said with a kind smile, I'll heal you with a spell that my brother taught me a few days ago. He allowed Chamo to run into the bushes as they heard the hunter approaching. Hey Negi, the prey escaped. The hunter said as he bonked Negi over the head, not seeing Chamo watching from the bushes. This guy, he's a real man amongst men. Chamo thought as he cried tears of happiness. 0. I do hope you enjoyed this segment of The Life of Chamo 0. And that's how I met Negi Aniki. Chamo finished with a smile, and since then, he and Naruto Aniki have helped me out a couple of times. How nostalgic. Chamo-kun, you really have grown, haven't you? Negi asked with a smile as Naruto shook hands with the small rodent. One of us has Aniki. But you haven't made much progress, have you? Chamo pointed out as he shook one of his paws. With what? Negi asked. A partner, of course. You have to find a good partner or else you won't look good even if you do become a mage. Chamo said as he pointed at Naruto. No doubt that Naruto Aniki has already found his partner in the time I've been gone, and he'll probably get more. You need to step up your game. Well, I'd figured that I needed to start looking, but Negi trailed off as he blushed. As that's so? Chamo questioned as he took out a cigarette that Naruto lit with a small fire spell. Well, now that I'm here everything will be fine. Your guy's Oni-chan asked me to help you out. Really? The two brothers asked in unison, although Naruto was a little skeptical while Negi was relieved. I was at the baths just now investigating. Looks like we've got some great raw material to work with. Not a loser in the bunch, your destined partner is definitely there. Chamo said excitedly as how can you know about that kind of thing? Asuna asked suspiciously, making Chamo sweat slightly. I'm just that good at this kind of stuff. The Ermin responded nervously before grabbing Negi's class roster. There is no doubt in my mind that 3A has what it takes to be Aniki's destined partner. Suddenly Kanoka walked into the room clad only in a towel. It's pretty noisy in here, did someone come over? She asked as Negi shushed Chamo, who was just staring at Kanoka. It's nothing, Kanoka-chan. I just wanted to check in on my little brother before I came to pick you up for the meeting. Naruto said as he stood up from the table, a light blush on his cheeks at the sight of Kanoka in only a towel with her hair tied up. Oh, hello Naruto-kun. Kanoka said with a blush. As she only had a towel to cover herself up, then she noticed Chamo sitting on the table. Kawaii, is he your pet Negi-kun, or maybe Naruto-kun's? She asked excitedly as she hugged the small mammal and brought him outside, where he was an instant hit with the other girls. After Negi had gone outside and gotten the okay from the rest of the students to keep Chamo in his room, Negi thanked he girls as he went inside the dorm where Asuna and Naruto were waiting. Searching for a partner might be easier now. Negi said the back off his head. Naruto nodded as he sat down at the table in the living room. Maybe we should send Nikane a thank you letter for sending Chamo here. Chamo's head perked up at their words as he rushed over to Negi. Aniki. It's fine, it's fine. You don't really need to send a letter. Noticing the two boys' skeptical looks, Chamo quickly made his way to the open roster on the table. The truth is, in that group of girls just now there was one whose partner suitability made me think. That's got to be it. He called out as he placed a paw on the roster. Negi, with Naruto and Asuna looking over his shoulder, followed Chamo's hand to a picture of Nodoka. It's this girl. She's the one that said of my sensor. Chamo yelled adamantly as the other three looked shocked. Miyazaki-san is my destined partner candidate. Negi thought as he picked up the rost. Certainly I had some thoughts that way but. Negi blushed as he remembered all the incidents involving that specific girl. Nodoka-san, I guess I could see that since she seems to like him already. And she has had experience with magic, but she had no clue on what was happening. Mused Naruto as he observed Chamo teasing Negi on his opinion of the shy bookworm. Anyway, let me think about it. Negi yelled as he ran out into the hallway embarrassed. I understand, it's a little early for you Aniki. Chamo called out after him, that was close. Chamo thought as Asuna walked over to the mail drop. Hey, there's another letter for Negi from your guy's older sister here. Asuna said walking back into the living room, not noticing that Chamo began sweating. An-san. Asuna turned to the sweating Ermin with a quizzical look. I'll inform Negi Aniki of the letter, okay. Taken aback by adamant the Ermin was about delivering a letter, Asuna did as he asked and handed the envelope to the Ermin. Barely catching the Ermin bowled out the door. Slightly suspicious, Asuna turned to Naruto to see him making his own way to the door. Hey Naruto, said Blonde paused in his walk and turned to the girl. Do you think we can trust him? He's a little, she said letting it linger in the air. He can be a bit, well sneaky at times. Shaking his head, Naruto turned to the still waiting Asuna and smiled. Chamo may be a little hyper and pervy, but he would never do anything to harm Negi, at least not intentionally. He has both mine and Negi's complete trust, just don't leave any unmentionables lying around. He said to make it clear to her. He walked out of the room and headed to the dean's office with Kanoka. The meeting went well to him. A few tears and a yes to an apprenticeship. To him with a loving family hug and a kiss on the cheek for him. He walked back to the dorm to meet his roommate when he noticed Asuna. Asu-chan, what's wrong? He asked as she blushed wondering why she felt warm from the name and spoke nothing of it with the situation at hand. She held up a crumpled envelope. This is the letter that Chamo said he was going to give Negi. She said handing him the letter. Opening the envelope, Naruto paled as the letter revealed Nikane warning Negi about Chamo's actions back home. He even went after Nikane. Naruto thought with a sweat drop as he turned to Asuna as the recording ended. Asu-chan, we need to find Negi, right now. Both teens were about to run off before they saw a bright light from behind the middle school dorms. The two arrived just in time to see a blushing Negi and Nodoka standing on a glowing rune circle, Chamo off to the side with his back towards them. Realizing what was happening, Naruto bopped the perv, but Asuna was quicker. ND started crushing Chamo beneath her hand and canceling the spell. The sudden loss of warmth from the magical circle coupled with the arrival of Naruto and Asuna was too much for the shy bookworm and caused her to faint in a blushing Negi's arms. Asuna-san, Ni-san. What are you two doing here? Negi asked as he held the unconscious Nodoka. Naruto sighed as Asuna was keeping Chamo from escaping. Well Negi, it seems that Chamo here was lying when he said that Nikane asked him to come here. Naruto handed Negi the crumpled envelope as Asuna walked over, Chamo held tightly in her hands. Errantly he fled here after being convicted of various crimes, the most serious being 2,000 counts of stealing underwear back home. Naruto trailed off as Negi turned to the panicking Chamo. Chamo-kun, is this true? He asked distressed as the ermine tried to defend himself. Aniki, there's an explanation for this. I was framed. Thus the sob story of the century was made. Chamo finished as he lit a cigarette and began walking away. I'll turn myself in, you don't need to worry anymore. Although concerned as to what would happen to the small mammal, Naruto's thoughts were in sync with Asuna's in wondering who would believe in such a ridiculous tale. Sadly it was Negi. A sucker born every minute, Asuna mumbled as Negi and Chamo embraced, after the young boy offered to let Chamo be his familiar. I agree. But at least Negi will have another familiar face from home, Naruto said with a smile before frowning and looking over to Nodoka. Now all we have to do is drop Nodoka off somewhere safe. Naruto and Negi said goodbye to Asuna as they flew towards the school building to drop Nodoka off at the lockers and erase the partner incident from her mind. 0 later 0. As Naruto knocked on his soon-to-be room, the door opened to meet Sakurazaki Setsuna. Hello Setsuna-san. I'm sure the dean gave you a call to let me know I'm rooming with you. Hi Kono-sama did. Please come in, said the swordswoman. 0. And that's a wrap. I'm mainly following the lines from the manga and from what I remember from reading other fics, so if anything seems out of order let me know please. Enjoy. A Day with Haim, Dreams of the Past. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners, please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna, Theodora, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kazumi, Evangeline. The rest of the unsure list: Kufei, Mana, Kaide, Ako, Yuna, Chisame, Chachimaru. Let me know what you think. 0. Naruto felt that Setsuna was a bit too sigh of letting a boy sleep in her room, but he just chalked it up as something from her training and such. Also he had to keep in mind that the fact that she carried her sword everywhere, and that scared him a bit. As they were walking to school he saw Negi being approached by Eva and Chachimaru. Naruto told Setsuna to go ahead and he decided to enter the conversation. ND, don't even think about asking Takemichi or the dean for help. If you do, your other students may be at risk if you catch my drift. Spoke the chibi immortal. Come on Eva-chan, no need to so serious. I guess since you're such a frail and weak little girl it's understandable that you need to skip, said Naruto as he approached them. Eva's blood boiled at the weak comment as she turned and faced the firstborn Springfield child and that stupid grin of his. What do want, idiot? She asked rudely. What? I can't check on my favorite chibified immortal now. That's hurts right here, he said as he pointed to his heart. By th. Is time. Negi ran away with Asuna and Chamo following him. Why you're just like that bastard. A grinning blonde copy of him, she stayed as she huffed away and Chachimaru bowed to him. He then went to Negi only to see his brother and Asuna standing on a Pactio circle. Pactio, Chamo called out from nearby as Asuna kissed Negi on the forehead. He was planning many was to kill Chamo and making it look like an accident. Ah, Ann-san, what's with the kiss on the forehead? That's so half-hearted. Chamo berated the blushing girl as Naruto walked up to them. It doesn't matter Chamo, since it's only a provincial contract. Although I'm a little surprised that she agreed to become Negi's partner at all, do I have to worry about you becoming like Iansho Asu-chan? Asuna blushed and looked away. Chamo nodded absently as the two recently made partners talked about a battle Strato Aniki, as long as Negi Aniki has something else to protect himself. Now that he has a partner we can take down that vampire. Chamo yelled as he prepared to run off, before Naruto placed a hand on his head. Maybe after class, Chamo. Don't want our students to freak out if we don't show up, they're pretty crazy like that. Thinking back to his few encounters with the brothers' odd class, Chamo couldn't help but nod as he headed to the classroom riding on Naruto's shoulder as he walked behind Asuna and Negi. Agreed Aniki. If they're really like Negi Aniki told me then we better not risk it, besides I already came up with a plan that we can do after school. Sorry Chamo, I'm tutoring a student who needs some help later. The Ermin deflated a bit from that because he knew of Naruto's reputation and it would help them greatly, but he guessed that Naruto was loyal to his students and helped them out at times. 0. Today was the first day of Konoha magic lessons and Naruto was surprised as the bubbly brunette was brilliant at the bookwork of it. She had told him she is one of the smartest students of the class and that he had no doubt of. He had her work on control first and then some basic spells. He wanted the basics in her way before the move to anything offensive or working on barriers. She was curious about him and asked for all kinds of stories about him and some about her father. Then they were packing up and getting ready to go when she asked where he was staying and when he mentioned Suna, that's when they had a big talk and he informed her that he would talk to Setsuna on her behalf. 0. So Negi, how did the battle plan go? IJ just couldn't do it. Ni-san, Chachimaru-san is a stew. Denton is a teacher. I have to protect my students even if they are an enemy. Spoke Negi with some resolve in his voice. As a battle strategy what you did was foolish. You had your enemy in the Lin E of fire but you decide to send your attack back and hurt yourself. You showed mercy to an enemy whose master wishes you dead and as well as your brother. I'm proud of you. Naruto spoke sternly and, as he said the last sentence there was nothing but pride in his voice. Was the response of the three. You did what I exactly would have done, all but the attacking part, but you valued your stew. Dent over yourself, which is a good quality to have. Now get some rest and I'll see you in the morning. With a few words of good night Naruto entered his room to talk to Setsuna of what he had learned today. Hello sensei. Setsuna gave a small bow as she was cleaning her sword. Hello Setsuna, I have a question for you. Setsuna raised an eyebrow but put down her sword to talk to her sensei. Why do you choose protect Konoha-chan from the shadows? Setsuna. I had failed her once when we were children but I dedicated my life to the sword to protect Oju-sama. Yes, Konoha told of that incident. When I was teaching her the basics of magic when your name came up. Setsuna looked wide-eyed and clenched her teeth. Why did you tell someone as kind as Oju-sama that she should not be a part of our violent world? The chief did that for safety. Naruto cut her off. Aishin was being a fool, by leaving her blind where she could have been taught the ways to control her power and protect herself and probably wouldn't have to think that her best friend hates her and her father shipping her away for no valid reason. With equal fury to hers. That doesn't mean you have the right to tell her. The chief would have. Would have what? Tell her eventually after she may have gotten involved with a magical incident. Do not play naive with me Setsuna, you and I both know there are people out here who want her power and you cannot protect her forever. You may be strong but, if someone on my level were your opponent you would know the outcome. I hope. I would give my life for Oju-sama. Do not dare tell me otherwise. You may be the yellow flash, and I may not be at your level but I will fight anyone, be they god, demon, or the devil himself for her. Then why hid from her? Setsuna, she needs a friend. Her best friend to be with her, not hiding in the shadows to protect her. When I protect my charge I am right beside her no matter what. She is my friend and I'm hers. I don't know how. I'm afraid if I fail her again. I don't want to be useless again. Setsuna said in a whisper as the heated argument cooled down. Feels better to get the pressure off every once in a while, don't it? Naruto said with a grin. Was the only intelligent response she could give. Setsuna-chan, all the stuff you do for her is a good and loyal thing to do, but try to be closer to her or just my loss your friend forever. Night Setsuna-chan. Naruto said with a yawn. Setsuna had many questions pledging her mind but one spoke out. How come on one came to see what was going on? Silencing seal. 0. It was an awkward morning for the two but Setsuna did thank him for the advice. Naruto got ready to visit Negi when he saw his brother flying from the dorm. Idiot. Flying in the middle of the day. On a weekend no less. He ran out and bumped into Asuna and fell on top of her. OWW, sorry about that, in a real hurry, so can you please move? She stopped as she saw Naruto on top of her and a blush came to her face. Why does this feel so nice, like I could just melt in his EMBEE hold it, think of Takahata-sensei. As she quickly shook her head, Naruto saw their position and quick flew off. I'm so sorry, Asu-chan. Not really, I saw Negi flying and was going after him. Asuna accepted that because she was doing it too. So what now? What? No way we can catch him. I could, but I did tell him to spread his wing. Get rid of Chamo and have a day with Haim. Yay, day with Haim it is. What happened? They told him about the incident and he just sighed. Okay, new game plan. Chamo, I need you to go around looking up anything you can find on Chibi-chan's seal. I want a report by the end of the day and know before or after, no matter how much ya got, okay? The Ermin nodded, happy to have his Seiko ND brother on board, and went gather the info. So what are we doing then? Asked Asuna with a light blush as she stated it that way. We are going to train you up a bit. Negi told me you're fast and strong, but from what I hear a bit unrefined. So I'm going to help you with some basics. He pulled out his Pactio card. Asu-chan, you have a card like this, right? Asuna looked at the card and thought about it, and it looked like the card that Takahata-sensei gave and said a friend of hers made it. She couldn't remember said friend, but every time she looked at it she felt like crying as she had forgotten something important. So she kept it hidden. She went to retrieve it, but instead of crying she felt a bit of happiness, like she finally found something she lost. She was starting to think the card was a bit possessed or bipolar. That is a magical artifact, Asu-chan. It's a tool forged by your soul to best fit you. So we're going into the forest to practice it, okay? Wow, Takahata-sensei's aide, an old friend, gave me this when I was younger. I hope I can meet him and thank him for it, she said with a smile. Someone gave her a tool to help her protect Negi and maybe even Naruto, and that made her feel warm inside. Yay, hopefully you can soon, he thought with a sad smile. Okay, let's go then, Asu-chan, hope you can keep up, he said with a smirk. Please, blonde, you're the one who's going to be keeping up. So they raced to the forest and Naruto created a clone to go tutor Kanoka while he could finally be with his Haim, just like when they were kids. 0. As class started, Naruto patently waited for his brother to show up. He happened to be staring out the window and the girls were looking at him and signing with blushes on their face of how dreamy he was. Good morning. Is Evangeline-san here? Asked Negi as he entered the classroom. But the cheerfulness of Negi was quickly dashed aside as he heard that Evangeline was not present because she had caught flu, which surprised Negi and also to some extent Naruto too. Negi decided to DOS. Naruto thought that he intended to go visit Evangeline to see whether it was true or not about her catching flu. After all, she was a Shinso. Naruto walked out of the class muttering about stupid Gaki forgetting things as the girls giggled hearing him. He caught up to Negi on the staircase as he grabbed Negi by the collar of his coat and flung him on his shoulder. Wah, Ni-san, please put me down. I have to go see Evangeline-san to give her the challenge letter, said Negi. Challenge letter, thought Naruto as he had to wonder what Negi did to get the balls to challenge Eva. Yeah, but you got a class to teach, you can't go ditching them, said Naruto as he walked carrying Negi on his shoulder. As for the letter, I wanna check if Eva-chan's okay, said Naruto, to which Negi nodded. All the while he carried Negi on his shoulders back to the class. The girls around them were giggling at the funny situation between the two brothers. Negi apologized for forgetting his teacher's duty as he then handed Naruto a letter as the blonde sensei left the class. 0 at the Vampire Bund 0. Who is it? Naruto heard the voice Chachimaru call out. He turned around to find Chachimaru dressed in a maid outfit. Naruto-san, good morning, said Chachimaru, surprised to see the blonde sensei here. Good morning, Cha-chan, said Naruto with a smile on his face. Do you have some business with master? Well, not for me, but I heard Chibi-chan caught the flu. Hi, master is ill, said Chachimaru. So the info is true, she truly does lose most of her power, muttered Naruto, as it seemed his assumptions were indeed true, as Chachimaru wouldn't lie about Evangeline's health. I'm completely fine. Naruto heard the voice of Evangeline coming from the stairs as he looked up to find her leaning on the staircase railings. One glance at Evangeline told Naruto that she was certainly not well, even though she was trying to portray otherwise, as he asked, So Chibi-chan, you feeling okay? You look like you're dead. Naruto laughed at his joke. Shut up. I am completely fine, growled Evangeline as she really hated the nickname the blonde used for her, but deep down she felt happy for his concern. That aside, what is the reason you are here for, idiot? Asked Evangeline. I was concerned about your health, Chibi-chan, said Naruto, but Evangeline gave him a look. Once again you wound me, my dear Eva-chan. If you must know that one of the reasons I am here is because I am concerned about you. The main reason I was here is to hand you this challenge, la. TTER, Naruto was saying but didn't get to complete his sentence as Evangeline interrupted. Foo, you think just because my magic is weak at this moment you could defeat me, said Evangeline with an angry, annoyed voice. No, it's not mine, said Naruto. Evangeline didn't listen what he had to say as she stood gathering all of her remaining magic with test tubes filled with catalyst potion as she said in a menacing voice. Well, whatever. I was looking to get you for taunting me with that damn nickname. You can at least let me finish. Naruto watched as Evangeline gather as much as magical energy as possible to attack him. Just as he had felt all of Eva's gathered magic she had collected left her as she fell towards the floor, losing consciousness. Naruto quickly moved as he caught her in mid-fall before she hit the ground and was surprised to feel that she was burning with fever. She's burning up, spoke Naruto as he felt Evangeline's forehead. Naruto-san, please let Master rest on the bed on the second floor. Apart from flu, Master also has allergies to pollen, said Chachimaru, who now stood by his side checking on Evangeline. Naruto silently nodded to Chachimaru's request as he carried Evangeline bridal style towards her bed on the second floor. Here he placed Evangeline on the bed as Chachimaru arranged the bed to her master's comfort. Naruto-san, I am going to meet a Usted contact at a university hospital in order to obtain some effective medicine. Can you look after Master until I return? I have to feed the cats too, requested Chachimaru. Yay, she is my student. And hopefully a friend when all this nonsense of hers is over with. Sure, you can trust me, said Naruto. Yes, since you are a teacher, and I had gathered that since you didn't attack me the other day, that you do not wish to harm your students. Chachimaru stated logically. He heard the voice of Negi from downstairs apologizing to Chachimaru from downstairs as it seemed the Gaki arrived here to see what was taking him so long. Ni-san, is Evangeline-san really sick? Asked Negi as he arrived upstairs after Chachimaru left. Yep, Naruto simply replied. But she is a vampire. How come a vampire? Fell ill and Chachimaru-san told that she is even allergic to pollen. Just what kind of vampire is she? Said Negi as he just couldn't make head and toe of the situation. Naruto understood his brother's skepticism. Dad sealed most of her powers, and without her magic and Shinso powers, Chibi-chan is simply a 10-year-old girl. I see, said Negi as he listened to Naruto's explanation. But before he too could talk any further, Evangeline started to cough, which drew their attention to the sick girl who was still asleep. They heard the girl mutter about her being thirsty, to which Naruto went cut his finger, knowing blood would appease her thirst. He put the blood-dripping finger on her opening of her lips. It worked as a charm as she started to suck on the finger, quenching her thirst. After so many times she started feeling hot, to which Negi closed the curtains, stopping the sunlight entering the room. A few minutes later Evangeline started to shiver because of feeling cold because of her pajama, as were soaked wet with sweat, as Negi decided to point out, which was rather obvious. And as Negi again decided to point out that they needed to change her pajamas, which was also obvious. Naruto asked Negi to wait downstairs until he changed her pajamas. After Negi left, Naruto removed the soaked pajamas which the girl wore and quickly changed them with his eyes closed. He was happy to see that Evangeline now looked more comfortable, and also her fever seemed to be going down. He turned towards Negi to find in deep in thought, as he would once in a while glanced at Evangeline. Something on your mind, Negi? Asked Naruto. Evangeline-san, said Negi without looking at Naruto. So what exactly were you thinking? Asked Naruto with a calm face. It was about Evangeline-san. I mean, from what Avenue heard, Shinso vampires were all originally humans who used a secret lost art to turn themselves into vampires. A 10-year-old girl who turned himself into a vampire. Strange, isn't it? Naruto nodded. Also I wonder how old is Evangeline-san really is. She said she was cursed 15 years ago to remain at school. Why did the Thousand Master curse her in the first place? Just how are they related? And just who is Chachimaru-san? Said Negi is what was on his mind as by the end he took a thinking pose. Those are the questions only the people in question can answer, even though I have some basic knowledge of the matter. Said Naruto sagely. Hi. Said Negi looking at Naruto a bit worriedly, and then he walked around the room searching for something. I wonder if she has any old photos. Stop. The two heard the voice of Evangeline as they turned towards her. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything bad. Said a panicked Negi, which caused Naruto to chuckle, but Naruto knew well that Evangeline was speaking in her sleep as he heard her speak again. Wait. Stop it. Thousand Master, said Evangeline as she shifted uncomfortably in her bed. At that both Negi and Naruto had the same thought. A dream about Thousand Master, Dad. But Negi was a step further than as he readied himself to use a spell which Naruto was certain was to see Evangeline's dream. Naruto wondered if it was the event he was thinking about and clasped a hand on Negi's shoulder. Ross Telephone Master Magister, Nympha Somni, Regina Maeve, Portum Aparians ad se nos aliciat, Dream Fairy, Queen S to her while she is opening the gate. Negi chanted the spell. Zero in the dreams of a Chibi Zero. Naruto appeared with Negi in the dream of Evangeline. He was certain that this was the older form of Evangeline, though he was certain that this was an illusion. But that didn't leave the fact that she was arousal even in the dream world, and was certain it was with the real body too. Not only was she beautiful but had a certain dark charm working for her too. Along with her was a small doll carrying two blades, and surprisingly she looked similar to Chachimaru, as if the girl robot was modeled after the small doll. Apparently Evangeline had finally caught up to a person she seemed to be following for a long time here in Japan and wanted to win over his flesh and blood, and the said person happened to be the Thousand Master, their father. When he heard his dad speak, it confirmed it was the memory he showed him when he was talking about Eva. He spoke in a serious tone. He just felt his eye twitch as all the cool stuff the guy was saying. On his side Negi was jumping with joy, finally seeing his dad even if it was in his dream, and how cool and awesome their dad was. Naruto looked as Evangeline along with the all puppet which she called Chachezero moved to attack the Thousand Master, but the man seemed mo even concerned about them as he was searching something on the ground. On the side he saw the panicked face of Negi as even he was wondering why the man wasn't preparing to attack. What happened next caused Naruto to clutch his stomach, as it was his favorite part of this memory, and started laughing so hard. Nagi had set up a pit trap which Evangeline didn't anticipate and fell in as it was filled with some sort of liquid. If making fool of the Dark Evangel by making her fall in a pit trap wasn't enough, the Thousand Master then poured garlic and onion in the trap, as it was well known that vampires hated them, and was supported by Evangeline's shout as how much she hated those stuff. But what happened next made his stomach to hurt more because of laughter at the scene in front of him. Why, you cheater! Why, you are the Thousand Master, right? If you are a real mage, then let us duel with magic. Howded Evangeline as her face showed emotions of panic, embarrassment, fear and whatnot. Nah, I'd rather not, said the Thousand Master as he removed his hood, showing his grinning face as he continued. Can't really call myself the master of 5 or 6 spells, it just wouldn't stick. It's 'cause I suck at studying, you know. Actually, I dropped out of magical school. Then trying to make a scary face, which was the goofiest scary expression Naruto had seen ever in a long time from his dad. Hey, so how about it? Ya scared yet? It was just too much hilarious to look at the completely surprised and disbelieving face of both Evangeline and Negi. Yup, that's dad, thought a grinning Naruto. Hey, Thousand Master, just what is it you don't like about me? Asked a blushing Evangeline. Hey, I've told you before, I'm not interested in little girls, answered the Thousand Master. Is it my age? I'm over 100 years old, you know, shouted Evangeline. Well then, it's because you are an old hag, said the Thousand Master. Don't call me that, shouted Evangeline, hearing her being called an old hag. After that the Thousand Master asked her to give up on following him, which she refused, and so the man decided to use Infernus Scholacticus curse on her, and with that the dream ended. Zero. Now back your original story. Zero. Evangeline woke up with a scream after dreaming that day again, for she didn't. She even remember how many number of time. Ha, ha, it's that dream again, said Evangeline as she tried to calm herself since that dream always hyped her. Awa, shouted Evangeline as she saw the both Naruto and Negi sleeping by her bedside. What the heck are they doing here? HMPH. It's just like they are asking to be killed, growled Evangeline, seeing the two sons of the man condemned her. The one who looked like him and the one who acted like him. Her eyes traveled to the sleeping faces of the two, of which the younger had a peaceful look on his face while the teenager had a grin. TCH. Were they looking after me? And when did the boy come by? She thought as she released her breath to calm herself down. Ah, you woke up, Chibi-chan. Are you all right? Said Naruto as he woke up, directly looking into the eyes of the vampire. Evangeline quickly looked away from the piercing sapphire and emerald eyes as a red shade appeared on her face as she spoke. Yeah, I'm all right. To W. Hitch. Naruto grinned, causing the red shade to darken. Trying to avoid eye contact but still taking a glance at him, she spoke again. I'm going to let you two go for today. I'm better now, so wake the Booyah up and get the hell out of here. Naruto just nodded and decided to do according to what she said as he shook Negi awake. Oi Neg, Eva-chan seems fine, so you should head back to school. Evangeline-san, why you seem fine? Well then I guess I should leave. I guess I will hand you this letter of challenge some other day, said Negi, showing Evangeline the letter, which made her look at Naruto questy. Awningly as Negi quickly hurried out of the room. After Negi left, Evangeline looked at Naruto a bit sheepishly as she said, so that wasn't you challenge letter? No, I wouldn't fight you now. I'd heard it when you're unsealed that we can have the thrill of really going at it, said the grinning blonde. Now that everything is cleared and I feel fine, so leave, said Evangeline with the last part a bit forcefully. Nah, not happening, Eva growled. I promised Cha-chan to look after you until she returns, said Naruto, completely dismissing the little vampire. Cha-chan, mumbled Evangeline. She remembered something as she asked Naruto in a mildly threatening tone, tell me, why the brat was holding on to the staff while you both were sleeping. How am I supposed to know? Said Naruto FFECTED by the threatening tone in Evangeline's voice. Don't tell me, you and that brat saw my dream, said Evangeline in a very threatening voice as releasing a huge amount of killing intent and gathering as much as magical energy as she could. Naruto still was completely unaffected by the killing intent as he spoke with a grin on his face. Speaking about the dream, your older form looked damn hot for seeing it the second time. The killing intent along with the gathered magical energy disappeared from the room as even the scary look on Evangeline's face was gone, which was now flushed red. But a moment later the room was again flooded with killing intent and gathering of magical energy far greater, putting the previous one to shame. That means you actually saw my dream. And what do mean second time? Said Evangeline in a very threatening voice as suddenly a couple of test tubes filled with a catalyst potion were in her hand. Die, she shouted as she threw the test tubes at him, freezing the entire room. Naruto had caught her and pinned her down. Anyway, you really should stop chasing him. If I was born 17 years ago, Yui sealed, she growled, 15 years ago, and Negi was born 10 years ago. Why would you chase a married man who has 2 kids? That caught Eva right there, and then it hit her. She remembered Nagi muttering something about a birthday present for the brat. So was he talking about the idiot at the time? The question plagued her mind while Naruto saw the emotions playing on her face. Then she heard Naruto's final words as he left her be. Please, move on, Eva. It would save you the heartbreak, and for what it's worth they matched up long before you met. Live in the light, Eva, you might just enjoy it. That last sentence hit her like a building. The almost identical words to his father. She had some thinking to do. 0. Peace for now, guys and girls. Storming dance in the moonlight. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys. Thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna Theodora Setsuna Kanoka K Chisame Yuna. The rest of the unsure list. Ku Fei, not sure B. C of Negi's student-master relationship, or if to go to Naruto. Mana, I find her to be a wild card, so maybe. Kaide, ninja I guess. Chachimaru, another maybe B. See, she may like Negi. Let me know what you think. 0. I wonder if Evangeline-san has gotten better from her flu yet. Thought Negi as he entered the 3A classroom. As he entered the classroom, the girls stood up to greet him as he also greeted them back and decided to start with the English class. But was the Thousand Master really that kind of person? I guess I could find out if I asked Evangeline-san, though Ni-san was acting funny as if he had seen the dream before. He really doesn't talk much about father, but only when I ask him for stories, thought Negi. His eyes unknowingly drifted towards the seat which Naruto nor Mali occupied to find it empty, after which it traveled to the seat of Evangeline to find it occupied by the vampire. Ah, Evangeline-san, shouted Negi in panic as he saw the vampire being present there. What do you want? I can't challenge you to a duel right now. I'm always available after class, but continued the still panicked Negi as he grabbed onto his staff. The girls had sweat drops back of their head as they looked onto the panicked form of Negi shouting about some duel. The idiot told me that you helped him take care of me yesterday. I thought I might as well come to class, seeing how I am stuck here anyway, said Evangeline in a calm tone as she spoke the last sentence in a low voice. Negi went from scared to happy in an instant. Negi was completely oblivious to the girl's actions and thoughts as he continued speaking as he asked a bit nervously, Is your flu better now? Yes, Evangeline said, sounding a bit annoyed as the blonde had only left yesterday when he confirmed that she would be completely healthy by the morning in his bashing of her crush on his father. So that's what happened. This is wonderful. She changed the way how she thinks of me since what happened yesterday, thought Negi with a big smile on his face. Evangeline-san, it isn't nice to call Ni-san an idiot since after all he is a teacher too, said Negi, which caused Evangeline to grit her teeth in annoyance. What? Screamed most of the girls of 3A in unison. It took some time to calm the girls from how they found out that Evangeline referred to their second sensei an idiot, Ciali, since he was only around for a few days. Evangeline-san, how could you even call someone like Naruto-sensei an idiot? Asked Ayaka, as it was a duty of the Ainsho to see that the teachers were respected, especially her lovely Negi-sensei's older brother. I'll call him what I want and it's his own fault for being too much like that bastard, said Evangeline as she mumbled the last part to herself. By the way, Negi-kun, where is Naruto-kun? Asked Kanoka, completely diffusing the stunned atmosphere while a few looked at her with raised eyebrows. Now that Kanoka mentioned it, every girl's EY's turned to seat which Naruto occupied during Negi's class to find it empty. Ah, right. Takamichi said Ni-san was taking some personal time for today, though he didn't say why, answered Negi, causing a sigh of relief to be released from all the girls. 0 Later that day. 0. The duo of Evangeline and Chachimaru were currently in one of the empty computer classrooms of the school. Currently Chachimaru was busy working on the computer with Evangeline by her side as she watched the gynoid so easily hack the school's main security network. She couldn't help but admire the barrier's ingenuity of using electricity as a source of its power, but that actually surprisingly worked in her favor because of Chachimaru being by her side. Well, that's that. Now we can finally execute our ultimate plan, right? Said Evangeline as the duo finally left after their plans to disrupt the barrier was set up. That is correct, said Chachimaru, who actually did all the work. All right then, all go as planned tonight. Hee. When I think about the shocked look on the boy's face, hehehe, said Evangeline. Ha ha ha, it will be hilarious. Evangeline laughed out loud, standing on one of the discarded stuff on the roof. Then her face suddenly turned grim as she spoke. I wished to see the idiot's face when I suck his brother's blood dry, but he'll be a bit occupied, then I will crush him. All the while she was speaking, she found it surprising that Chachimaru had yet to say a word, and also the gynoid felt a bit different, so she asked her, Something worrying you, Chachimaru? No. That is, Chak. Amaru spoke, unsure of how she was to tell it to her master about her keeping things secret from her. Finally Chachimaru bowed low as she spoke. I am very sorry, master. Negi-sensei has already made a provisional contract with a partner. What? Asked a completely surprised Evangeline, not because Negi found a partner but rather Chachimaru didn't tell her about it till now. Why didn't you tell about this? Who's this partner? Shouted Evangeline. The partner is Kagarazaka Asuna. Answered Chachimaru as she then continued speaking in an apologetic tone. I don't know why I didn't report this. I am sorry. Evangeline calmed down, accepting Chachimaru's apology. She spoke. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter now whether he has a partner or not. Master, I'll accept any punishment you deem necessary, said Chachimaru. Evangeline dismissed off Chachimaru's words as she spoke. That's all right. I'd be in trouble without your help tonight, especially if the idiot shows up. After she finished the sentence, she moved to fly off the rooftop, completely forgetting about her current inability to use magic and thus falling with her face hitting the roof, causing her nose to bleed. 0 with Negi 0. Negi was really happy today to see Evangeline attend the class today. As he was busy talking with Asuna about the Pactio contract, he met with the other girls who told him about the blackout that was going to place tonight, and also that he was going to be on the lookout around the dorms during the blackout. 0 that night 0. Both Setsuna and Naruto were completely taken by surprise by the sudden blackout, as the surprise was written all over both their faces. It was more surprising to Setsuna, especially because she had completely forgotten about tonight's blackout after she came across the blonde. What is going on? Asked a thoroughly confused Naruto, as he was certain that Mahora would never have blackouts, as he remembered that the barrier around it was powered by electricity. Ah, the annual blackout, said Setsuna. Not really from here, so explanation please, asked Naruto. She then explained to him how the academy always would cause 2 blackouts every year for maintenance purpose, and the students are warned in advance to prepare for it. Now that Naruto thought of it, he had heard it of the blackouts from Takemichi once when he asked if wasn't it dangerous to support the barrier with electricity, as anyone could cause a blackout to infiltrate Mahora. He also remembered Takemichi say that there was a backup which activated when there was a blackout in Mahora. But then, he remembered Eva's seal ran on the barrier. Setsuna set some sound suppression charms around the dorm. I think Eva-chan's making her move now. With that, Naruto flashed out of the room and Setsuna followed his orders. As Naruto got outside, he was suddenly surrounded by what looked like 15 copies of Chachimaru, but with different heights and hair colors. Well, Chibi-chan knows how to party. But he opened pocket spaces in front of his hands. In his left hand he held the Raijin no Ken in a reverse grip and activated it. In his right hand he held 3 tri-prong kunai between his fingers. Let's see they can last. As he charged at them. 0 with Negi 0. Negi Springfield, Evangeline A.K. McDowell hereby formally challenges you to a duel. Come to the baths in 10 minutes. But what happened next surprised Negi as she jumped of the roof on which she and Negi were standing with a shing for you, Negi-kun. And then was swinging from one building to another towards the direction of the bathhouse with the help of her ribbon. Other than Negi, there were 5 others present at the bathhouse, of which 5 were her classmates, which were Meiki, Ako, Yuna, Akira and Chachimaru, dressed in maid outfit. The 5th was a blonde-haired woman dressed in a black gothic outfit, and one whose magical energy was similar to the time she felt the magical surge. Also, she looked like an older version of Evangeline. Where is your partner? You came here all by yourself. Hey, what admirable courage or stupidity. Why you are, shouted Negi as he looked at the older Evangeline with a bit of fear. Who are you? Asked a completely confused Negi, who thought that he was here to face Evangeline. Evangeline couldn't believe the stupidity of the boy in front of her, as she already knew that he had seen her in her dream he had certainly seen her adult form. It's me, shouted Evangeline, pointing to herself as she undid the transformation. Ah, was the only word that left Negi's open mouth. The older woman happened to be Evangeline. Eva ordered the maid-clad students to attack the child mage, but their attacks compromised of stripping the brat. Negi used a catalyst potion to use the Florida N.S. Exarmadio, flowering disarmament, spell which stripped Ako and Akira of their maid uniform. Negi used the distraction caused by the first spell as he dived to the sides towards his staff as he Kaylee cast a Nebula Hypnotica, Mist of Sleep, on the girls. The spell caught the 2 who were stripped as they were still distracted by the loss of their clothes, but the other 2 were able to avoid it with ease. Evangeline along with Chachimaru joined the fight as she saw 2 of her classmates were knocked out from the fight. Chachimaru along with Maki and Yuna attack Negi with speeds which the boy seemed hard-pressed to dodge as he could not counter them. On the sidelines he watched Evangeline started chanting the spell for Sagitta Magica as she then shot a total of 17 arrows of ice at Negi. He jumped out of the window after breaking it with one of his magical items to dodge the ice arrows. 0 with Naruto 0. Well, that was fun, he said as the courtyard was littered in robot parts. Suddenly he felt a spike in magical energy from the bridge and Koku Shundo there. As he landed he heard Eva speaking. Real men don't pick fights and then cry over them. Are you prepared to admit your loss already? Your father would have just laughed off something like this. Naruto heard Evangeline praise Negi of the things he did today but also commented on his recklessness of coming alone as she crouched in front of him. But what he heard next made him decide to finally enter the fight, which already seemed over as she decided to go and drain Negi's blood. Chachimaru seemed generally worried about our sensei as he heard her ask her master not to do anything terrible to Negi. He heard Evangeline reassure Chachimaru that she didn't plan on killing the brat as she didn't kill women and children. But what the ancient vampire said next caused a wicked grin to appear on his face. You see, I have also taken up an interest in this boy, Naruto heard Evangeline say, to which an left Chachimaru's mouth in confusion. Wow, Eva, I said move on, not start cradle robbing, said Naruto with a grin on his face. All the female present turned their head towards the blonde sensei in a mechanical fashion. Their eyes widened even in case of Chachimaru. Negi was too scared to even realize his brother was there. Eva couldn't believe it, the one person she wanted to kill besides his accursed father was right in front of her. Hey, hold it right there. Every eye turned towards the source of the voice and found Asuna come running towards them with all her might holding the ermine in her right hand. HMPH, she's here. The boy's partner Kagurazaka Asuna, Evangeline said as a small grin made its way on her face as her eyes traveled to the blonde to see him smiling as he looked at the incoming running monkey. Chachimaru. Evangeline looked at her servant and gestured her to confront the incoming running monkey. Yes, said Chachimaru as she sped forward to confront Asuna. Asuna watched Chachimaru move to intercept her, but she and Chamo had come ready with a plan for the situation as she shouted, Chamo. Do it, Roger, An-san, I will show you my power, said Chamo as he brought out a lie chair along with a tape of some sort of wire. Ermine flash, Chamo shouted as he created a bright blinding light by using the two stuffs in the hand. Asuna used the flash as her cover as she stepped the ways of her tracks, which was going to collide with Chachimaru without losing her speed as she made a mad dash at Evangeline. Sorry Chachimaru-san, Asuna said as she passed the gynoid. Evangeline, who had shielded her eyes with the help of her cloak, was amused to see the stupid monkey make her way directly towards her as she thought, she is aiming for me. HMPH, what can a mere human do against me? She said to herself as she raised a barrier in front of her. Naruto from the sidelines watched as Asuna jumped to kick Evangeline off of Negi. Normally this shouldn't happen, but too bad Eva didn't know about Asuna's magic cancel ability, making her barrier useless. Ow, where did they go? Said Eva. I am sorry, master. Chachimaru apologized to Evangeline as she had failed to intercept Asuna as she was ordered to. Chachimaru continued as she pointed something her master seemed to have missed. Master, your nose is bleeding. Never mind that, shouted Evangeline interrupting Chachimaru, as she then turned to the blonde as she growled, you. Evangeline stomped towards the blonde with her face in complete rage as she leveled a glare at him and spoke in a menacing tone. Where did you hide him, Naruto? Chachimaru greeted her second sensei, bowing a bit. Meanwhile Naruto was unaffected by the glare and the menacing tone in Evangeline's voice as he spoke in an innocent voice, me hide the gaki. Nah, I think it was Asu-chan, which caused the Evangeline to glare at him. I came here to fight you too, but not until Negi's finished, then I'm going at you. Contract renewal, was what everyone heard the ermine shout. Evangeline stopped in her thoughts of teaching the fellow blonde a lesson as she turned towards the direction of the light as she remembered the main reason she was here. Is that where they are? Said Evangeline as she looked at the source of light. And so she was right, as from behind the pillar walked the duo of Asuna and Negi as the ermine Chamo was sitting on Asuna's shoulder. The boy though looked a little scared, but seemed determined to fight, while Asuna, though determined, looked a bit shocked seeing the flying Evangeline and Chachimaru. But, just like a few minutes ago, the duo had still noticed the new arrivals. Evangeline, looking at the boy coming out of his fighting, entered her evil mode as she spoke. Hee, what's the matter, Booyah? Yo, you think you can take a break just because Oni-chan came to save you? Watching that, Negi still seemed to be a bit tensed to face Evangeline and Chachimaru, so both Chamo and Asuna spoke to encourage to him. Don't listen to her, Aniki, said Chamo, while Asuna spoke directly to Evangeline. What are you talking about? This is what a real fair fight is like. 2 on 2. Evangeline along with Chachimaru landed on the ground, spoke again. That's true, now that we've both got our partners, and it's a fair fight. But are we really evenly matched? The Booyah doesn't have his staff and you've never even fought before. Then her head turned to Naruto, but seeing that the idiot is here, this may be a fair fight after all. Hearing the last sentence from Evangeline's mouth, the head of the trio of Asuna, Negi and Chamo turned to the direction and were completely surprised to see the Naruto standing there. Their face showed hope as they found one of them to be Naruto. Ni-san, spoke Negi. Awesome, now we also have Naruto Aniki on our side, said Asuna. Kukuku, so you now I can kill you both in one night, said Evangeline with a huge grin on her face, completely forgetting that she was angry with the blonde a few minutes ago. Chachimaru, don't underestimate Asuna as she might be stronger than she looks, whispered Evangeline to Chachimaru. Yes, master, responded Chachimaru. Kagurazaka Asuna, to think that she broke my magic barrier, twice, to be accurate, thought Evangeline as her hand went to her right cheek, which apparently was the same spot the violent monkey kicked twice. But her thoughts didn't end there as she continued thinking. The old man even let her live with his granddaughter, so I thought she was just a normal brat, but it looks like things are starting to get interesting. Let's go, Evangeline called out as she then continued, forget the fact that I am a student. Show me what you've got, Negi Springfield, Naruto Springfield. Though she knew that just like her the idiot was not going to go all out. All right, said Negi with confidence as he took out a practice wand and Asuna got ready to attack. Thank you for coming, Asuna-san, Ni-san, Chamo-kun. This showdown, I will not lose, thought Negi as he got ready for the fight as winds of tension started to blow. And thus begin the confrontation with Chachimaru charging at Asuna, who also charged at the gynoid. Sis mea pars per nonagenta secundas. Ministra Negi Kagurazaka Asuna. Contract execution, 90 seconds. Follower of Negi, Kagurazaka Asuna, shouted Negi, activating the contract, fueling Asuna with his magical energy. Naruto also uttered the same spell to give Asuna an extra boost. Negi stopped in mid-chanting as he watched Asuna and Chachimaru use a forehead flick on each off. To which Asuna crouched down holding her forehead, but next he whipped out a card and yelled, Adit, and punched Chachimaru with her gauntlets, and as Chachimaru was about to connect her next attack, it was blocked by a red energy field that came from the gauntlet. As Asuna blocked, she punched the gynoid in the stomach and shouted, Impact. And as the hit connected, a blast of red energy shot out of Chimaru's back and sent her flying 15 feet, skidding. Negi returned to his chanting after seeing that Asuna was doing well. Seeing the wand, Evangeline couldn't help but laugh as she was casting her spell as she spoke, ha ha ha. What is that cute little wand going to do? Chew on this. As she fired, Sagitta Magica, Series Glacializ's Magic Archer, barrage of 17 ice arrows at Negi. Watching the arrows of ice make way towards him, Negi looked a bit frightened, but he countered it with his spell, Sagitta Magica, Series Fulguralis. Magic Archer, barrage of 17 lightning arrows. But unfortunately for Negi, the two attacks collided just in front of him, which caused him to be thrown backwards because of the collision and lose his footing. But this didn't stop Evangeline, as she looked rather amused and happy too as she laughed, haha. To think you can even use lightning. But your incantation took way too long. As she then continued the incantation of her next spell, Lick-Lack-Lilac, Unditor. Iganta Spiritus Obscuri, 29 Spirits of Darkness. Ros Telephone Ma Scir Magister, Undetrigenta Spiritus Lucis, 29 Spirits of Light. Evangeline heard Negi shout as she saw the boy steady himself and counter her spell. As she saw the Booyah ready to counter her spell, her focus turned to see her fellow blonde, but didn't expect to see him grinning. "So idiot, you are testing the Booyah and his partner," she whispered, which only blonde boy could hear as his grin widened as he shook his head in affirmative, which caused a grin to appear on her face. Sagitta Magica, Series Obscure. Magic Archer, Barrage of 29 Dark Arrows. Sagitta Magica, Series Lucis. Magic Archer, Barrage of 29 Light Arrows. Naruto heard the Evangeline and Negi shout as 29 arrows of darkness and light shot were shot by the two respectively. The two barrage of collided close to Negi, but at least not close as the next time. But the explosion and the dust caught both the spell users, causing the other three girls to be a bit worried, especially for the two partners for their mage. Watching the fight, Naruto could see that Negi seemed worried but still determined. As for the little vampire, he could tell that she was enjoying herself as he heard her say, "Ahaha, that was a good one. You're doing well so far." But the spell that Negi decided to use next was something that caught Naruto a bit off guard, as he didn't expect the brat to know that spell. But also, even if the brat did, he didn't expect the brat to actually use it, as it was a rather powerful spell. Until now he was only using the basic Sagitta Magica spells. But he wasn't surprised as he saw Evangeline use a spell similar to the one the brat was using and was actually enjoying it. Negi. Ros telephone ma scir magister, venient spiritus aerials fulgurience come. Spirits of lightning and wind. Evangeline. Lick lack la lack lilac, venient spiritus glacials obscurance come, spirits of ice and darkness. From his spot, Naruto saw a completely confused Negi, since the brat heard Evangeline using the same type of spell like he intended to while he saw Evangeline, who was grinning. He was happy to see that Negi didn't stop incanting his spell B. Cause of the confusion as he heard the two continue their incantation. Negi. Cum fulguratione flet tempestas austrina, entwined with lightning, let a storm of the southern seas blow forth. Eva. Engeline. Cum obscuratione flet tempestas nivelis, attended to by the darkness, let an endless night of ice and snow blow forth. Bring it on, Booyah. Naruto heard Evangeline shout as both of them released their respective spells. Negi. Jovis tempestas fulgurians. Jupiter's lightning storm. Evangeline. Nives tempestas obscurans. Snowstorm of darkness. Naruto from his point watched as the two respective tornado-like attacks of wind, lightning and ice darkness collide. It was clear that Evangeline's spell was going to win the bout, as she had used a little more magic than she had used the entire night in her spells. And thus it was happening as the tornado-like attack of ice darkness was forcing back its counterpart of wind lightning. From his point, Naruto was happy to see that Negi had not given up yet, as he was trying to force as much as magical energy into his spell, trying to overpower that of Evangeline's spell. But it was all useless, as Naruto knew that the brat was not accustomed to use his huge magic reservoir into something. But then it happened as Naruto saw that a strand of the brat's hair started to tickle his nose, which normally caused the brat to sneeze. Which normally blue girls' skirts or strip someone. The moment the brat sneezed, a huge amount of magic left his wand as it destroyed the two clashing spells as it made its way towards a surprised Evangeline. When the bright light diminished, everyone saw Evangeline still flying in her position, but with a great difference, as she was completely stripped of all her clothes and was flying there in her naked glory. This caused a sweat drop to appear on the back of the Avasuna. Evangeline stood there with one hand covering her upper boy modesty while her hair her lower body modesty with an ember. Asked angry, annoyed look as she spoke. You have really done it now, you little punk, hey, just what I expected from you. Her clothes came off. I'm so sorry, said an embarrassed Negi, seeing what he just did now. Why, you did Aniki. You overpowered Evangeline. I can't believe it, said Chamo as he stood by Negi's side as he cheered for his Aniki. Naruto just laughed at the scene and walked forward. Hey Chibi-chan, put some cloths on so we can fight now. Eva snapped her fingers and new cloths appear along with a grin as she could finally fight the first Springfield child. Negi, you did well, but this is a fight that's on Dad's plateau, so don't blink. Adit. And with that, a giant chain barrier surround the bridge. It's a cage match up with some young blood, or are you getting too old as you let a Gaki beat you? Hey, shouted Negi. Oh, don't worry idiot, I am going to show you why I'm feared. And in a flash the battle begins. Play Fury Sparks Dual Mix. Naru. To threw a lightning-enhanced fist at Eva which she dodged and followed up with an ancient spell. Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris Kenitetos Astrapsado de Temedo. Dios Tychos. As Naruto finished his father's combo, Eva smirked seeing the knowing what was to come next but was shocked to see two Narutos as the one in front of her attacked in a fierce hand-to-hand combo. She quickly used NC's EXs. Equins to kill the clone and say the real Naruto surrounded in lightning 1. Naruto then disappeared right behind her and went for a knife strike with his hand. Eva countered it with her magic block. Den saw 3 of his fingers on his hand covered in lightning 2 as well blocking her. She was getting intrigued as she saw the look in his eyes, pure excitement with a shit-eating grin, a look his father was known for. She blushed at the thought but broke their clash and got so distant and chanted, Lick Lilac Lil Lac Malleus Aquilanus 3 and aimed to smash the blonde but her attack was in. Intercepted with Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris Omne Flammans Flamma Purgatus, Domini Extinctionis et Signum Regenerationis, in mea manu ens animicum edit. Flagrantia Rubicans, and melted her ice hammer. Well idiot, I'm somewhat impressed, what are those lightning spells though I've never seen them before? She asked with great interest because the supplement spell looked like it was quite powerful with speed boost it gave him. Made them myself really, always trying to make new ones, they are only unique to me since I know the process how to use them. That magical sword of yours was good and cold too. Eva grinned and nodded and they clashed again. Asuna, Chamo, and Chachimaru were wide-eyed at the battle before them. For Negi, well he had stars in his eyes watching his brother fight ND hoping he would teach him his unique lightning spells and burning the memory of the battle in his mind. Reikiri, and with both lightning fists exchanging with magical swords in a swift clash. Naruto made a clone to give him long-range support and launched Iaculatio Fulguris at the chibi. Eva dodged and sent 17 Sagitta Magica of Darkness and destroyed the clone. Naruto went for a kick to the chest but she ducked and did a reversal and threw him into the bridge and started chanting, Lick Lilac Lil Lac to Symbolion Diaconeto Moi, He Crystalline Basileia. Epigenetheto, Teonian Erebos, Heoni Crystal, Pasais Zoas Tun Ison Thanaton, Hos Ataraxia, Cosmic Catastrophe. Naruto quickly got up and cast it as fast as he could with a spell of the same level, Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris to Symbolion Diaconeto Moi. Basilu Oiranyanon, Epigenetheto Athalis Karane Os Titanas Therine, Akatontakis Kai Chiliacus Astrapsado, Kilipal Astrain. Quote, the high-level spells clashed in the sky. The Ors pushing back the audience and sent Chamo flying away. The chain barrier blocked the spells from leaving the area. As the spells died out others were panting but those held insane grins on their faces. Well Chibi-chan how about on final attack to call this one? Naruto knew if this escalated any more the bridge would be gone soon. Eva nodded to this and dashed at him with her NC's exequence. Yuto tossed a tri-prong kunai at her head and Eva easily evaded it with a smirk and taunted. If that was your last shot you must be. She stopped to look shocked at the flash that was where he was stand. Ding and felt a grinding feeling in her back with a shout of Rasengan. Quote, and she bounced off the ground and quickly corrected herself in the air but she still felt the pain from that grinding attack of his as she healed and was sweating from the pain. What the hell was that? Shouted Eva as the pain came back again and she slowly dropped from the air. Master, you must return. Chachimaru shout, as she felt the electricity of the campus about to return since she linked herself to the backup which halted when the lights were out. What? Evangeline shouted as she saw the lights on the Ridge return signaling the blackout has ended completely forgetting her spell she was incanting. The blackout is ending 3 minutes and 46 seconds earlier than expected. Master, shouted Chachimaru as worry was clearly evident in her voice. At that moment before Evangeline could move into the safety zone, she felt the barrier activated and a millisecond letter was zapped by all directions as she reamed in pain as she then started to fall in the river sea beneath the bridge. What is going on? Asked Asuna as she just couldn't understand what happened just now with Evangeline. Yes, Cha-Cha, Maru said as she dashed forward at full speed to rescue her master but still answered Asuna's question. Once the blackout is over the seal on master's power is restored. Without magic, Master is just an ordinary child. She will fall into the lake. And Master can't swim. Meanwhile, falling into the water below her, Evangeline's eyes finally opened after her being zapped by electricity after the seal on her was restored. But what surprised her was that it was not just her servant Chachimaru who had dived to save her but also Naruto and Negi. Those idiots. The Booyah has already used up his magic power from the clash before. He doesn't have his staff, and that idiot, I was just seconds ago intending to kill him. Evangeline thought as she saw those two jump to save her. Now come to ink of it. This is just like before, with that idiot, Evangeline thought as her mind drifted to the thoughts of meeting the Thousand Master for the first time. She then remembered how she had followed him for a long time, asking him to become hers as she had fallen for him. And finally to the day when he cursed her and brought her here to Mahora with a promise that H would one day lift the curse her as he did this so she could live in the light. Liar, she thought as she closed her eyes as she felt herself being close to the water surface. But moments before she was going to hit the weight, she felt a pair of strong arms catch her. An unknown sort of warmth was felt by her entire body as those arms grabbed her closer towards the owner of the arms. She opened her eyes and her eyes met the face of the idiot, Naruto Springfield, who had just caught her before she fell in the water surface beneath. She could feel a relief wash over his face as he saw that she seemed alright, which caused a blush to appear on her face. Are you alright, Evangeline-san? She heard the voice of Negi, who was hovering a few feet above them on his staff. Yes, Evangeline said. Good thing that I tagged you earlier, Eva-chan. Naruto said with a grin on his face, looking towards Evangeline's right arm. Evangeline followed the blonde's gaze, which was pointed at her right arm, to find some sort of seal present there. She didn't know what that seal did but knew from his tone that it had helped save her. Why did you save me? Evangeline finally asked as Naruto carried her bridal style as they flew to the bridge above them. Just because I wanted to, Naruto said, to which Evangeline looked at him wide-eyed. Also, we are friends after all. This caused Evangeline to avoid his gaze as she looked at the other side with a huge blush on her face as she stuttered, why yes. Evangeline then turned towards Negi, who was a few feet away from them, as she asked in a bit irritated voice, and what the hell were you thinking, Booyah? Because Evangeline-san is one of my students and it is job of a teacher to see that their students are safe, right? Said Negi. Evangeline was again surprised, since just like thought, the Booyah also had the same sincere eyes. Hey. Well, I guess this really is my victory, Negi said as he cheered for himself, which caused sweat drops to appear on back of all heads and also a tick mark on Evangeline's forehead. Negi didn't notice everyone's reaction as he continued saying, so you have to stop doing bad things from now on, and start attending my classes. You really should, Naruto said. I understand. It's true that I owe you two a debt for today, Evangeline said as she eyed the two boys with her eyes saying on Naruto for a longer period of time. All right, I'm on to write. I won in the class rooster, said Negi as he started to scribble in his class rooster. Don't forget to write about my awesomeness either, said Naruto. Evangeline heard as what the two just said as she dashed towards them while shouting, what the hell are you doing? Stop that, damn it. Where the hell did you pull that from, anyways? Negi quickly ducked behind Naruto, since the blonde on instincts, as he tried to reason. But if the blackout didn't end, I would definitely have won. And the only reason you were able to fight me because of the idiot's interference. Evangeline shouted as she pointed a finger at Naruto while she said the second statement. On the sidelines, the two girls along with the ermine had huge sweat drops on back of their head as they watched the verbal fight between Negi, Naruto and Evangeline. Does this mean they've made up? Asked Asuna, pointing at the trio. Maybe, said Chachimaru. Don't worry, Evangeline-san. I will study really hard about that spell, and when I become a Magister Magus, I'll lift it from you, said Negi, who was still standing behind Naruto. Wah, said a completely surprised Evangeline as she stopped trashing in Naruto's arm. Don't sweat it, Negi, I already have the specs for the seal and I work on it in my free time, said Naruto. Evangeline had turned so fast towards Naruto that it was a wonder that it didn't snap as the blood-red blush on her face intensified. But still Evangeline had a reputation to keep, so she shouted at Negi and Naruto, "How many years do you think I'll have to wait for that? If I drained the Booya's blood or yours, idiot, and I'd be free in no time." Completely ignoring the little vampire, Negi spoke, "All right. I have to find a cure for Maki-san and everyone else too. You don't have to worry about the four. Brat, I already have everything covered," said Naruto, reassuring the child mage. A huge tick mark appeared on Evangeline's forehead as she began to trash again. In Naruto's arms as she shouted, "Don't get cocky, you two. What, your back's the next full moon, got that?" On the sidelines, the trio of the girls and the ermine just watched the scene in front of them in amusement. "Hey, is Evangeline is always like this?" asked Asuna. "No, she's only this happy since Naruto and Negi-sensei arrived," answered Chachimaru as she spoke the next words in a very low voice. Especially since Naruto started to talk with Master. Asuna heard this and it seemed to unsettle her in a way she didn't really know, but seeing Naruto so strong was amazing. She would have to take up his offer for those combat lessons if she wanted to protect Negi, and maybe if she gets strong enough, Naruto too. With that thinking, she quickly shook her head to get rid of the blush that came to her face. All in all, today was a good day, and just another day too for her and Springfield brother within the crazy world of magic. 1. Raiden no Yoroi, the lightning release armor from the Yondaime Reikage. 2. Jigokuzuki Hell Stab, a technique from the Sandaime Reikage. 3. Malleus Aquilanus, no spell incantation to use even when I looked it up. Well, read and review, people. That was my first big battle, hoped you liked it. I will update by within the weekend, see ya. Days before Kyoto. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners, please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna, Theodora, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kazumi, Evangeline, Ako, Chisame, Yuna. The rest of the unsure list. Ku Fei, she's a coin flip, let's see after a spar with Naruto. Mana, I am leaning more towards a yes. Kaide, overused too much. Chachimaru, she seems perfect for Negi, so she will probably stay with him. Let me know what you think. 0. Thanks for helping me out yesterday, said Negi to Asuna. Sheesh. You are one troublesome teacher. All right, sensei. Treat me to some coffee. Get me some too, Negi, said Naruto. Negi Aniki. I'll have an espresso, whispered Chamo. Oh, okay. Ah, that's right, Negi Aniki. About how we used the provisional contract last night. Ah, said a shocked Chibi. Yo, how's it going, Eva-chan? Hello, Evangeline-san. HMPH. I have no intention of getting along to the point to where we can cheerfully greet each other, all right. Though she did have a small blush when she looked at Naruto. Hello, Negi-sensei. Naruto-sensei. Asuna-san, said Chachimaru. I know all about it, Evangeline. You were in love with Naruto's and Negi's father, said a sly-looking Asuna. Why, you bastard, you did see my dream. Is it true, master? Hey, shut up. Take it easy, Eva-chan. It was the second time I've seen it. What do you mean, idiot? Shouted a furious Eva, wondering who showed him, but she most likely knew. Dad, of course, and the rest of all Arubra. I'll kill them all, shouted Eva in her mind. He's already dead, anyway. It was 10 years ago. The words came out of her mouth even though she didn't intend to say it out loud. Now that she had spoken that out loud, she decided to continue, missing the surprised reactions of Asuna and Negi, and he promised to lift my curse one day, too. Well, I can't blame him if he is dead, but the spell he used was very powerful, and there hasn't been anyone strong enough to lift it. That's why I have been stuck with this boring school lifestyle for the last 10 years or so. HMPH, that idiot, she thought as she sipped her cold coffee. That man was truly an idiot according to her, but a powerful idiot nonetheless. Thinking about that also made her remember the idiot's first son, who was just like him. All the while she was eyeing Naruto as she completely missed the little whispering that happened between Negi and Asuna. Evangeline-san, I too have met with my father. I too have met the Thousand Master. She heard the Booya say with utmost determination as her head turned towards him. What did you say? She asked Negi, not believing what she heard as she continued. What are you talking about? He died 10 years ago. Did you go talk to his dead body or something? No, Everyone says my father died before I was born, but, said the Booyah. She heard as the Booyah continued as how he had met him 6 years ago, a snowy night, which the Booyah referred as that snowy night, which garnered her small amount of interest. She looked at the staff he had. It did look like his father's. So, that must mean, maybe. It can't be. Are you telling me the Thousand Master is still alive? She said as her body trembled a bit along, with tears forming at the corner of her eyes. Eva-chan read the back of this and you'll know, said Naruto, throwing his pactio to Eva. She caught it and read the name on the back. Of course she knew that a pactio only works if the contractor is alive. He. Ha 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 ha. I see. So he's alive. That guy is unbelievable. I knew it. He's the sort of guy you just cannot kill. Ha ha ha. That idiot. Biwahaha. I guess no one knows if he's alive. Though, she said as she could hardly control her excitement and happiness. But this staff is our only clue, isn't it? The Booyah said, indicating the staff. Kyoto. You should go to Kyoto and see for yourself. There was a house there where he lived for a while. If the rumors of his death are false, then there might be some kind of clue there, she said to the Booyah, in hopes of finding some clue about him. Kyoto. The famous Japanese city. Where was it again? NT have the days off or travel money either. I had to pay for those uniforms and the Booyah in an excited yet panicked tone. Oh yeah, forgot Dad has a house there. Been a while since I was in Kyoto too. Wait, you've been there, Ni-san? Do you know any clues? I don't know. I usually go there to sleep when I got business in Kyoto. Everyone's sweat dropped at that. Why aren't you excited like the Booyah idiot? Don't you want to see Daddy again? Eva asked in an amused tone. Known him over half my life, Eva-chan. Just because it's Negi's dream to see him does mean it's mine. Oh, and what is your dream then? She was curious at what the idiot's dream was. To create the second generation of all Arubra, said Naruto in an excited tone. That shocked everyone but Negi and Chamo, since they knew. Eva was intrigued but also prying. It wasn't like the first group of idiots. Chachimaru processed it with interest, while Asuna had a sense of déjà vu. Since it is Kyoto, Negi doesn't have to worry about day off, said Asuna. Yes, Chachimaru said, affirming an unknown thing that had said between the two. Was the confused words which left the mouths of Naruto and Negi as to what the girls meant, and also Chamo looked confused. Meanwhile, Evangeline walked in between the two blood-related brothers to take her payment for the information. She was really tempted to make the blonde pay for the information she gave the Booyah, but decided against it as she didn't want her to be affected by the idiot's stupidity. Negi took his place behind the teacher's desk while Naruto took the additional seat which was normally arranged for him. Everyone. Next week, Class 3A will be going on a school trip to Kyoto and Nara. Negi said with a large smile on his face. Is everyone prepared? Yeah, came the unified shout of most of the girls. Naruto watched on the reactions of various girls in the class while Ayaka was busy explaining Negi the reason for choosing Kyoto and Nara over a place like Hawaii. Most of the girls seemed to be truly enthusiastic. Naruto watched as Negi along with the Narutaki twins start dancing in front of the class of how happy they were for the trip and how they wished it started at this moment. A smile spread on his face as he watched his Rother enjoying himself. As he didn't have much of an awesome childhood, he somewhat blamed his bookworm tendencies. But seconds later the classroom door opened and Shizuna entered the room, which caused the smile of his face. Negi-sensei, the principal is calling you, Shizuna said as she walked inside the class. Ah, all right, Negi said, ready to go visit the principal. The principal is calling you too, Naruto-kun, Shizuna said. Got ya, Naruto said as he stood from his seat and walked alongside Shizuna. 0 at the principal's office. 0. The school trip to Kyoto's been cancelled, shouted Negi in a horrified tone. Naruto had a few guess why but decided to let the old man do the talking. It's not cancelled yet for sure yet. It's just that they don't want you to go, said the dean. The Kyoto government office, you mean? Asked Negi, trying to understand the situation. No, how should I explain this? Said the dean with a sweat drop on the back of his head as he stroked his beard. Naruto had somewhat caught on to the scheme the old man was talking about and spoke, "It's the Kensai Magic Association." "That's who they are." Kensai Magic Association," said Negi as he turned toward Naruto with a look of confusion. Naruto looked at the old man to see him nodding, mentioning that he got it right, and to continue as he spoke, "You see, Gaki, Japanese Magical Society is divided into various magic associations for proper functioning. Out of those, Kanto and Kensai are two such magic associations. The city of Tokyo comes under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Magic Association, while Kyoto comes under Kensai Magic Association. Also, the old man here is one of the directors of the Kanto Magic Association. Also, Negi-kun, the Kensai and the Kanto Magic Associations have had a shaky relationship for a long time now," said the dean. "If I were to send in a teacher who was also a mage, they would definitely start a riot," said the dean. "You mean it's because of me?" shouted a completely shocked Negi. "Wait, keep listening," the dean said to calm Negi, which actually worked. "I want to stop the feud with the mages in the West," said the dean, which further confused Negi but clarified the suspicions of Naruto. The dean continued with his explanations nonetheless, "So I am going to send you as a special envoy. All you have to do is pass this letter to their boss. There may be danger, so stay sharp. Hopefully they will keep away from the students." Negi thought over it for a couple of seconds as he answered with a smile on his face and determination on his face, "I understand. Please leave it to me, Dean." Quote, "Ho ho ho. I like the look on that face of yours, Negi-kun. Has something happened to you since the new term began?" asked the dean. No, nothing in particular," said Negi with a face that screamed, "You caught me," as he frantically waved his left arm to indicate no, while scratched the back of his head with his right hand, which held the letter. "As that's so," said the dean with a small sweat drop on back of his head. Finally, after he calmed down, Negi realized something amiss, which he questioned about. "What about Nisan? Isn't he coming with us too?" "Yep, I am coming, Negi. Haven't been there for a while," said a happy Naruto. But you are also a mage. So wouldn't the Kensai Magic Association people object to Nisan too?" said Negi, looking a bit worried that Naruto wouldn't be there. "You forget I never went to the academy. Kensai has nothing on me since I'm not an official mage," said Naruto, as if it was the universal truth, which caused Negi to go wide-eyed. "Oh, one more thing. Kyoto is where my granddaughter Kanoka used to live. Kanoka hasn't found out you are a mage yet, has she?" asked the dean to Negi in particular, since the boy shared the dorm room she shared with Asuna. I don't think so," said Negi, completely surprised by the question. "I don't really care myself, but her parents have different ideas. If possible, don't let her find out," said the dean as he eyed Naruto. "Why, yes, I understand," said Negi, still confused. Well then, the school trip will proceed as planned. I am counting on you, Negi-kun," said the dean. "Yes, sir." Negi saluted with his enthusiasm returning as he left the room, knowing the trip to Kyoto was still on. "What has got Negi-kun to be so enthusiastic to visit Kyoto?" asked the dean. "Oh, Naruto he was certain the blonde knew about it. About that, Chibi-chan told him of the house that dad owns at Kyoto," answered the blonde. "Oh, I see," said the dean as he understood the reason for the child mage to be so enthusiastic to visit Kyoto, as he had learned that it was one of the dreams of the boy was to find his father. But there was also something which confused the old man, and that he asked the boy, "Who is Chibi-chan?" "Eva-chan," Naruto said again, as it was something the old man should have guessed, which caused the dean to crash on his desk. "Ho ho ho, I would expect nothing less from you," said the dean, to which Naruto showed his famous Springfield grin. As Naruto decided to leave and go catch on to Negi, he was stopped by the old man's voice. "I leave the safety of the students and Kanoka in your hands." "Naruto-kun, you don't even need to tell me that, old man," said Naruto. "Also telling Aishin about Kanoka learning magic," said the dean. Naruto looked back at the old man for a couple of seconds as he nodded in affirmative, and with that he left to catch up to Negi. Finally Naruto caught up with Negi, only to find the boy accompanied by Asuna and Kanoka. Also, something seemed to have garnered the interests of both Kanoka and Asuna, and that something looked like a card. "Hey guys, What are you looking at? Naruto asked. Ah. Naruto-kun, look. Negi-kun made such a beautiful card for Asuna. It looks Reika as she handed the card to the blonde. Naruto took the card and looked with a bit of sadness. The card's title, Bellatrix Societa, Wounded Warrior, and it matched his Asu-chan to a T. The sword's name, Ensi's Exercisans, complemented her magic cancel as well. Asuna, who was watching the blonde stare at the card with such an intense look, felt her cheeks redden. She had just seconds ago learned that the said card was a proof of the contract which she made with Negi last night, which had caused her to blush thinking of the kiss to some extent. Kanoka felt a pang in her heart as she watched Naruto stare with such intensity at the picture of Asuna in his hand. She knew that Naruto surely had a reason for staring at the card with such intensity, but also at the same time she couldn't stop the small amount of jealousy come up inside her against one of her best friends. Anyo, Naruto-kun, Kanoka said as she shook the blonde lightly. Oh, sorry, it's just you look great in this picture, Asu-chan. It looks like you got one now from both brothers. He quickly zipped up after that. Was the group response. Look at the back of the card with the younger you on it. She pulled it out and looked at the name and saw Naruto's name. Both Chamo and Negi were shocked. Chamo was really interested on how his second brother already had a Pactio so young. So that M means that we. Her brain was shorting out. Takamichi took care of you, but I meet you when you were a kid. It's okay if you can't remember, said Naruto. Kanoka was pouting at not knowing what was going on, but it appeared that Asuna got a card from Naruto too. She was feeling a bit jealous again, but the pouting face of Kanoka was quickly replaced by a mischievous face as she walked closer to Negi and spoke. But for Negi-kun to make such a beautiful card of Asuna and carry it around all the time, you must be. No, I'm not, shouted a red-faced Negi. All right, let's go, said Asuna as she really didn't want to talk anymore about the card. So where are you guys going? Asked Naruto. 0 at Mahora Academy Co-op Store 0. It suits you. It really does, said Kanoka as he held up a t-shirt against Negi to see the measurements, and did it suit the child mage? Kanoka-san, said Negi as he was blushing a bit as Kanoka tried various clothes for him. Ah, come on, we don't come out here every day, you know. Negi-kun, you need some cuter clothes, said Kanoka as she picked various clothes for the child teacher, causing him to blush more. Don't you think so too, Naruto-kun? Said Kanoka as she eyed Naruto from the corner of his eyes to see that he agrees with her. She is right, said Naruto as he felt a bit nervous under the stare of Kanoka. Seriously, you need to start wearing something other than those suits, which caused Negi to blush more in embarrassment and Kanoka to smile. Try these on, Kanoka said to Negi as he shoved some clothes in his hands. Oi Kanoka, don't forget to buy some stuff for yourself too, Asuna said to Kanoka with a small sweat drop on her face. Naruto had heard Chamo talking about making Kanoka Negi's partner. Naruto silently walked behind the ermine and spoke in a slightly dark tone. Say Chamo, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of ways to get Negi a Pactio with Kanoka-chan, would you? Wah, Naruto Aniki, don't scare me like that, said the ermine as he looked at Naruto. So, are you thinking about it or not? Asked Naruto. Yes, but if you want I can make a Pactio circle for you and Kanoka-ne-san, said Chamo with the shine in his eyes. Maybe, but not till she's ready, okay? Naruto said with a serious face, which scared Chamo. Finally, after couple of minutes, did Chamo regain the color of his face, after which he headed directly towards the booths where Negi. No matter what the consequences, he was going to find a way for Negi to make a Pactio with Kanoka, and he wasn't going to lose his share of 50,000 ermine dollars. Naruto decided to look around the store for the time being as Kanoka was busy looking for a bag for herself and Negi was in the changing room. As he was busy wandering around, he stumbled upon Asuna, who was currently looking at the clothes which were addressed to a mannequin. You like the dress? Said Naruto as he didn't ask it as a question, as it was already clear from her facial expression. No, said Asuna, a bit surprised by the blonde sensei standing behind her. She turned to face him and sighed. Yay, but I don't have enough money to buy it. How about I pay for the dress for you? Asked Naruto. What? No, I don't want to impose on you, said a completely surprised Asuna as she didn't think that Naruto would say such a thing. You deserve it, Asu-chan. Beside, I really want to see you in it, he said with a charming smile. Chi, thank you, stuttered Asuna as her cheeks turned red. After buying the dress similar for Asuna, the duo decided to go search for Negi and Kanoka, seeing that they had yet not arrived from their shopping. Finally they came across a changing booth from which they could hear the voice of Kanoka while Naruto also rode the faint voice of Negi in there as the two decided to peek in. Inside the booth one could see both Kanoka and Negi kissing, Kanoka kissing Negi on the cheek. Wah, it's magic, said Kanoka as she felt the magic circle activate. After the light from the magic circle disappeared, a card appeared in front of Kanoka, landing in her hands as she spoke. Yeah. It's a card of me. Naruto. Asuna and Negi closed towards Kanoka to get a good look at the Pactio card that the contract made. It was a dud card with Kanoka in a witch outfit with the text, "Careful White Mage." Ah, why is the drawing so bad? This is totally different to Asuna's card, said Kanoka with a disappointed look. It looks like it has to be a proper kiss after all, said Negi as he looked at the botched card. Really? Shouted a surprised Kanoka, knowing the reason for the bad drawing on the card. Suddenly the card in Negi's hand disappeared in thin air, surprising the child mage as he spoke. It disappeared. Seeing the card disappear, Kanoka, a flood of anime tears fell down the eyes of Kanoka as she cried for the disappearance of the card. No, okay, let's try one more time, Negi-kun, said Oka as she pinned the child mage to the wall, approaching him to get the card. Hey, calm down, Kanoka, said Asuna as she pushed the carefree mage away from the scared, surprised, blushing child mage. Tish, only on the cheek. Another failure. Just one of those Pactio cards, means 50,000 Erman dollar intermediation payment from the Erman organization, said Chamo as he looked at another botched card being created. Ho, I see, just as I thought. You were behind all this, weren't you? Said Asuna in a menacing tone as she crouched behind the rat, cracking her knuckles. Naruto had the plea, sure of watching Asuna beat Chamo with a big grin on his face. He had expected of the perv to try and get Kanoka to make a Pactio with Negi, but he didn't think he would do it so early. Drat, I wanted a card too. Kanoka threw a tantrum. Now come on, Kanoka-chan, you just can't ask Negi to make a Pactio card just because you want one, Naruto said to Kanoka in a scolding tone. Sorry, sigh. Kanoka with a sheepish smile on her face. The smile on Kanoka's face suddenly disappeared as a shocked look crossed her face because of the small slip of tongue of Naruto as she asked him in a low voice, did you say it was a Pactio card? Quote, yes, it was, Naruto said, in a huge blush to appear on Kanoka's face. And now she knows of one of the ways of making the Pactio cards which resemble the contract between a mage and their partner, thought Naruto as he kept on cursing himself. The four paid for all the stuffs they had shopped for the school trip, with the bag of Negi being the biggest ing that he was forced to buy more cute clothes to wear by Kanoka. Hey, Negi-kun, if with Naruto-kun, will I still get a card similar to Asuna? Wisp's ears as all the five were heading back to the dorms. Hi, Kanoka-san, answered Negi. Shouted Negi in surprise as it dawned upon him as to Kanoka just meant. Kanoka-san, do you like me-san? Whispered Negi, which caused Kanoka's face to turn beet red. What was that, Kanoka? Asked Asuna as she saw Kanoka and Negi whispering to each other. Kanoka turned red and said, nothing. She leaned towards Negi. It's a secret, okay, Negi-kun. Negi nodded. Even when down and out, Chamo had heard this and had a gleam in his eye, so Kanoka-ne-san has got it for Naruto Aniki. Well, either Negi Aniki or Naruto Aniki will do. The next day. The three cheerleaders, Misa, Madoka and Sakurako, were out shopping for clothes, however they kept getting distracted. They all stopped when they saw something out of the ordinary. Hey girls, isn't that Negi-sensei? Naruto-sensei and Kanoka, Misa said. The other two looked, and in fact there were the mentioned three. Kanoka was wearing a white sweater over a black dress, boots and a hat that matched her sweater. Negi was in a blue and white sweater and brown slacks. Naruto had on a dark orange long-sleeve shirt, black jeans. Negi was walking a little bit ahead of the other two. Why? Naruto and Kanoka were practically touching each other. Huh, what are they doing? Madoka asked. Hey Negi-kun, Naruto-kun, how about this one? Kanoka asked, holding up a long-sleeved shirt. That looks cute, Kanoka-san. Negi said. It really suits you. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing you in that. Naruto said, winking at her, making Kanoka blush. What is going on here? The cheerleaders thought. They huddled up together and started speculating a few things. Is that a date? Sakurako asked the other two. I know Negi-kun is too young to be dating Kanoka right now, he's just 10. Madoka said. But Naruto and his charming personality may have him and Kanoka dating. So you mean Naruto and Kanoka are dating? Sakurako said. For some reason this does not sit well with them. If they are, then why is Negi with them? Misa said. I know that Kanoka has to go to those meetings for arranged marriages set up by her grandfather. Sakurako said. So maybe Naruto had convinced Kanoka to elope with him in the future. Madoka said. That still doesn't explain why Negi-kun is with them. Misa frowned. Here is my guess, Madoka said. Since Negi lives with Kanoka, she probably mothers him, while Naruto is his big brother. So maybe they decided once they elope, Negi would be the best man or witness for the wedding. Oh my god, we have called the authorities. Misa said. You mean the staff room? Sakurako shouted. You idiot, that would get both of them fired for already planning this. Madoka asked. I finally get a day off and now, Asuna said from the other end of the phone call Misa made. Stop sleeping until noon. We've got trouble, look at this. She sent the picture of the trio. Something is wrong here. Tell me those two aren't going to elope and claim Negi as their witness. It took a moment before a reply. She didn't like it for some reason and shook her head at the thought. I'm going back to sleep. There is no way that what you said will happen. Hey Asuna, don't go back to sleep. Misa shouted. Hey girls, they're on the move again, Madoka informed them. She saw both Negi and Naruto turn around and hid in the corner. Negi-kun, Naruto-kun, is there something wrong? Kanoka asked both of her companions. Nothing, they both said at the same time. Kanoka-san, I'm sorry, but it's finally your day off and I know you'd rather spend it getting ready or the trip on the day after tomorrow, right? Negi apologized, twiddling his fingers. Well, I'm having fun since we can hang out, said Naruto. Oh my gosh. They look like a good family. Sakurako said. They might be able to pull this off. Madoka interjected. They didn't expect the class representative to ask them to stop whatever was happening over there, which the cheerleaders agreed. So each time the family went to buy something, they interrupted by buying it first. Damn, there are a lot of violent people in the city, right, Negi? Naruto commented, sweat dropped. Yes, and pretty greedy too. They bought everything we wanted. Negi responded. Well, at least we got these. They should be enough, Kanoka said, smiling. As the cheerleaders followed them, they came to the scene with Negi resting on Kanoka's lap. As she rested her back against Naruto's back. I'm so envious. Damn that Kanoka, Misa grunted. Misa, you can do that with your boyfriend anytime, Madoka deadpanned. Yeah, but we don't have a little kid to make it cute. Misa pouted. Ah, Naruto-kun, look at his sleeping face, he's still a child, isn't he? Kanoka said motherly. Yeah, Kanoka-chan, he is. Naruto said, shifting his positi. So she rested her head on his shoulder. I think you pushed him a little too far today. Well, I hope this works. She made an odd gesture and said, fatigue, go away. Naruto watched intently as he saw some magic in her finger. See, that was what magic can do, whispered Naruto, and Kanoka nodded in excitement. Kanoka blushed, looking at Naruto, wanting a Pactio too, but waited till they had some privacy. Hold it right there. The two looked at the incoming Ayaka and Asuna coming towards them. Negi is sleeping on her lap, and she's leaning against Naruto, Ayaka said, pointing at them accusingly. Kanoka, are you really going to? Asuna said, with a slight tremble in her voice, looking at how the three looked right now. Huh, did you figure it out? Naruto said. Why is everyone here? Negi asked, waking up. It seems like they found out, Negi-kun, Kanoka said. Naruto nodding behind her. I thought they'd be more surprised. Negi said. So does that mean you three are going too? Asuna said. Well, we had no choice. Naruto interjected. It may be one day early but happy early birthday Asuna-san. Negi said presenting a gift to her. Kanoka was smiling, and Naruto smiling with her. It's an organ that plays Asuna's favorite tune. Kanoka explained. Oh, we got gifts for you too. The cheerleaders said, giving her the things they bought. Thank you everyone. Asuna said, shedding tears of joy. I'm so happy. The cheerleaders tried to escape but were caught and had a verbal beating from the class rep. Later that night. Naruto walked out and headed for Negi's room and knocked lightly. And was greeted by Asuna in her pajamas. What's up, Naruto? Asuna asked tiredly. I wanted to give a different gift. Naruto said. He tossed her the wrapped present and said, I hope you like it. He then walked away. Asuna walked inside and opened it, to reveal a CD saying, Happy birthday. Asuna put it in her CD player and put on some headphones. She listened to some deep and beautiful opera songs she guessed. Unknown to her was the spell on the opera songs. As she listened to the aria she drifted to sleep dreaming about adventures with a young Naruto and a merry group of mages. They're done. Each chapter will be good too, with the race to Kyoto, monkey women, psycho lolis, and kissing games. Peace. Look, a class of Japanese schoolgirls. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Now the harem is as of now. Asuna, Theodora, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kasumi, Evangeline, Ako, Chisame, Unamana. The rest of the unsure list. Ku Fei, she's a coin flip. Let's see after a spar with Naruto. Kaide, overused too much and that's final, maybe. Chachimaru, she is with Negi but she will care for Naruto. Let me know what you think. Rays of sunlight filtered its way into Negi's, Kanoka's and Asuna's dorm. As it reached Negi's face he awoke, before his alarm clock. He stopped the alarm clock and exclaimed, Good morning. To the rest of the room. With unimaginable speeds, Negi got dressed. Yahoo! I've been waiting for this day for a long time, the day of the school trip. Asuna-san. Kanoka-san. Rise and shine. I'll rise but I won't shine. Asuna mumbled as she groggily woke up. Actually, since I'm a teacher, Negi responded. That's good, I'm going back to sleep. Asuna said. As Negi got out of the room, Asuna was helping him look nice. Do you have our guidebook? Yes. How about your passport and a change of clothes? Nice going. Mom, said Kanoka. Yes, I had everything prepared the day before yesterday. Negi said impatiently. Okay, I'm going off first. Let's get prepared too, Asuna. Kanoka said. I'll make breakfast too. That sounds great, Kanoka. As she headed back into the dorm. I've been really looking forward to this trip. I mean, I get to stay in the ancient capital of Japan for 5 days. School trips are great, Negi said as he sped through the campus. Don't get carried away, Negi Aniki. Chamo said as he appeared on Negi's shoulder. We also have to deliver that letter to the head of the Kansai Magic Association. Right, then afterwards we can go. To where the Thousand Master used to live. Negi said enthusiastically. This is going to be the busiest I will be since I started being a teacher. He spun around. Negi, you're late. Negi turned to the voice to see his brother, and he was sporting a white dress shirt with a loose black tie and jeans with his staff charm over his tie. He had his little black book and was most likely jotting down oats for some new theory he was always cooking up. Morning, Ni-san, are you excited? Naruto chuckled at his brother's actions but then turned serious. Yes, but being excited and being prepared have big differences, Negi. Don't let your excitement cause you to lose focus on the mission. That and the safety of the students come first, K. Negi nodded at his brother's words. He always gave the best at Isen when he was on a mission he got it done, at least that's what heard from Takamichi. Group -1. Misa Kakizaki, Motoka Kujimaya, Shina Sakurako. Fuka and Fumika Narutaki. Kanoka-san, Class 3A is over here. Fuka shouted out the window. The twins are sure alike. They're noisy, Misa said jokingly. Ah, come on, it's more fun that way, Motoka said. Negi-kun. Naruto-kun, the birthday party the day before yesterday was fun. Shina said. Hey, that's no fair, you got play with our senseis. Fumika pouted. It was fun, let's do it again sometime. Negi said. I look forward to next time. Naruto said with his charming smile which caused them to blush. Group 2. Satsuki Yatsuba, Masora Kasuga, Kaide Nagase, Satomi Hakase, Chao Lingshan and Ku Fei. Satsuki Yatsuba was walking around selling Nikuman as she got on the train. She sells those things everywhere, huh? Masora Kasuga, the tomboy track star of the class, said jovially. Kaide nodded as she was eating one. Do you want one too, Kasuga-san? Satomi Hakase, resident scientist of the class, asked. Masora just shook her head no. Chao Lingshan, the Chinese foreign exchange student, was looking around merrily wondering if she could use Negi to sell the meat buns in England. She also watched as Ku Fei offered Negi some food which he gently declined. Hey Chao, how much is the Nikuman? Naruto asked as he checked off each of the students. They are 120 yen a piece, Naruto-sensei, Chao replied. Can I have 4 please? Hungry much, sensei? I thought all that ramen you eat secretly was all you ate. Chao laughed as she took 4 meters. Eat buns out and accepted the money Naruto gave her. I have an addiction and I'm not afraid to admit it, but keep it quiet and I'll have 20 bowls when we get back. Naruto said, taking a bite into the food. Chao had stars in her eyes. Group 3. Kazumi Asakura, Natsumi Murakami, Chisame Hasegawa, Shizoru Naba and Ayaka Yukihiro. Natsumi entered the car looking at everything with awe. Chisame was just considering everything stupid. Asakura was busy taking pictures of everything, especially the blonde teen with a clipboard and Nikuman in his mouth who was busy checking if the people got onto the train or not. She smirked at her success. Shizoru was busy laughing at Ayaka. She's at it again. Hey Ichino, try to lower down the illegal child seduction to a minimum before lunchtime, okay? Asakura said. She was promptly ignored due to dragging Negi everywhere. I've rented out the entire green car, so let's take our time and relax there. Just the 2 of us. Ayaka said, whispering the last part. Aichino-san, I still have some work to do. Negi said, waving his arms frantically. This sent Chamo onto Naruto's shoulder. Seriously Ichino, at least let him finish his work before trying to abduct him. Naruto said, exasperated by the scene. Luckily he didn't have to do anything since Group 4 decided to come in at the time. Group 4. Akira Okochi, Mana Tatsumiya, Ako Izumi, Yuna Akashi and Meiki Sasaki. Are you guys okay? Mana asked. Ako, are you sick even before the trip starts? Akira asked, rubbing Ako's back. And no, I think I just ate too much Nikuman, Ako replied, using Yuna as support. You want me to get you water? Yuna asked. Ako nodded and Yuna bought some from the vending machine on the train. Negi-kun, do you want to hang out with us as during free activity day? Meiki questioned happily. Negi, Naruto and Chamo sweat drop at her energy. Sasaki-san, he's taken, air very busy, Ayaka replied hotly. This caused Meiki to pout and turn away. Naruto walked up to Ako and looked at her with worry. Hey Ako-chan, are you okay? Naruto walked towards the sick-looking girl and started to rub the back of her neck, which surprised all those who were present there. Meanwhile, fork ing a huge blush on Ako's face at the action. What are? Ako tried to ask but was interrupted by Naruto. Ako-chan, close your eyes and breathe slowly, said Naruto. Ako quickly did as the blonde sensei said. She felt the fingers of Naruto moving on her neck and suddenly she felt warmth spread throughout her body and all the uneasy feelings she was feeling leave her. Feeling good, said Naruto, as he removed his fingers from her neck. Why yes, Ako said with a smile on her face. Well, I hope you stay well, okay? He said after moving away from her. Wouldn't want any of my students to be hurt or sick on the trip now, right? He finished smiling at her warmly, making the blush go deeper. She nodded and left the entrance. Group 5. Nodoka Miyazaki, Haruna Saotome, Yu Ace, Asuna Kagarazaka and Kanoka Kono. This is your chance, Nodoka. Go ask him, will you go out with me on free activity day? Haruna suggested to the quiet bookworm. But, was all Nodoka could say. Come on, I don't Ink Negi-sensei would turn you down if you ask him. You just watched her friends as she sipped her juice box. Negi, did you eat properly? Asuna asked the boy. Yes, I did. Thanks for the onigiri. Thank goodness they were okay. Kanoka said. Oh hello Ichino, Naruto-kun. Yo Kanoka-chan, Asu-chan. You like my gift by the way? Naruto asked Asuna, getting the attention of those around them. Thanks Naruto, it was a nice gift. I brought it along so I can listen to it at night. Oh, so you got gift for Asuna. Where's mine? Konoka pouted and crossed her arms. I'll get you one later when it is your birthday, Konoka-chan, K. Naruto said, smirking to the girl as she beamed right back at him. You should go to your seats right now. The girls nodded and walked away, Ichino and Konoka talking about something. Naruto-ni-san, I think we are missing some people. Negi said. Let's see. Naruto and Negi looked at the clipboard only to be interrupted by a new voice. Excuse me Naruto, Negi-sensei, the voice said. The duo looked up to see a girl with ebony hair put up in a ponytail that hung to the left with the right half of her forehead covered in bangs, while the other wasn't. Your seat number 15 Setsuna Sakurazaki, and is that Zazie Rainy Day behind you? Negi asked. I am supposed to be the leader of Group 6, but since Evangeline-san and Chachimaru-san are not here, it is only me and Zazie-san. What do we do? Setsuna asked. I see that's a real problem, Negi said as he looked a bit worried, panicked and surprised. I know. Why don't you join another group? Negi said. All right, I'll assign Sakurazaki-san to Asuna-san. Can I leave Ncho-san? Said Negi as he looked at the two girls in question. No prob. Of course Negi-sensei. Oh, Sei-chan, we're in the same group. Oh, Setsuna then remembered Naruto's words to her. Yes, Kokono-chan. She said as she bowed with a red face and left. Sei-chan, Konoka said with a smile and she turned. To Naruto who gave her a wink and she blushed and followed suit with Setsuna. At one of the rooftops in Mahora Academy. I bet he's on the Shinkansen right now, said Evangeline in a bored voice, as she slumped lazily by a wall on the rooftop of the dorms. It's a shame you can't go on the school trip, master, said Chachimaru who was standing close by to her master. Hey, what do you mean, it's a shame? I wouldn't want to go on a trip with the idiot anyway, said Evangeline looking at her servant as if thinking that she was an idiot to even think that stupid thing, though the small pink tint on her cheeks contradicted what she was saying. It's looked like you really wanted to go, said Chachimaru as she wondered, was I mistaken? A tick mark developed on Evangeline's forehead, as she heard her servant point out the obvious. Adding another fact to Chachimaru's last statement, the gynoid had defeated her in a verbal conversation and it didn't bode well with her. She would one day have her revenge. But currently she wanted to know something else from her servant. Idiot. More importantly, why didn't you go yourself? You want to go, don't you? Evangeline asked Chachimaru. No, I'd rather be my master's side. As usual, answered Chachimaru and then she remembered and pulled out a letter. Master, Naruto-sensei left this for you. As she handed it to her master. What does it say? As she opened it Naruto popped up on it and it played. Hey Eva-chan, just wanted to say bye since I had to work with the Gaki early. I'll be sure to get you and Cha-chan something nice. Don't worry, I'll get you some heavy stuff since Cha-chan told me you like sake. Peace out Eva-chan, and I'll work on the seal too. He finished with a grin and salute and the message ended. Eva looked at her servant then played the letter again and had a bit of a blush as she paused at the end. She ended up keeping the letter instead of throwing it away. With Class 3A aboard the Shinkansen, the class had taken their seats as the train was about to depart. The only people to not occupy a seat in the compartment were Naruto, Negi and Shizuna as the three stood in the front of the compartment facing the students. All right, everyone, the 15th annual school trip is about to begin. Please make the most out of these 5 days and 4 nights. Negi announced with the girls. Yes, was the chorus reply from most of the girls in the compartment. Looking at the enthusiastic girls, Negi continued his speech with more excitement lacing his voice. There will be a lot of free time for the groups. So I think it'll be a fun trip for everyone. Please try not to get hurt, lost or cause anyone else any trouble. You should take all responsibility for yourselves. In particular, you should be careful and try not to get hurt. Ouch. His speech was interrupted as a food cat collided with him from behind. Hey Negi, maybe you should learn to follow your own advice before giving it to someone else. Naruto said in a playful tone but loud enough for all the girls to hear, as many of the girls couldn't help but laugh at the playful joke. Sheesh. Is he going to be okay? thought Asuna in between her laughter. Shizuna went next to give her speech, and as Negi she advised the girls to be cautious and safe and to have fun. She also mentioned that they behave properly, since their behavior would reflect the thoughts of the locals about Mahora Academy. Naruto just said to have fun, don't cause any fires. Naruto took a nap so he wouldn't be tired during the patrols he knew were going to happen. Ninja training. Some habits just don't break. He got about 30 minutes until AACK. He immediately shot up with a tri-prong kunai in hand to see a multitude of frogs. What's with all these frogs? Egi shouted as he attempted to catch some frogs. They all just appeared like magic. Asuna shouted, helping out. Sensei, we've managed to get most of the frogs. Kufei said. Shizuna sensei fainted. Meiki called out. Someone bring her to the health committee officer. Ichino, take an emergency roll call, Negi commanded. The health officer has fainted too. Asuna cried out. Here, give them to me. Naruto said, walking up to them. I'll take care of them. What happened? Shizuna groggily asked. Did I have a fainting spell again? Akko too seemed dazed. You two fainted due to the multitude of frogs. Naruto answered as he used a small healing spell. You two rest. Me and Negi got this, okay? Naruto instructed as the two nodded and fell asleep. He looked up in time to see the letter Negi was supposed to deliver being taken by a bird, and then he saw Negi giving chase. He followed them and reached the end of the train. Naruto saw Setsuna in the back of the train with the letter. He saw on the floor a piece of paper in the shape of a bird split in two. Shikigami. Why the hell would one be here? Naruto thought. You dropped this, Setsuna said to Negi. My all-important letter, Negi exclaimed. Thank you. You should be careful, sensei, especially when we reach the other side. Setsuna said as she walked away. Ni-san, what are you doing here? Wanted to see if you needed help. Naruto replied, looking at Setsuna's retreating form. She might be a spy from Kyoto. I mean, look at the paper, it's in the shape of bird that took the letter. She must have been the one controlling it. What? First Evangeline-san and now her. What am I going to do? Negi asked mouth agape as he stared at his student. Easy there, you two, she's an ally. Both looked at him questioningly. She's Kanoka-chan's guardian sent to protect her by her father, so no stupid spy theories, we don't need that now. Let's get back and see if the others are better, said Naruto as the two nodded. A few hours later. We'll be arriving in Kyoto shortly. Please ensure that you do not forget any personal belongings, announced a voice from the intercom. The announcement from the intercom made all Saint Udents stop their games and in some cases hair beauty sleep to start preparing to leave the train. Naruto walked around helping girls around with bringing down their luggage from the luggage compartment. While Negi announced to everyone to get ready to disembark the train. Thanks, Naruto-kun, Yuna said kindly as the blonde sensei handed her bag to her. It's nothing, just trying to help my students out, Naruto said with a smile which caused a small blush to spread on Yuna's cheeks, though neither of them noticed it. Naruto then walked over to help the twins with their luggage as they seemed to be having the most trouble. While he was doing that, he turned his attention over to Negi, who as usual didn't understand what was to be said at what time. A chuckle left his mouth as he saw the LD sensei trying to wiggle his way out when Kanoka, who seemed to have heard his announcement about finding their dad. The train finally reached Kyoto and the first to step out of the train were Naruto, Negi and Shizuna, followed by a horde of Class 3A as they rushed out of the Shinkansen. The group finally arrived at their first destination, that being the Kiyomizu Temple, which is an independent Buddhist temple in Kyoto and is a part of historic monument of ancient Kyoto and UNESCO World Heritage Site. The moment they reached the Kiyomizu Temple, where all the girls along with the three teachers gathered together for a group picture, with Naruto standing in between Shizuna and Setsuna as he nudged his sword-wielding girl closer to Kanoka. After the picture, Class 3A went into the temple and began exploring it, with Naruto and Negi joined them and Shizuna left to check on the other classes. Kyoto, Sakurako yelled energetically, pumping her fist to the air while a few others cheered along. This must be that place where YRD about this, Yuna said. Someone try jumping off, Fuka said. All right then, Kaide volunteered. Stop that, Ayaka yelled. What stressful people, thought Chisame. This is the Kiyomizu main temple's famous Kiyomizu stage, isn't it? Yu asked no one in particular. Yes, it is, Naruto answered as he had a smile on his face at the antiques of the girls and D then went on to give a brief history of the place. Kiyomizu Temple was founded in the early Heian period. The temple dates back to 778, and its present buildings were constructed in 1633, during a restoration ordered by the Tokugawa Iemitsu. There is not a single nail used in the entire structure. It takes its name from the waterfall within the complex, which runs off the nearby hills. Kiyomizu means clear water, or pure water. It was originally affiliated with the old and influential Hasso sect dating from Nara times. However, in 1965 it severed that affiliation, and its present custodians all themselves members of the Kitahasso sect. Oh, was the only word that left the mouths of the girls and Negi as they heard the info and nods from a couple of girls who knew the information. Naruto is smart, Hu Fei decided to point out. Duh, he is a teacher after all. All teachers are smart, said Maki. Actually it's on this pamphlet they were giving out, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile on his face and everyone's sweat dropped. This is Kiyomizu main temple's famous Kiyomizu stage, isn't it? Yu stated plainly as she sipped another weird juice from a box. They use it for dancing and enacting no plays in honor of the Buddhist god Kanon-sama. It's listed as a national treasure now. This is where the famous phrase, "I'm going to jump off the Kiyomizu stage," came from. During the Edo period, there were 234 recorded cases of people actually jumping off. The survival rate was 85%, surprisingly high, isn't it? Said Yu with a small hint of excitement could be seen in her voice. Whoa, she's a freak, Yuna said in stunned belief while Chao and Negi were awed by learning the new information. It can't be helped. Haruna laughed as she answered, Yu really loves those statues of Buddha from the shrines so. What a nice weather, Madoka said as she felt the gentle breeze. You're right, hey, Asakura, you should take a picture of this. Misa said also feeling the weather. Already did, Kazumi called out as she was busy snapping pictures of the scenery. Amazing, you can see the whole city from up here. Negi shouted in amazement as he watched the view from the railing. Yep, you got that right, Naruto said as he leaned on the railing. The calm expression on the blonde's face along his blonde hair being swayed by the gentle wind caused the faces of all the girls to heat up. Hey Negi, it's okay to have fun, but don't fall over the side. Asuna scolded as she controlled the BLUSH on her face seeing Negi hanging by the railing. I'm so glad Negi-sensei is enjoying himself, Ayaka said with a fond glance at said boy. Ah, this breeze does feel nice, Akira said as by now she, too, had controlled the blush on her face and was enjoying the gentle wind. Oh, that's right, if you go a little further from here, there's a fortune-telling place for your love life. It's very popular with the ladies, Yu said as she was certain the class would love to know about it. Maki eyes lit up at that piece of information. Love fortune-telling, Ayaka asked excitedly as she quickly grabbed Negi. Well then, let's go together Negi-sensei. Oh, okay, Negi stuttered. Ah, I want to go too, Maki said cheerfully. Naruto saw some of the girls sprinting and was wondering what was up. What are they doing? He asked Yu. Ichino, Maki and Nodoka are trying to get from this rock to the other, Yu said. Why is that? Superstition has it that those who could make it from one stone to the other without looking they will find success in love. He continued to follow the group to the famous waterfall. So Yu, which one is which? Naruto asked next to the girl. From right to left it is health, career and marriage, Yu explained as she still sipped on her juice. Naruto watched as majority of the class was making a mad dash to the last fall as they wanted something from the marriage one. Naruto whistled. Damn, are it desperate or something? The girls who weren't getting from the waterfall just shrugged in unison. Anikis, I think we have a problem, Chamo stated. The Akers looked and saw the girls who were drinking from the falls on the floor. Senseis, I think they are drunk, Yu stated. What? Both of them shouted. Negi went to the roof of the shrine and saw a machine. Who in the world would pump sake into the falls? Is that wine I smell? An elderly sensei from Mahora asked. Ah, Nita-sensei. Naruhiko-sensei. That is just non-alcoholic wine, Asuna covered. Yu was slapping the hell out of Ayaka trying to get her up, while other students were helping the drunken ones. Naruto stood back, watching the scene. He turned up to see Setsuna on the roof. And they seemed to have a non-verbal discussion as they looked at each other. They nodded and did what was needed at the time for the class. At the hotel, Naruto, Negi, and Chamo were discussing what was going on, and Naruto had to shoot down all of Chamo's Setsuna is evil theories. Negi, Naruto, Asuna called as she entered the room. We put the drunken girls in their rooms so they can sleep, but tell me what is going on here. So Negi got into explaining what has happened and what he is going to do there. Naruto decided to stay out of the conversation. So there is weird magic association from Kansai attack you. Hi, another magical disaster by you seems to have followed you, Negi. I'm sorry, Asuna-san. I guess you want my help, huh? Don't worry, I got your back. I'm guessing Naruto does too, she said, shooting a glance at the blonde who smiled at her, and she blushed at it. Sure, Su-chan, all the training I've been giving you should be put to good use here if I think how this will go down. What do you mean about that, Naruto Aniki, and what training? Asked Chamo, and Negi nodded to this. Well, when Negi ran away during the Eva incident, Naruto trained me and still does on how to fight and use the Pactio card we apparently made. I'm still waiting for an explanation that too. She was red in the face as she said it and turned her head so they couldn't see it. In time, Asu-chan. You, me and Michi will talk about it, K. He asked, hoping to avoid it, and she nodded to it and he sighed in relief. Now the letter is important. Put if my hunch is correct, we should focus our defenses on Kanoka-chan. They all looked at him in shock. But Ni-san, why? Kanoka-chan has some major magical power that's the greatest to exist in a long time, and there are people who would abuse this power or harm her to use it. So that is why she doesn't know about magic. Which was stupid. That shocked them even greater. So, what, Kanoka is a mage too? Great, what next? I'm a princess. Asuna said with a snorted while Naruto was panicking at that and stirred the conversation away from the no topics for now. We'll talk about it more later. I'm going to take the bath. You should take one too, Negi. He said, walking away. Negi, we'll talk when we have free time. Asuna then took a whiff of the boy. And Naruto is right, you do need a bath. Negi laughed, embarrassed that he smelled baths. Damn, we need to get to Aishin's quick. My senses are going berserk, and if Negi attracts trouble like I do, then I don't even want to think about it. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone open the door. Must be another teacher, he said under his breath. He turned around, but then hid behind a rock. Inside the bath with him was a naked Setsuna. Kami, I wonder if this is how Ero Sennin felt when he was. No, do not embrace the pervert. You are not like him or J. Canal, you have a Su-chan. As Naruto was conflicting with his inner Say, as a mage I will need to take action. But I know Naruto said he was making plans, so I shouldn't think it over too heavily, but if I don't find out what he's planning I won't be able to prepare. Troublesome. Setsuna pondered as she paused in her bath. Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little as he heard Shikamaru's term. Who's there? Show yourself. Whoa, easy Setsuna-chan, it's be your charming blonde sensei. Put the sword down. As he held his up in surrender. Sensei, what are you? But she stopped mid-sentence and saw his towel fell off, and she was him. What the hell, it's huge. Screamed Setsuna in her mind as she had a full body blush. Naruto saw her line of sight and decided to have some fun with the stoic girl. Setsuna, you pervert. If you wanted to see something, go on the internet. I will not be seen as a sex object, I'm a human being. He said as he covered himself and saw her freaking out that she was looking and was apologizing with her sword in hand. Man, she's fun to tease, file that for later. As this was going on, Negi and Chamo entered. Naruto, Ni-san, I was looking for you. Negi said from water. He stood up to face his brother when he saw him with Setsuna. Negi got out his wand and pointed it at Setsuna. Get away from her, Ni-san. Yeah, she's been a spy from the Kansai Magic Association. Chamo shouted as he landed on Negi's head. That's not true, sensei. Setsuna shouted at the ermine and boy. What's not true? You better fess up, we're on to you. Chamo insisted. Chamo, I said she's with us. Naruto sighed. Hi, I am not your enemy. Setsuna Sakurazaki, I'm an ally to senseis. Negi and Chamo exclaimed. I told you so. Naruto gloated, poking Chamo in his chest. What do you mean by that? Negi asked. I am Konoka Ojou Sama's. Setsuna was interrupted by a scream coming from the changing rooms. As that? Naruto asked. That scream, it's Konoka-san. Negi said. Konoka Uho-sama. Setsuna asked worriedly. Could the Kansai Magic Association be on the move to capture Konoka Ojou-sama right now? Ojo-sama. The child and Ermin kept wondering why she called Konoka that. Ojo-sama. Setsuna rushed out the onsen with her nodashi in hand. Well, ain't she a firecracker? Naruto commented as he too followed her out. Ni-san. Setsuna-san, wait for me. As Negi ran after them. End scene. Now I have a gift to give you guys, a preview of one of the pet projects I'm doing. Deeper, deeper. Deeper she sank into the lake the mob of her attackers had thrown her into. Why? I've done nothing to them and yet I'm going to die, she thought as she sank even deeper into the lake. Bubbles escaped her mouth and her eyes glazed over as she was losing consciousness. This was Uzumaki Naruto in what may be her last moments in her short 4-year-old life. Suddenly, why her eyes opened and they held pure determination as she tried to swim, but she was in such pain she could barely move. I would die, not like this. Hokage. I need to be Hokage like Gigi and be a ninja, she thought as she fought the pain, but it was too much for her as she made it up somewhat, but her body gave out from her. The last of the bubbles escaped her mouth as she fell asleep. A wisp in water surrounded her and made an air bubble around her. A woman floated over to her. This woman looked at her as if examining her. Such a strong spirit in one so young. For her to lose her life so early would be nothing more than tragic. She reminds me much of Arturia, strong-willed, noble in heart, and carrying a beast of power from birth. Oh my, she is a child of the whirling tides. I thought they were all gone. Interesting. Maybe it is time for a new hero of legend to rise. She giggled, its sound that of an angel to those who could hear it. It is time for the sword to reappear in this war-torn world. And why not the child of prophecy to wield it, as I'm sure there could be no better. Yes, Arturia, your legacy will continue as this child will be a king. A king like you and yet not like you. The child who will save this world and bring peace. It seems I will be busy. Probably the most fun I will have in centuries. I, the Lady of the Lake, will give you guidance, young Uzumaki. I, as your family, was the only other than Arturia to hold my blessing, and so shall you, my future king of knights among the shinobi. She whispered as she brought her to the surface where the sun was due. Saint rising and a new day came as a legend was in the making. Naruto Fate Stay Night Crossover. Insert awesome title here, coming soon to a monitor near you. R&R people, peace. Ooh, take the monkey and run. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners, please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. I wanna maybe change the harem to at most 9 girls. Tell me if I should or not. Asuna Theodora Setsuna Konoka Kazumi Evangeline Ako Chisame Unimana. The rest of the unsure list. Ku Fei, she's a coin flip, let's see after a spar with Naruto. Kaide, this one is up to you. Cheerleader trio, up to you guys, yes or no? Either one or all of them. Chizuru, let me know what you think. As the three ran down the hallway, Naruto felt a bit of a draft and he looked down. I knew I was forgetting something. And as they were running he saw a maid with a pile of towels and sped past and grabbed one. He in fact grabbed it so quickly that he didn't. TC they made collapse from a nosebleed. Ah, Sei-chan, Naruto-kun, Negi-kun, don't look. Konoka cried. Naruto had the decency to look away at the moment. Naruto also felt killing intent coming fr. Own Setsuna and saw her holding up her blade with a look of fury in her eyes. What are you perverted monkeys think you are doing to Ojou-sama? Setsuna threatened. Hey Sakurazaki-san, is that a real sword? Asuna asked surprised. Yes, don't attack them. They're just poor monkeys. Negi stopped her from doing anything by latching himself onto her body. These are all just low-level shikigami. They will only turn to paper if I cut them up. Setsuna explained. A monkey had snuck up on them and stole Setsuna's towel, causing her and Negi to fall. Negi was on the floor and looked up to see a good view of Setsuna's lower region. Asuna could only stare in shock at what happened. She also heard Naruto grumble something along the lines of, "Damn lucky little bastard. Hey, the monkeys are getting away with Kanoka," Asuna stated, pointing at the door. Naruto summoned a kunai from his pocket space and leapt forward, holding it in a reverse grip. Setsuna hopped from the floor and away from Negi, also charging the door. Naruto landed in front of the monkeys while Setsuna was behind them. Shinmei Ryu's secret technique, Hyakuretsu Kazan 100 Strike Cherry Blossom Slash. She spun in a circle and sliced up all the monkeys. As he slashed their heads at a bit of a faster pace, changing them back into pieces of paper. Setsuna then caught Kanoka in her arms. "That was close," Naruto said, frowning. "I agree, Naruto-sensei," Setsuna replied. "Kanoka-san, are you alright?" Negi shouted as he and Asuna got closer. As he drew closer, he felt a presence in the trees, as did Naruto. Negi looked at the trees but saw nothing. However, Naruto reacted differently. He used his kunai and threw it at the spot he felt the person, but was met with the sound of metal meeting wood. "Damn, they got away," Naruto and Setsuna thought at the same time. "Sei-chan," Kanoka said from her position. "Was I attacked?" Setsuna blushed and promptly dropped Kanoka in the water and ran away. Naruto, Negi, and Asuna gained a rather large sweat drop at the scene. "Kanoka-san, just who is Setsuna-san?" Negi questioned, waving his arms frantically. "Why does she call you Ojou-sama? Did something happen before with Sakurazaki-san?" Asuna asked. Kanoka answered her and told her about her past with Setsuna with a sad look and asked Asuna if they could finish their bath. Naruto then whispered to Kanoka to keep her wand with her at all times, and she nodded to her teacher. 0 Hotel Lobby 0. Kanoka-san looked so depressed. "So," Negi said. "Lonely." "Yeah, the Coffinitely not make that sort of face," Asuna said. Naruto sighed as he walked with them. "You guys need to remember that even one as cheerful as Kanoka-chan can get sad. Hopefully by the end of this trip those two will be good friends again." The two redheads nodded and continued to walk with Naruto down the hallway to make sure everyone was going to sleep. "All right, everybody, lights out. Back to your assigned rooms," Negi said to the few girls wandering the hall. As some of the girls went back to their rooms, Kaide walked up to the group. "You two must be tired, senseis. Luckily it's a pretty quiet first night on the trip." "Well, the girls are passed out from the wine." Negi laughed. "They'll be fine in the morning," Naruto said, smiling at the ninja. "Yes, but tomorrow night will be different. But there seems to be trouble brewing again. Call me if you feel you need it," she whispered to Negi. "I might call Nagase-san," Negi said enthusiastically. "Yes, that would be nice, Kaide-chan," Naruto said, winking at the girl as she in turn gave a smile. This did not sit well with Asuna for some reason. The trio walked into the lobby, seeing placing pieces of paper around the area. "Setsuna-san, what are you doing?" asked Negi. "Ah, Negi-sensei, Naruto-sensei, Kagarazaka-san," Setsuna said from her place on a stool. In her hand was a piece of paper she was placing over the door. "I'm placing barriers to ward off Shikigami." The group then sat in the lounge waiting for Setsuna to come over. "So Setsuna-san, you know Japanese magic too?" Negi asked curiously. "Yes, it complements my sword skills," Setsuna answered as she fixed the papers on the desk. "Can I look at those, Setsuna-chan?" Naruto asked, indicating the papers. "I just want to see something." "Hi, Naruto-sensei." Setsuna then gave Naruto the stack and he rifled through them. As he went through them, a smirk appeared on his mouth. "I must say this is very nicely done, Setsuna-chan, though I would say if make a small change on this line and change it from going vertical to diagonal, it would increase its power a bit more, but..." "That's just me," said a very engrossed Naruto as he studied the seal. "Amazing. You're right, Naruto-sensei. I seem to have forgotten how well you are in Eastern magic from your reputation among them," said an odd Setsuna as she changes the seal a bit. "What do you mean, Sakurazaki-san?" asked a confused Asuna. "Naruto-sensei is highly respected from his knowledge on Eastern seals and Western runes. I believe there was an article about it among the wizarding community for his knowledge on combining the two," said Setsuna. Asuna was shocked. She knew Naruto was strong, but to hold a high level of respect as well, what wasn't Naruto good at? Negi smiled at his brother as it made him want to push himself further to be like him. Chamo just nodded as he had heard many things about Naruto over the years. Naruto blushed a bit from the praise and scratched the back of his head. The attacks of the enemies seemed to be growing. Sooner or later Konoka Ojo-sama will be in the crossfire too. We have to come up with some countermeasure for this. Setsuna planned. Negi-sensei, I heard you are one of the most talented Western mages, can you think of anything? The enemies seem to be getting confident since our counter-attacks seem to be ineffective. At least we have Naruto-sensei to help us. She looked to Naruto who smiled at her and Setsuna blushed a bit and turned her head away from him. Sorry I'm not a fool yet. Negi said embarrassedly. So you really are on our side huh? Chamo said. Told you. Naruto smirked. Setsuna-chan, tell them what we're up Agai. NST since I have some experience against Eastern mages. Hi Naruto-sensei. We are going against Yin-Yang charm users. They are a subdivision within the Kansai Magic Association. Long ago they were said to be the ones who had established independent magic in Japan. Like all mages they are vulnerable when chanting their spells, very much like you Negi-sensei. Just like you have partners, they have guardians. They are spirit warriors called Zenki and Goki, offensive demon and defensive demons. As long as their guardians are around we cannot touch the spellcaster themselves. They sound pretty strong. Negi said. That is not all. They were deeply tied in with the Kyoto Shinmei Ryu. The organization used to protect the capital by destroying demons. They were also accompanied by the Cha users making a very strong combination. That sounds bad for us doesn't it? Asuna said sweat dropping. So we have the Shinmei Ryu or our opponents too? Naruto asked with a smirk. It has been a while since he fought one. Yes you can say that, Setsuna sighed. They would consider me a traitor for leaving Kyoto. But I wanted to protect Konoka Ojo-sama and that is all that matters. As long as I can help her out I am satisfied. She felt a hand on her head and saw Naruto smiling down on her. It's good to see you wanting to protect Konoka-chan. Naruto smiled. You got my support Setsuna-chan. Right. Seeing as you don't really hate Konoka I'm glad. A friend of a friend is a friend right? Asuna said joining Naruto. Naruto-sensei, Kagarazaka-san. Negi ran up and grabbed the groups and put them into a pile. As of now 3A's guardian angels are formed. We will protect the group the class from the Kansai Magic Association. Naruto flicked Negi in the head. Ni-san what was that for? That's a stupid name. Naruto shouted. I swear you got dad's bad taste in naming stuff. But I like it, Ni-san. Negi whimpered. The two continued to argue over the name of the group as the two girls watched. Are they always like this Kagarazaka-san? Setsuna looked at Asuna. Yep, it's nice to see them like this. Asuna shook her head with a small smile. Asu-chan Setsuna-chan, Negi and I are going out on patrol outside. Naruto said walking outside with Negi. You girls handle the rooms. The girls nodded and turned inside. Aniki, did you bring your cards? Naruto heard Chamo ask when he caught up with the two. Yes why? Negi said. It is a good time for me to teach you how to actually use those cards. Chamo explained. Naruto wasn't looking where he was going and bumped into a cart of towels. Oh I'm so sorry let me help you out. Naruto apologized as he grabbed some towels and helped the lady. No I should be sorry sir, I wasn't looking where I was going. The lady replied. After helping her out he went to Negi. They didn't get to hear the lady comment on how Negi was a cute little mage, and Naruto is a hot teen, as monkeys appeared on her shoulder. 0 Group 5's Room 0. Asuna and Setsuna reached Group 5's sleeping quarters. Haruna, Nodoka and Konoka were already sleeping peacefully on the floor while you had passed out on the chair. Well it seems like everyone fell asleep before me. Asuna looked at the other girls with a large sweat drop. I'm going to patrol the hallways, Setsuna said. Let's switch shifts later on okay. Asuna yawned, she stretched her arms above her head and made her way deeper into the room. I'll keep a watch on Konoka. Setsuna nodded her head in a small bow. Thank you, I'll be going now. Ah who is it? Asuna. Konoka sounded slightly dazed, likely from having just woken up. She rubbed her eyes cutely before blinking and looking over at Asuna. Konoka. Sorry did I wake you? Asuna asked. Kanoka shook her head tiredly before getting up, startling the orangutan. Kanoka, where are you going? Bathroom. Asuna's sweat dropped at the response. Well, okay, if you got to go, ya got to go. Kanoka moved towards the bathroom lazily. She was still a little tired thanks to all that had happened today. Yawning a bit, she opened the door and was surprised to see a giant monkey inside. I'm still using it, the lady in the monkey costume said. She then put handkerchief on Kanoka's mouth, drugging her. Just kidding. She dragged Kanoka into bathroom and shut it. Asuna was worried since it had been a few minutes since Kanoka went to the bathroom. She's taking pretty long time in the bathroom. I have to use the bathroom too. Oak up. The vertical challenged girl walked over to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Hey Kanoka, are you done yet? Sorry, still using it. Kanoka replied from the bathroom. It was just a few seconds later that Setsuna came bustling in through the door. Kagarazaka-san, where is Kanoka Ojou-sama? She's in the bathroom. Asuna answered distractedly. She said quietly since you was jumping around, waiting to use the bathroom. How long has it been? Setsuna asked with a frown. 10 minutes. Yu grunted, struggling to maintain herself and keep from peeing on the floor. We both drank from the spring earlier, just please make her hurry up. Kanoka, you are in there right? Asuna asked. She knocked on the door several times. I'm still using it, was the reply. Kanoka-san, whatever you are doing, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Yu said, banging on the door. I'm still using it. Yu face faulted. I'm approaching my limit. Yu mumbled towards the door. Something doesn't seem right. Setsuna narrowed her eyes. I agree, said Asuna. Then there was a loud bang. Looking over towards the door, they saw that Yu had literally kicked it open. And inside the room was no Kanoka, just a seal that kept repeating, I'm still using it. Both Asuna and Setsuna gaped. We've been tricked. What? I don't care what the hell you girls do. Just let me use the damn bathroom. Yu booted both girls out of the room and slammed the door shut in their faces. Zero back with Negi, Naruto, and Chamo Zero. Negi looked at the card he was holding in awe. Chamo had just explained to him how to use the Pactio card properly. Try it out, Negi Aniki. Chamo suggested. Okay, I think I'll it to speak with Asuna-san telepathically. Negi said with a bright smile on his face. Bringing the card up to his ear like a cell phone, the redhead began to speak. Hello Asuna-san, how come I can't hear her voice? As Negi was trying to get his card to work, which he couldn't understand why it wasn't, his cell phone went off. Putting the phone to his ear, he was just about to say hello when Una's shouting voice came over to him from the receiving end. Negi, we got trouble. Kanoka's been kidnapped. What should we do? What mage uses a cell phone? Cried Chamo as anime tears poured down his eyes, and Naruto raised his hand and caused Chamo to cry more. Kidnapped, shouted Negi. By who? I don't know. Just then Chamo spotted a figure coming towards them from the sky, overshadowing the moon. Anikis, what's that? He asked, pointing to the figure as it came down. The figure landed in front of them with a loud crash, and Negi, Naruto, and Chamo saw that it was a lady with glasses in a monkey suit. A lady with glasses in a monkey suit holding an unconscious Kanoka. Monkey, Era, the monkey said, I ran into you just then. You're the cute little mage and his hot teen brother. Kanoka-san, Negi shouted when he noticed who the woman was holding. Hold it right there, Monkey Ne-san. She failed to comply and looked like she was about to take off again, so Negi began chanting a spell. Ross telephone Moss Scir, only to be interrupted by a swarm of monkeys that made to restrain him and preventing him from finishing his chant. Naruto was destroying them as fast as possible to get to Negi. He was saved by Setsuna and Asuna, who helped Naruto after finding them soon after. Setsuna managed to cut down the monkeys left and right with her blade, while Asuna hit a few really hard with her gauntlets and sent them sailing. Unfortunately, the woman with Kanoka got away. Ah, Setsuna-san, Asuna-san. Thank you for saving me. But we have to go after Monkey-san. She has Kanoka-san. Right, Asuna said. We need to catch up to that monkey woman and rescue Kanoka Ojou-sama. Right, Negi and Asuna agreed. Naruto nodded and started to run ahead. With their decision made, the Ri quickly took off after the monkey woman following Naruto. Hoo, so he's a Western mage huh? The woman in the monkey suit laughed as she ran through the streets. He didn't seem like anything special, and that other one. Naruto. He might be trouble. A cruel smirk came to her face. Once I bring Konoka Ojoyu-sama back with me, the Kensai Magic Association will stop you. The monkey man looked back and her eyes widened in surprise. Chasing after her was Negi, Naruto, Asuna and Setsuna. Oujo-sama. Konoka. TCH. The monkey woman as she turned back around to focus on where she was running. What a bunch of persistent brats. Looking ahead she smiled as she ran into the train station. This is bad, really bad. Negi said as she saw where she was going. Monkey Ne-san is escaping into the train station. Asuna growled. Just who the hell is in that monkey suit anyways? It's probably a charm user of the Kensai Magic Association. Setsuna answered, not even bothering to turn her head as she spoke. All that was on her mind was catching up to that woman and keeping Konoka safe. As they ran into the train station and jumped over the token booth as they rushed after the woman in the monkey suit, Setsuna added. That suit she's wearing is likely no ordinary monkey suit either. It's probably been enhanced with magic. Be on your guard. The other three acknowledged her words with a nod, but didn't say anything as they continued running. However, as they moved through the station, Asuna began to notice something unusual. There's something strange going on here, she muttered as she looked around the interior of the station. Even if we take into account that it's past midnight, there should still be some passengers around here, or at least a couple of staff members. That's because that woman has set up a charm of warding. Setsuna answered. Normal people won't even be able to come near here. They soon caught up to the monkey woman. She was just entering a compartment on one of the still trains. The group quickly followed her and made it not a moment too soon as the doors slammed shut behind them. Awa, we made it, Asuna shouted, and then sweat drew. PPED as she saw Negi's robes had gotten stuck in the door. Really? She sighed, grabbing the brat by the hand and pulling him out. Meanwhile Setsuna was already racing down the compartment. Let's RRY and follow her into the next compartment. Wait for us, Setsuna-san. Negi shouted as he was pulled free. He, Naruto, and Asuna quickly followed after her, running into the next compartment. Wait, the monkey woman turned and saw them, a frown on her face before it changed into a smirk. Hoo, I guess it's time for me to use my second charm-chan. A monkey appeared on Konoka and began waving a piece of paper about as the woman chanted. Charm-san, facilitate my escape. Water flew out of the paper, a large torrential wave that smashed into the group. This not only made it impossible for them to move forward, but the water was also filling up the compartment at a rapid rate. It wasn't long before the entire compartment was filled with water. Ho, the woman laughed from outside of the compartment. During her spell the monkey woman had slipped out the door. You can all drown in this wagon. Bye. Negi grimaced as he tried to use his magic. However, every time he tried to cast a spell, water would fill up his mouth and he would be forced to close it. To make water appear in an instant like that, he thought to himself as he tried to think of a way out of this predicament. What powerful magic! Asuna was in much the same position, only worse. She was floating upside down, and because she was wearing a yukata she had gone commando. Now she was regretting it. I can't swing my sword with all this water. Setsuna though through gritted teeth. She couldn't help but wonder if this would be the end. Was this as far as she could go? Was this the limits of her strength? And what about Konoka? No, I must be stronger for Ojoyu-sama. She thought determinedly. Ha! Naruto shouted as he destroyed the train's rear door with a ki-enhanced punch. All of the weight soon left the compartment and the group took in the air that they were Deo. Let's go, Naruto said as he ran. Everyone followed him and Negi asked a question. Setsuna-san. He called out. What exactly is going on here? I know that they would try to sabotage me to keep me from delivering my letter. But why would they kidnap Konoka-san? Setsuna's eyes looked back, but she did not turn as they continued running. The truth is, before this all started there were some members of the Kensai Magic Association who did not approve of Konoka Ojoyu-sama leaving for Mahora in the east. It's most lick. Ely that they want to use Kanoka Ojo Sama's powers in order to gain complete domination of the Kensai Magic Association. It was a shocking revelation for Negi and Asuna, Naruto just growled. Both the dean and I hadn't taken them very seriously however, and it seems we are paying for our mistakes. I didn't think they would stoop to kidnapping someone in the middle of a school trip, but the Kensai Magic Association is not above contracting people for underhanded dealings. It's not all that surprising that they're engaging in a forceful operation. Setsuna, Naruto called from his spot next to her. When she looked at him the blonde pointed up ahead. Look, she did and her eyes narrowed. It's another charm of warding. That means they must have this out from the beginning. Naruto nodded. We need to hurry. Hurry they did. The group ran out of the train station and soon found themselves at a set of stairs that led to the outside. The woman in the monkey suit was now out of said monkey suit and in a pair of maintenance worker overalls, a skirt, thigh-high socks and collared shirt. Hoo, you've done well in following me this far. The woman smirked at the group. Asuna gaped. She took off the monkey suit. That's right, but that is as far as you go. The monkey woman said. I'll have you deal with the third of my charms. Setsuna rushed the woman, hand on her sword and tried to get to her. However, before she could the woman threw the charm and it exploded into flames creating the kanji for great. Chew on this. Third charm technique. Kyoto. Die. Character burn. Setsuna closed her eyes waiting for the flames to come but nothing happened. Looking in front of her she gaped as she saw Naruto with a scroll opened and absorbing the flames. What? Did you really think a mediocre charm user like you could beat me? Asked an amused Naruto as the monkey woman snarled at him. Negi reaching into his robes he pulled out his pactio with Asuna. Sis mea pars per nonagenta secundas. Ministra Negi Kagurazaka Asuna. Naruto did not however invoke his contract since he wanted to see how Asuna did after some of his lessons. Asuna felt the flow of magic going through her and got ready for battle. Naruto. Negi, Sakurazaki-san. Let's go. Right. Setsuna shouted in surprise. The four rushed up the stairs towards the monkey woman, who narrowed her eyes at their approach. What was that light just now? Are those two girls partners that I heard Western mages have? Negi Aniki. Chamo shouted. Use it now. Right. Asuna-san, I'm going to bring out your personal artifact. Please take it. A weapon. I get another weapon. Wondering if it was going to be like the one she has on from Naruto. Alright, then give it to me. And so Negi did exactly that. Holding out the card and shouting out his chant. There was a brief flash of light in Asuna's hands and before she knew it her weapon had appeared in her grasp. Only it wasn't a weapon, it was a horizon. What the hell is this? It's just a normal fan. Asuna shouted in disappointment. She had been hoping for something cool like with her gauntlets. Not a normal horizon. Damn, I guess there's no helping it. Fine then, here I go. Asuna and Setsuna both leapt into the air with a battle cry. The pair swung out their respective weapons towards the monkey woman, however, before they could hit the woman two large creatures appeared. A bear and a monkey, to block their respective attacks. What the hell is this? Shouted Asuna in surprise. It's like I told you. Setsuna said. They must be her Zenki and Goki. They may look weak on the outside but you must be careful, they're a lot tougher than they look. Fu. The monkey woman laughed as she hefted Kanoka over her shoulders. My, Zenki and Goki are pretty strong you know. You'll never be a match for those two. Kanoka, shouted Asuna, before growling at the monkey woman. Damn you. In her anger Asuna swung out with her horizon, smacking the monkey flush on the head. She, along with everybody else, was surprised when the creature's head burst apart before getting destroyed completely. Just who the hell is this girl? Wondered the monkey woman. Her Zenki and Goki were some of the strongest around, there should be no way a stupid brat like that girl could beat them. That was amazing, Kagurazaka-san. Setsuna was awed by the power Asuna had just displayed. As far as she knew, the Oranget was just a normal high school student who got into the world of magic by accident. Damn you, the monkey woman shouted as she held up more cards. I'm not going to lose to a couple of brats. She summoned several dozen of the smaller monkeys to her aid and had them attack the group. Setsuna-chan, we got this, go get Kanoka-chan, said Naruto as he jumped in the fray. Right. Setsuna charged towards the monkey woman, her feet carrying her swiftly across the ground. But before she could reach the person who had kidnapped Kanoka, a blonde girl in a gothic Lolita dress swooped out from the air and blocked her attack. The girl got up and dusted herself off. In one hand was a dagger and in the other a short sword. Owie, I think I hurt my head. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm from the Shinmei Ryu. My name is Tsukuyomi. She stared at Setsuna and smiled. You must be my senpai. But I have been assigned to protect her, so I have to take this seriously. To send a bodyguard like this, the Shinmei Ryu must be short on people. Setsuna said, you'll get hurt if you underestimate her. Well, I'll leave things to you, Tsukuyomi-chan. The monkey lady said with a smirk. Shall we begin? Tsukuyomi asked. Please go easy on me. With that, Tsukuyomi launched herself at Setsuna far faster than the other girl had anticipated. As indicated by the widening of Setsuna's eyes, the girls clashed in a blade of blades and Setsuna felt she was being overwhelmed by the bespectacled girl. Yufufufu. The monkey woman laughed. I don't understand their traditions. But it seems that all Shinmei Ryu swordsmen are used to using those large monster exterminator swords. It must be difficult for them to fight against the swift attacks of an opponent with two swords. Setsuna blocked an incoming attack from the longer of Tsukuyomi's swords, and managed to push her away before the other girl could bring her dagger to bear. As Tsukuyomi skidded backwards, Setsuna charged up her blade for an attack. Zangonken. They both shouted at the same time, unleashing simultaneous blasts of energy that exploded against each other. Two opposing forces quickly negated each other, leaving Setsuna to glare at the smiling Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, Asuna was having trouble dealing with the monkeys that were attacking her. Kya, what hell is it with these monkeys trying to strip me? Naruto turned in anger at this and destroyed the ones around Asuna and continued to fight the other surrounding them. As the monkey woman watched the battle, she decided that now was the best time to make her escape. However, before she could even think of moving, the lady heard Negi chanting. The monkey lady turned around to see 11 arrows of wind heading her away. Damn, I forgot about the brat. Before the arrows could reach her, the lady grabbed Kanoka and placed her in front of the arrows as her shield. Negi swore as he changed the arrows' direction away from Kanoka, letting them hit the ground harmlessly. Hey you, let Kanoka-san go, shouted Negi, shaking his arms furiously. It isn't fair to use her like that. Phew, I see now, I know your type. The woman smirked as she'd. When the slightest hint that the hostage will get hurt, you stop the attack. I must say she came in more in handy than I thought. The lady laughed some more. As she hefted Kanoka up on her shoulders once again. I should just keep using her like this. Just what are you planning on doing with Kanoka? Shouted Asuna as she tried to fight against the several dozen that had pinned her down. The woman smirked as she held a hand to her chin. Well, we'll use drugs and spells on her, making her into our obedient puppet, listening to our every command. It will be great. Asuna and Negi could only gape in shock at what they had just heard. Meanwhile, Setsuna's eyes had narrowed dangerously and she began leaking strong amounts of killing intent. Naruto, he was beyond pissed as his magic was sparking around him and his eyes turned as cold as ice. Looks like we win this time, the lady said as she absently rubbed Kanoka's bottom. She then smirked. Hoo. Kanoka Ojou Sama's bottom has become quite pale, hasn't it? It's so soft and cute. She smacked Kanoka's bottom several times. You know, if you want to tap my ass, you're going to have to buy me dinner first. That stopped her. Several sets of eyes widened, shock clearly evident on the people's faces. The monkey lady turned her head slowly, somewhat scared to see who was on her shoulder. It was certainly not Kanoka. A scared charm user turned to see a blue-green-eyed blonde-haired boy, with fading wisps around him, probably from some illusion magic. Nice to meet you, Naruto said casually. Ah. The clone puffed out of existence right before her, as she and everyone else was wondering one thing. Where was Kanoka? The Naruto next to the group also popped away and a familiar voice filled the air. Sorry, it seems you're having a very bad day with your evil schemes. I don't think my student liked what you said, what you were going to do to her. They turned to see Naruto in his. Usual black long-sleeve turtleneck with blue jeans and black combat boots and his white combat cloak. He was grinning like the Cheshire Cat, and next to him was one Konoka. She was wearing what looked like a medic kind of outfit. She had long pink boots that went up to her mid-thigh, a red blouse with pointed ends and a pink vest over it, a white coat that held the same pattern on the bottom of her blouse on its sleeves and bottom, and to finish it off she had a red tie on with a white medic cross on the bottom of it with a similar hat that was white and had a red cross on it. 1. Everio. Nay was in shock to see them on a nearby roof, but what really scared them was that Konoka had a look in her eyes that looked like anger, something she rarely ever was. You think I am some mindless pet for you to play with then discard when you're done with it? I don't think so. I am not some weak little girl. I am Konoe, a mage and apprentice to Naruto Springfield, and I am no one's puppet. Konoka said in raging anger. She took out a practice wand she got from Naruto. It was a standard practice wand with a yellow 5-pointed star on it. So you really thought you stood a chance against us, you idiot? Let's see how you go against those who hold the blood of the first generation of all Arubra. Naruto said as he held 3 tri-pronged kunai in his left hand and his Raijin no Ken in his right hand. Konoka-chan. Hi Naruto-kun. Pract Baigai Naro 29 Phasmatus of Lux Lucis Convenio Quad Offendo Me Hostels. O 29 spirits of light come together and strike my enemy. 29 arrows O. F light rained down on the monkey woman and blasted her away. After coming up from the rubble she held what was left of her cloths and summoned her monkey Shikigami. Grr. I won't forget this. She ate as her monkey carried her away. All the bad guys say that, don't they? Naruto's sweat dropped. How does Konoka-san know magic and she is Ni-san's apprentice? Asked a shocked Negi. Asuna was stood there stupefied at what Konoka did. Setsuna. Well, she was amazed by her Ojo-sama and immediately walked to her and Naruto as they joined the group on the ground and kneeled in front of her lady. Konoka smiled and hugged Setsuna and gave a small sob as she whispered to the stunned Setsuna, I am going to be real strong, Sei-chan, so I can protect you like you have for me. That's a promise. Naruto smiled at the sight and wondered what things would go from here. 1. Look at my profile to see Konoka's outfit. 0. Credit goes to Pokemaster 12 for inspiring this chapter. Thank you. There we are sore. Right guys, it's just ROTK has really taken my time, so here we are, enjoy. R and no flames. Peace off. I spy something that starts with M. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys. Thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Harem is going to be 9 or 10 people, help me out. Asuna, first love all the way. Theodora, a must. Setsuna, got to go with Konoka. Konoka, she is too adorable. Kazumi, I like redheads. Evangeline, obviously. Ako, I just love her character development. Chisame, should she go to Negi? Yuna, she is nice and cheerful. Mana, an exotic wild card. The rest of the unsure list. Ku-fei, she's a coin flip. Let's see after a spar with Naruto. Kaide, this one is up to you. Cheerleader trio, up to you guys, yes or no? Either one or all of them. Chizuru, well, you know. Let me know what you think. 0. So Konoka-san has been learning from Ni-san? Asked Negi. Yep, answered Naruto and Konoka, and this was ever since the Eva incident. Asked Asuna. Yep, answered the student and teacher. Well, why didn't you tell us? Yelled Asuna with a tick mark on her head. Honestly? Asked Naruto. The 2 redheads shook their head vigorously. I didn't tell you just for the shits and giggles of it. Answered Naruto with a grin. That was when Asuna tackled him to the ground. You think that was funny? Do know how well we tried to keep it secret from Konoka? Honestly, you suck sometimes, Naruto said in angered Asuna. Wow, Asu-chan, I didn't know you were so forceful. Trying to have your way with me? Asked a mad grinning Naruto. Asuna looked at her position and noticed she was straddling Naruto. She got a huge blush on her face and backed away. No one noticed that Konoka narrowed her eyes for a second at this. Why yeah right, you baka. My love is only for Takahata-sensei, said Asuna as she huffed and looked away with a big blush on her face. Naruto heard this and smiled, but on the inside he was hurt from that. Well, we better get ready for breakfast guys, said Naruto as he walked away. 0 Dining Hall 0. Negi-kun, you look a bit tired, said Kanoka. Well, yes, last night was a bit hectic. Yay, thanks for trying, but Naruto-kun made sure nothing would happen. Ah, Sei-chan. Kanoka smiled at the swordswoman. Setsuna slowly got up with her tray of food and started walking away. Ah, why are you leaving? Don't be embarrassed, come eat with us. Don't run away, Kanoka seemingly shouted as Setsuna actually ran away. Setsuna-san, exclaimed Negi. Naruto was eating in the corner watching the two as they tried to break Setsuna's shell with amusement. I'm not running away, the swordswoman shouted. What was that all about? Akko wondered. That was the first time I've seen Sakurazaki-san acting like that. I wonder if something happened last night. Meiki asked aloud. They were having fun and not telling us. Yuna exclaimed. That's it, we are not sleeping tonight. Shina spoke out for all the girls of 3A. After breakfast Negi met up with Asuna in the hall. Thanked Kami-sama that monkey woman yesterday didn't have Kanoka, guess Naruto can do some good. It also looks like Kanoka and Sakurazaki-san are getting along better. Asuna said. What do you mean? Some good? Damn, that was harsh, thought Naruto. Yes, but that monkey Ne-san may come back later to try and get her again. Negi frowned. Oh, we really have to be careful on what we do. Also, our groups will be split up during our trip to Nara Park. As a teacher, what should I do? Negi thought. I couldn't give the letter yesterday because we'll be in Nara today. So how should I do this? His musing was severely interrupted as a Meiki tackle hugged him, or what is known as a glomp. Negi-kun, come along with our group today, Meiki shouted. Just a moment, Negi-sensei is coming along with group 3. Ayaka interjected, getting in the way of Meiki. The two started arguing again. To see who will claim Negi. Negi-sensei, if it's okay with you. We have free activity time today, would you like to come with us? Nodoka asked, mustering up all her courage to do so. Everyone was so surprised by her that all movement stopped. Miyazaki-san, Negi asked. Well, group 5 is more likely to get attacked by the monkey Ne-san. And Kanoka-san is in it as well as Asuna-san and Setsuna-san. So, I would love to go with you in group 5 today, Miyazaki-san. Negi replied, accepting her request. Well then we get Naruto-kun, exclaimed Yuna, glomping Naruto. Meiki cheered and did the same, causing Naruto to fall to the ground. Many of the girls narrowed their eyes at the two, while their group was happy to have Naruto minus Mana, who looked at him in interest. Akko was a bit fidgety and blushed. Naruto-sensei is going to be with us, she silently cheered in her mind. What? Exclaimed the rest of the girls. Sure, sounds nice, smiled Naruto, still under Yuna and Meiki. The girls sighed in defeat but would get their revenge on Yuna and Meiki later. 0 Nara Park 0. Man Shika, even in a different world your name is attached to deer. Thought an amused Naruto. Naruto walked around with group 4 as they feed deer and such. He was reading his book but Mana could tell he had his guard up the entire time, it just made him more interesting to her. Naruto spent the rest of the day eating and chatting with group 4. He sat next to Akko the most, wanting to get to know her since she was the first girl of 3A he met. She seemed to blush in his presence though, and he assumed she was feeling ill like on the train. But she denied it and said she was feeling a bit hot. She was XD. Naruto had to save Meiki as she was surrounded by deer who wanted a snack. She was nearly crushed if not for Naruto. Afterwards some of the deer sat around Naruto as he read his book. One of the younger deer even laid its head in his lap. With the sun shining on him and deer next to him, the sight was breathtaking as most of the girls couldn't help but blush. The rest of the time went by, especially when Yuna challenged him to a race, and beating her to the charm stand was nice as she said she would get him next time. Akira seemed to be the level-head one of the group along with Mana, but he also found out the group 4 minus Mana was known as the Sports 4. Akko played soccer, even if she was just the assistant coach. Meiki was into gymnastics, Yuna was an all-star in basketball, and Akira was a swimming star. Naruto told them that was very good, be active like that, and hoped for the best they make it big, much to Akko's protest saying she wanted to be a nurse. Still, Naruto said that soccer was good to do also, as she could be a nurse, surgeon, soccer star. They all laughed at how ridiculous that sounded. He was also interested that Mana was Shrine Maiden. As the day was ending they went back to the hotel and he said his goodbyes to them but didn't notice how Akko was getting interrogated from her friends. 0 Hotel Lobby 0. Naruto came upon a scary sight. There on the coach was Negi as if the world had come to an end. Naruto carefully walked up to him and shook him. "Neg, do I need to get Shizuna for you?" he asked with concern. "Ah, man, how am I to deal with this, and on top of that I still need to deliver the letter," exclaimed Negi as Naruto backed away as the kid was flailing around. "What's wrong, Negi-sensei?" Ayaka went and asked Negi. "Did something happen at Nara Park this afternoon, Negi-kun?" Maki queried. Nothing happened. No one confessed to me." Negi stuttered. Realizing what he had said, Negi covered his mouth. What was the general consensus of the 3A girls? That idiot, doesn't he know he just dug his own grave? Naruto thought as he shook his head. "Ayaka, Negi ran so fast we lost sight of him," Yuna said. "There is someone in 3A who can find out about this. Bad things like this cannot continue. This is a job for her," Ayaka said. 0 The Hall of Journalism Group 3's Room 0. What there was B seen misconduct between a teacher and a student. Kazumi Asakura exclaimed. "That's right, Asakura, it's terrible," Yuna said. "That'd be a really big scoop." "Well, if it does turn out to be true, that is," Kazumi said, smiling. As the official cameraman, Asakura Kazumi of 3A and part of the Mahora Academy News Club's breaking news division. "If there is a scoop, we check it out without delay. All we need to do is investigate someone. So tell me, who is the suspect? Is it Nita, Saruhiko, Naruto?" Actually, Ayaka explained the facts that were actually known to the girls in the room. "So all someone confessed to Negi-sensei. There's nothing obscene with that at all," Kazumi shouted. "What do you mean? It's beyond more than indecent. At any rate, we need to find who did that to Negi-sensei," Ayaka said. "If it's not a scoop, I'm not interested, but it may lead to something larger. Doing regular news articles that normal people want to read are part of the reporter's job, I guess." A confession, huh? Well, there can only be one person who could have done it." Kazumi walked around the halls until she came to the right room. She knocked on the door. "Hey, I'm coming in. Hanya-chan, are you in there?" She opened the door and only saw Nodoka by herself sipping juice. "Ah, good, you're alone. What is it that you need, Asakura-san?" Nodoka asked politely. "Well," she walked over to her classmate with a tape recorder. "Is it true that you slept with Negi-sensei?" Nodoka did a spit take to Kazumi's face. "Wah, what? I didn't do anything like that. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding." "So, you confessed to Negi-sensei today at the park, didn't you? How'd it go?" Asakura asked, wiping away the tears in her eyes from laughing. How did it go?" Nodoka repeated. "I was able to tell him my feelings. I didn't really think I would get response yet." So you don't care what Negi-sensei thinks of you?" Kazumi inquired. "No, I'm just afraid to hear his response." "Ah, aren't you so cute, Hanya-chan? You're not in elementary school anymore." Kazumi then left the room. "Please don't tell anyone about this. It might cause trouble for sensei." She trailed off. Okay. She went away from the girl and traveled the halls. "Well, I got my info and I can't print it. This will make a problem for Negi-sensei. I'm going to have to destroy this tape." Kazumi sighed. "It sure is peaceful. I need a scoop so that it can get the masses' blood racing." As she walked down the stairs she saw Negi. "Maybe I should interview the boy himself." Negi wandered around aimlessly and went outside. When he got to the street, he saw a cat about to get ran over by a truck, so he rushed towards the cat to save it. When the truck was right in front of him, Negi used some of his wind magic to flip the truck over and save the cat. "Ah, driver-san, are you all right?" Negi asked the driver as the truck came down. When he saw the driver was just rattled, Negi petted the cat and let it go free. "That's my Negi Aniki. Even when he is out of it he just can't help others in need," Chamo said. "But really, Negi Aniki, you need to tone down the light show some. I'll be careful next time. Let's go." Negi got on his staff and flew away with Chamo. While all this happened, a wide-eyed Kazumi was watching them fly away. She put her back against the wall and slumped down. What was that? And did that ermine just talk? Kazumi got off from the wall and watched the boy fly away. And is he flying? This is it. My super special awesome scoop of the century. 0 bathroom 0. A person with supernatural powers. Thought Kazumi as she sat on the toilet. A magical boy comes to teach humanity. It sounds crazy, but it fits with what I've seen. This story is huge. Oh, handle this. To prove what I've seen. Wait, if Negi is magical, then maybe Naruto is too. Yep, this is going to be good. 0 hot springs. Teacher time 0. Sigh. Honestly, Negi, get over it. It has happened to me. Well, it has happened a lot and you sulking is getting really annoying. Said a bored tone Naruto. Yeah, Negi Aniki. If you stick around, there is a chance the girls would come in. Chamo said. Don't worry, it is sensei time. Students can't enter. Negi spoke. But I've got a lot on my mind. Someone is coming inside Aniki's era. Negi sensei. Naruto sensei, how are you two? Shizuna greeted the two. Shizuna blushed at looking at the nearly naked Naruto. This caused the boy to look at her strangely. He then felt her signature and grin. Shizuna sensei. Negi shouted. You guys did great today. Negi-kun, do you want me to wash your back? Shizuna asked. Shizuna-san, how was your day? Asked an interested Naruto. Well, it was nice, Naruto sensei. The girls can get a bit rowdy though. I agree, but they are still good girls. But my favorite has to be Kazumi-chan. Squeaked the three. Well, Chamo was quite about it. Yay. Don't tell anyone, but I kinda got a thing for redheads, and she seems very nice and energetic too. Naruto said with a smile. Though he was cackling like a madman on the inside. Naruto sensei likes me. Oh man, chill girl, remember your mission and then play with the hunky blonde sensei later. Kazumi thought as she shook her head of the double meaning of his words. Negi sensei, I know about your secret. She whispered. I know you're a mage and so is Naruto sensei. Did you hear that from the principal? Negi asked. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Though I have a request. Can I see your powers? Damn, if Ero Sennin was here, Neg would be his apprentice in a second. Naruto thought. What? I'm the 4th largest in the class, you know. Shizuna shouted. I even let you touch them, and Naruto sensei look at them. She blushed harder when she saw Naruto smirking at her. 4th largest in the class. Who are you? Negi demanded. I've guessed you figured it out. One moment I'm a big-breasted teacher and next I am the breaking news reporter. My true identity is 3AC3, Asakura Kazumi. She grabbed her wig and threw it off, to reveal the red-haired teen, without the ponytail. You know I really like your hair like that. It suits you nicely, Naruto said smiling. Really? Kazumi asked, not missing a beat but still blushed. Naruto Aniki, stop flirting and erase her memory. Chamo exclaimed. Right, Negi said as he started chanting. Whoa, magic boy, hold it right there. Kazumi said, holding up a phone. Make one move towards me. All I have to do is press the send button and all your secrets will be revealed to the world through my home page. Hen felt a pair of arms wrap around her and someone's hot breath on her ear. She gasped at the feeling and she didn't even notice she dropped her phone, which Chamo ran to. Now Kazumi-chan, that wasn't very nice. If you continue to behave like this I might have to punish you. Naruto whispered in her ear in a husky voice. This sent shivers down Kazumi's spine. Oh Kami-sama, Kazumi shoots and she scores. As she didn't know way, but the being punished by Naruto didn't sound that bad. She shook her head. Damn, he is good. Mission girl, remember Super Scoop. Now care to tell us what you were planning? Asked Naruto as he played with her hair. Fine, I'm doing this because of my ambition. Kazumi said. My dream is to be a famous news reporter, and with this scoop I will achieve just that. I will have exclusive interviews and the media world will be at my feet. Negi sensei will be famous. I don't want that sort of thing to happen. Negi cried. But I'll give you an equal share of the profit. You too, Naruto-kun. No thanks, as my monetary needs are covered from my other job. Said Naruto. So how about it, Negi sensei? I mean, it must be boring as a teacher here. Wouldn't it be better to be able to use magic anytime you want? Asked Kazumi. Negi was crying and sniffling that his identity was found and she was giving him an ultimatum. His brain snapped and he began wailing. I don't want that to happen. Waaaahhh. I want to be a teacher. His wind magic went berserk and sent Kazumi flying away. That baka. That's it, someone is getting meditation CDs on their birthday. Naru. To thought as he leapt up to catch Kazumi. He caught her bridal style and then pulled her close so she wouldn't fall. She had heat go to her cheeks as he did. He used his gravity magic to ease his descent and lightly landed in the water. Now Kazumi-chan, do you promise to be good or do you really want to be punished? Naruto asked with a toothy grin. No Naruto-kun. She stuttered with her face eat red as her inner self was screaming yes. Hey, wait a second, what were those sobs just now? Asuna, Yuna, Ayaka, Meiki, and Fuka came in. Naruto-kun, Negi-kun. This is your idea of investigating. Getting naked with the subject and his brother. Naruto, you're so dead, you pervert. OMG, they were going to have a threesome. Shouted Fuka just to add more fuel to the fire. Ak, help me. Asu-chan, not the face. Yes the face, yes the face. OWW, there goes my scoop. Wizards are a major pain. Mumbled Kazumi. Not really, Nae-san. You got spunk and I like spunk. Chamo said as he walked LKED up to her and gave her phone back after deleting the pics. Zero in the bushes, the spying duo were meeting Zero. So do we have a deal? Chamo asked the redhead. Of course we do. Kazumi smirked. When do we start Operation X? Why tonight, of course. Chamo puffed from his cigar. We have some planning to do. Ha 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 ha. Kazumi joined in. Their laughter echoed around the bathhouse. Zero in the hotel lobby. Zero. Someone found out about you being a mage. Asuna shouted. And of all people, Asakura. Why yes. Negi sniffled. How could you do something so stupid? And of all people, paparazzi girl. Have. Ing Asakura find out is almost as bad as the world knowing. Don't worry Asu-chan, I think Kazumi-chan won't do anything. Said Naruto with a smirk and a bandaged face. Quiet playboy. I'm still pissed at you. Kono-chan. Asu-chan is being mean to me. Said a whimpering Naruto who was hugging the brunette. Konoka giggled and hugged Naruto's head and stroked his hair, which was really soft. She noted. There Naruto-kun, I'll heal your boo-boos later. She spoke as if he was a toddler and he nodded. Asuna's eye twitched and mumbled about Konoka babying him, and she really didn't like him all clo. Say to Konoka for some reason, but just dismissed it as not wanting her to be near a pervert. Hey Negi-sensei. Kazumi greeted as she came into the room with Chamo on her shoulder. What do want, Asakura? Asuna glared at the girl. Are you here to pick on Negi? Pick on Negi? What are you talking about? Aniki's. Reporter Nae-san is on our side now. Chamo cheered. That's right. Chamo here convinced me to turn over a new leaf. So from here on out I am your and Naruto-kun's agent if you need me. Kazumi said. Really? Negi shouted. Yup. I'm even going to give you back the negatives. She explained, handing over an envelope with pictures inside. Thank you so much. This makes me lose one problem. Negi cried tears of joy. What's going on, Negi-sensei? Ayaka asked with the rest of 3A behind her. I was just improving my relationship with Asakura-san. Don't say things like that, Negi-sensei. You're my teacher and I already have my eyes set on another guy. She smiled and winked at Naruto. Konoka saw this and hugged Naruto into her bosom, much to the blonde's joy, and she was satisfied to see some of the girls in the area eyes twitched and smirked. Hey girls, it's almost time for bed. Get back to your rooms. Nita-sensei said. He turned towards the Springfield brothers. Negi-san. Naruto-san, please don't get too soft on your students. The girls dejectedly went into their rooms, but started their own activities inside. Groups 2 and 4 were holding a pillow fight. Groups 3 and 1 were Teliup 5 was discussing the events of the confession made by Nodoka. Too bad Nita put a stop to it too. He forbade the girls to go out of their rooms with punishment by squatting in the lobby. Well, it seems like that could have went better. Kazumi said from out of nowhere. Where were you the whole time, you coward? Ayaka said. It doesn't matter where I was hiding the whole time. But it would be a waste of time if tonight ended just like that. So I got a suggestion. How about a little game? I won't allow this sort of thing. Ayaka denied the request. What kind of game would it be? Fuka asked her fellow redhead. Let's just call it War of the Lips. A plan to get a kiss. S on the lips on Negi-sensei and Naruto-sensei. As she saved herself from her slip. A kiss with Negi-sensei and Naruto-sensei. The class shouted, "Hey, quiet down, we don't want Nita finding out about this." Kazumi warned them, "The rules are simple, every group will choose 2 representatives. Those 2 will wander the hotel looking for Negi-sensei and Naruto-sensei to get a kiss from them as well as dodging any of the other teachers. You can sabotage other teams if you want to, but you can only use pillows. There is a wonderful prize to the winners. But if you get caught you will SQUAT until morning without telling Nita about the game even if you die." "What's the wonderful prize you talked about?" Fuka asked. "So what do you say, Iancho?" As she dodged the question. "As Class P, Resident Ayaka said with her hair covering her eyes. "I definitely approve." Her face was a bright tomato red when she agreed. "Okay, all groups must tell me their representatives by 10:30. The game will start at 11. The rest of 3A cheered. She walked away and Chamo appeared from within the vest of her uniform. "That went really well. Everything is going according to plan. Just what I expected from Yune-san. My plan to get more of these," he pulled out some Pactios, "will come to fruition. So these are the wonderful prizes, huh? Hi, Negi Aniki and Naruto Aniki have the originals I made these using my magic so partners can use them. I've set up a magic circle around the hotel. So if anyone kisses either Aniki we will be able to establish a contract immediately. And since these are 50,000 Ermin dollar a card, when we sell them we will be rich. 0 Naruto and Party 0. Negi-sensei, we finished our patrol and I improved the barrier," Setsuna said to her teacher. "But I saw Chamo set up a weird spell outside. I wonder what he is up to," Asuna said. Negi shivered right then and there. "Negi, you cold?" "No, I'm fine, Asuna-san." Negi said, "I think I'll go on patrol. I have an odd feeling that I shouldn't be here tonight. Now that you mention it I feel it too." I feel it too, like something different in the air," said Kanoka. "Ditto," said Naruto as he rubbed his shoulder. This aura in the air reminded him of his fangirls when they try to love him. Yet it does not feel evil at all. Setsuna interjected, "Whatever the case may be, if you go on patrol, I'll give you these substitution stencils." "Substitution stencils?" "Negi-sensei, it's almost time to go to sleep," Shizuna said as she opened the door to his room. "Ah yes, I was about to go to sleep. I'm gonna roam the halls a bit then hit the hay," said Naruto as he headed down the hall. "Very well, we'll handle looking over the children. Please don't leave your room," Shizuna told him as she walked off. As she turned the corner she removed her hair to reveal Kazumi. "Hurry up, Nei-san. The game is about to begin," Chamo shouted. "I know that, but I already have the video cameras set up so we don't need to worry." From within a secret room she had set up a screen that had 6 videos being streamed into all the TVs for the class of 3A. The representatives were Fuka and Fumika for Group 1, Kaide and Ku for Group 2. Group 3 was being represented by Ayaka and Chisame, Group 4 by Meiki and Yuna. Finally Group 5 was Yu and Nodoka. "All right, let the games begin," Kazumi shouted into the microphone. 0. Next the kissing games begin. This arc will probably be done in about 4 or 5 more chapters, as I will either do them in small bursts or 1 or 2 long chapters. I need some help with harem people, give me the power to think. Join my subconscious and give me the will to write the funny. Please read and review. And no flames. Peace off. The Great Wizard Chase and Bad Dogs. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Harem is going to be 9 or 10 people, help me out. Asuna, first love all the way. Theodora, a must. Setsuna, got to go with Kanoka. Kanoka, she is too adorable. Kazumi, I like redheads. Evangeline, obviously. Ako, I just love her character development. Chisame, no, she will stay. Yuna, she is nice and cheerful. Mana, an exotic wild card. The rest of the unsure list. Ku Fei, she's a coin flip. Let's see after a spar with Naruto. Kaide, this one is up to you. Cheerleader trio, up to you guys. Yes or no? Either one or all of them. Chizuru, well, you know. Let me know what you think. 0. Where did this cold come from? Negi said from within the confines of his room. I may as well use these stencils Setsuna-san gave me. She told me to write my name in Japanese with a brush. Negi wrote on the first one, but instead of Negi he wrote and spelt his name wrong. And on the fifth and final try he got his name written. Finally I wrote it right. Charm-san, please take my place. In a flash of white light the stencil became a clone of Negi. Hello, I am Negi. Wow, it looks just like me. It's like Ni-san's clones. We don't have anything like this in the West. Negi commented. Alright, please take my place and sleep. I'm Negi. Alright, I'm off to patrol. Negi shouted as he jumped out the window. As his copy closed the curtains, the stencils in the trash came to life. Hello others, I am Negi. It seems like a bunch of you were created. Copy, Negi said to his brothers. Yes, replied the other four. My orders were to stay here and sleep. I don't have orders. One of the failed copies said. Me either. The three repeated. Well then let's just watch some TV while we wait. 0 Sports Duo 0. Hey Yuna, I heard Negi was sleeping in the teacher's room. Meiki said to her friend. But there is a chance that Nita will be there. Somewhere nearby. What should we do? We'll let our competition handle him, but I wanna get Naruto-kun. Yuna said with a smirk. Hey Ainsho, are you sure we can't go back? Chisame complained to Ayaka. Chisame-san, you give up too early. Ayaka said. When they reached the end of the hallway they bumped into Meiki and Yuna. Ainsho. Meiki. The two girls shouted at each other and swung their pillows. They hit each other in the head dead on, making them dizzy. Good job Meiki, you got Ainsho. Yuna cheered as she went to hit Chisame. Chisame just walked out of the way mumbling something about stupid kids games. Oh, I see a lot of opponents here. Ku Fei shouted as she and Kaide came down the stairs. Ku ran down the stairs and jumped. Chinese triple pillow attack. She threw the pillows that were mouth and hands at Chisame, Ayaka and Yuna. Chisame got knocked out from the force of the pillow through. The three groups proceeded to smack the life out of each other, from which everyone saw on screen. Chisame-san, give me some backup. Ayaka shouted. She turned around when she got no response. She left. Far off in another hallway Chisame was walking, talking to herself and cleaning her glasses. When she stopped in front of a door, it slid open to reveal Nita. He grabbed her by the collar when she tried to run. Hasagawa, what do you think you are doing? Ah, that was fast. She was caught by Nita already. Kazumi said as she did a play-by-play for the viewers. What was that? Meiki shouted. Oh no, it's Nita. Yuna screamed. Everyone run. Kaide. Ku whispered. Kaide nodded and they both they ran like hell, smacking Yuna with a pillow before they left. Hey, I dragged the girl to make her squat next to Chisame in the lobby. It's squatting till morning for both of you. Fro. Behind a corner Ayaka and Meiki watched their partners squatting on the floor. Damn, at this rate those two are going, those Baka Rangers are unstoppable. Are really? Meiki asked. I'll allow anyone else to do it other than them. Let's call a truce Meiki. Fine, there is an alliance, but the faster one of us will be winner. No complaints. And the Negi Love Alliance left. Yo Nita-san, what's going on here? Asked Naruto. Chisame and Yuna looked at him and he seemed to be wearing a black tank top that showed his muscles and gray sweatpants. Nita turned to his colleague. It seems your street udents have been running around after hours, Naruto-san, so they will be squatting in the hall till dawn. Ah, I see. He turned to the girls. I am a bit disappointed in you too. I would have thought you would follow the rules, but I find you here. He shakes his head. I may have to take this from your free time tomorrow for this, girls. In fact, I may just keep you in the hotel. Naruto continued to scold them and Nita smiled seeing how the young teacher was educating his students, so he took his leave and left the rest to Naruto. And another thing. Naruto turned to see Nita leave. Okay, you girls can go back to what you were doing. He gave them a shooing motion with his hand. Just don't let him catch you again, cause if he does I can't protect you, got it? Asked a smirking Naruto as he walked away. Chisame let out a sigh as she walked away and thanked Naruto with a small smile, but she was stopped by Yuna. What do you want, Akashi? I need a partner. I mean Ainsho left you to rot, don't you want some payback? Chisame gave a nod wanting some payback on the girl who forced her to do this, and the two dashed to mess up Ayaka and Maki. Yuna seemed to have forgotten her goal was right there a minute ago. Zero the bookworm duo zero. You, Nodoka called out to her best friend. What is it? I'm kind of busy. Yu responded. Why are we traveling on the roof to get to Negi-sensei? Nodoka and Yu were crawling on the ledge of the roof. By my calculations, this is the safest and quickest route to Negi-sensei. Yu explained. His room is at the end of the building, and going to it from inside will lead us into trouble with the other groups. Yuan were walking through the halls near Negi's room, and Nodoka was getting nervous. This is my chance. As she finished her thought, a rope ladder fell out of the roof. The twins then popped out. It's Group 5. Fuka shouted. Get them. Fuka and Fumika were about to attack Nodoka with some of their fake ninjutsu, when a pillow hit Fuka in the head. Fuka-san, Fumika-san, I will be your opponent. Yu declared. Dang you. That hurt. Do you really think you can beat a pair of Kuga ninjas? Fuka shouted. The two charged, but Ust brought the pillows down on their heads. When they got up, they saw Yu holding two thick books. Yu began to thrash the girls using the books while they ran in circles. You using books is cheating. Yeah, you can only hit us with pillows. Fumika cried out. Nodoka, hurry and get through the door. I'll hold them off here. But, Nodoka stuttered. I've found them. Ku shouted from the end of the hall. This is not good, Yu thought. Yu then proceeded to shove Nodoka into the door. Nodoka crept towards Negi's sleeping form and knelt beside it. I'm sorry, Negi-sensei, that it had to be this way. But I'm glad. So please let me kiss you, Negi-sensei. Nodoka whispered. Zero with Kazumi in the play-by-play Zero. It seems like Nodoka Miyazaki of Group 5 got into Negi-sensei's room, but failed to kiss him. Kazumi announced. It seems like he had escaped into the hotel. The odds are still the same. Nei-san, I think I'm going crazy. Chamo said. Because I see 5 Negi Anikis walking around. Uh-oh. Zero with Naruto Zero. You run around, I run around, we all do a run around. Naruto was singing as he walked the halls, and from the noises he was hearing wondering what the hell the girls were up to. Then his danger senses kicked in and jumped to the left to dodge a kick. He saw the figure of Ku Fei as she turned around and got into a stance that looked like Chinese martial arts. Hey Ku-chan, why did you try to attack me? If it's about that extra HW I gave in class that one time, there is no need to be this angry. Naruto said as he got into the Juken stance. Nope. Kaide said you were strong, Uru. And I always like to fight strong people, Uru. Said Ku Fei. She is right, Naruto-sensei, as I want to see how strong you are too, and if we win you give us a kiss. Said the voice of Kaide. Ku got a bit red in the face about the kiss but charged at Naruto before he could reply. Zero with the masses Zero. Go get them, Naruto-kun. Don't lose, exclaimed Kanoka. Hey Kanoka, what gives you got a bet on who gets Naruto-kun? Asked Haruna. No, I just don't want any of them to kiss him. Oh, does someone like our hunky blonde sensei? Shush Peru, Naruto-kun is winning. Said Kanoka completely, ignoring the question, but she would admit she liked her sensei. Zero back to Deadliest Warrior Zero. Naruto dodged Ku and did 3 quick strikes at her right arm which caused it to slump. Ku tried to move it, but she just settled to continue fighting and went for a kick. Naruto flipped back and jumped forward to dodge Kaide and got into a clash of fists with her. He disengaged and focused on Ku, and the two looked like they were dancing. Ku got the feeling in her arm again and lashed out a punch, and Naruto did too. Naruto caught hers as she caught his, and the two pushed till their faces were a few inches away from each other. Ya know you're not half bad, Ku-chan. How about after the trip we fight for real? Naruto didn't wait for an answer and jumped back. After getting some distance from the two, Naruto slow edged away. Do you not like us, Naruto-sensei, because you seem to resisting? I would have thought a teenage boy would like to kiss a girl. Said Kaide, trying to get a raise out of the blonde. Oh, I would love to, it's just you girl got to work for it. And he ran away. Oh, you not getting away, Uru, we still fight. Exclaimed Ku Fei as she chased him. Kaide just shook her head and followed Zero, the Negi Love Alliance Zero. Ayaka was in the gathering hall looking for Negi, when she heard one of his clones call out from behind her. Meiki was walking down the hall and looking for Negi as well but was using candy to lure him out. When another copy called out to her. Kufei and Kaide were walking down the halls after losing Naruto, when one of his other copies appeared behind them calling out to Ku. The same was said to Fumika. Okay Nodoka, rest up, I'll get Negi-sensei for you. Yu said from within her teacher's room. But first the bathroom. Yu walked over to the bathroom and opened the door to see Negi inside. Negi-sensei. Why hello Yu-san. Clone Negi said. Perfect timing, I need you to do a favor. Nodoka-san is sleeping isn't she? Well this is perfect. I actually have a favor for you too. Negi-sensei. This is hard to ask but. All 5 Negis spoke at the same time in different places. Can I kiss you? What the hell is this? There are 5 Negis and asking for a kiss at the same time. All the spectators were awed and shocked by the scene. So Yu-san, may I? Clone Negi asked as he moved closer to her. Yu kept backing up to get away from him but tripped on Nodoka. Negi-sensei, I was mistaken about you. Nodoka confessed to you but you come to me right after that. You jerk. Yu fumed. Sorry but I really want to kiss you. A similar thing was happening with the others. One was asking Ayaka to kiss him. In response she went to set up a camera and put up some makeup. Meiki slapped her clone and pinched his cheek. Ku became a bit more girly, while holding up the copy to the wall using her foot causing cracks. Fuka and Fumika had gotten into a fight to see who would kiss him. Yu was having an internal battle over what to do. She was confused about what was happening right there and didn't want this and cried as the Negi clone gripped her shoulders and brought his lips near hers. All she could think was, I'm so sorry Nodoka. She closed her eyes as he drew closer. Her body felt lighter as she opened her eyes to see Naruto holding Negi by his neck. Yu looked into her older teacher's eyes and saw nothing but fury in his blue and green eyes. Clones are my thing Negi, and if you can't control them, you are in so much trouble you little brat. Seeing as how one of them almost assaulted their student, he crushed the clone's neck and it turned into a piece of paper. What happened? He wasn't real, asked Yu. Naruto bent down and gave Yu a once-over. That thing didn't hurt you, did it, Yu-chan? Asked Naruto with nothing but concern in his voice. Yu said no and asked what it was. Look at the TV. Yu-chan. Naruto said. Yu turned to the TV and was surprised to see that there were other Negis on the screen. There are 5 Negis. Yu shouted. You girls head back to your rooms. If Nita catches you, tell him that I scolded you and sent you back to your room expecting an essay or something. They nodded. Naruto-sensei, where are you going? Yu asked. To protect my students. Naruto told the girl. Let's do as he says and go to our room Nodoka. Yu said. As they left, Asakura said something over the TV. And it seems like Naruto-sensei has joined the fray after being so elusive with the fighting duo. 0 Hotel Lobby 0. He is so dead. The brat doesn't even know Eastern magic and he does it anyway. Naruto T. Hot as he rushed to the lobby and he heard a familiar voice. Be careful, these are just fakes set up by Asakura. Yu shouted. Didn't I tell you to go to your room? Naruto asked. Yu nodded. I wanted to tell the others. Yu defended herself. Forget about fakes, other chance to win is right here Uru. Kufei shouted. Kaide grabbed one of the copies to kiss it as Ku went after Naruto. After kissing the clone it turned to smoke. What is with all this smoke? Nita shouted as he came into the lobby. Out of the smoke 3 Negis popped up and scared the living daylights out of him, prompting him to faint. Did they explode if we kiss the wrong one? Meiki asked. Apparently. Yu answered. It seems like they got away. Ayaka said. After them. Damn Ku-chan, take it easy. Said Naruto as the two continued their fight. Down one hall Meiki used her gymnast ribbon to catch one Negi and kissed him on the cheek. This Negi exploded into smoke too. The twins caught another one and kissed it, but they too were blown away. Those 3 others were fakes, so that means this one must be the real Negi-sensei. Said Ayaka as she caught the last Negi and kissed it, but it blew up. Yu looked to the window and saw the real Negi coming back. There he is. She pushed Nodoka into the lobby to meet the boy. Miyazaki-san, about what happened this afternoon. Negi started. No, we don't have to talk about it. As long as you heard what I said, I'm fine. Nodoka said. I'm sorry Miyazaki-san that I can't give a reply. I really don't know what it means to like someone. But I like Miyazaki-san, but I like everyone in my class. Asuna-san, Iancho and all the Baka Rangers. I like them as a teacher would like their students. I can't give you a proper answer yet. Negi explained himself. How about we start out as friends, yes? Okay. Nodoka smiled. Yup, this is the real Negi-sensei. He is only 10 after all. You thought of something and smirked. She kicked Nodoka's foot and toppled her over, making her and Negi kiss. I'm so sorry, Negi-sensei. No, I'm sorry. Negi apologized. What the heck is going on here? Asked Asuna as she and Setsuna jogged in. Ku-chan, chill, I said we could fight later. Shouted Naruto as he ran from the fighting maniac. No way, Uru. Get back here. Said Ku-fei following his tail. Naruto leapt over a coach but his foot caught the end of it. EHW. As all Naruto said as he went flying and landed right on Setsuna and their lips locked. Their eyes went wide at this and everyone gasped. Naruto finally landed and was on top of Setsuna and quickly pulled away. Setsuna was stuttering about what happened. The rest of the girls were cursing her luck. Asuna. Well, it wasn't going to pretty for Naruto, that was for sure. Naruto. Raged Asuna. 0 with Kanoka 0. Osei-chan was so lucky. I wonder if it would be okay to ask for an indirect kiss. Kanoka quietly asked herself cutely with her finger tapping her chin. 0 with the sneaky tag team 0. Sweet. Miyaza. Nodoka and Setsuna and San got a card. Chamo shouted. We also got 5 more from the fakes. Kazumi said. Lucky Setsuna. I am so not giving up. She grumbled in her head. Let's split before anything happens. She walked out the door and bumped into Nita. So you are the ring leader, Asakura. Nita said. All participants must squat till morning. You two, Negi-sensei and Naruto-sensei. I can't believe you were messing with your students like that. He grabbed Negi but Naruto was long gone after getting away from Asuna for Nita to catch him. 0 the next morning 0. Most of the girls of 3AW are in the gathering hall looking at Nodoka's and Setsuna's prize, their Pactios. So that is the wonderful prize, huh? Yuna grinned at the winner. It also got Hanya's picture on it. The picture on the card was Nodoka in her school uniform with several books floating around, with one in particular in front of her. Look at Sakurazaki-san's. Setsuna's was a picture of her in her school uniform with angel wings on her back. She was standing straight up with her right hand over her heart with a gold bracelet with 7 pink petals around it on her wrist. In the background was a big pink 7-petal flower. The name of the card was Septem Orbis Custos, 7 Rings Guardian 1. That's amazing, I want one too. Fuka shouted. Well, you had to be the winners of the Love operation. Misa said. Then let's do it again sometime. Chisame frowned at the suggestion. She was still in pain from doing squats all night after getting caught again with Yuna. That's so cool, Nodoka and Sei-chan. Kanoka admired the card. Can I hold it? Sure, Kanoka-san. Nodoka said. So this is what you get when you kiss Negi-kun or Naruto-kun. I should have gone too. Said Kanoka as she missed her chance to get a Pactio with Naruto. Kanoka-san. You dragged on. Don't worry too much, my target is a much harder prize. Kanoka said as she waved off you. Okay girls, since today is the 3rd day of the trip, it is free activity day. Go back to your rooms and get ready. Shizuna announced to the girls. You did very well, Nodoka Miyazaki. From now on I acknowledge you as my love rival. Ayaka shouted. Quote, we won't lose to you next time, Hanya-chan. Meiki agreed. Yay, Sakurazaki-san, just you wait. Said Yuna and some of the other girls nodded with her. Setsuna nodded and she blushed at remembering when her Ojo-sama asked for a kiss after the event, to which she fainted at said request. She and Kanoka walked up and met Naruto, Negi, Asuna, Kazumi, and Chamo. Setsuna sighed as she remembered the skull ding she got from Naruto about giving Negi something he was not ready to use reasonably and how he gave the boy a pounding after he told them what a clone almost did to you. She scolded herself for that as well. It took Kanoka a good 5 minutes to fix up Negi with healing magic, and Naruto said it was good practice, but the boy understood why and was deeply upset about what happened. Asuna also sent some glares at Naruto for being a pervert, even if it was an accident with the whole kissing thing. I can't believe this. Huffed Asuna. What the heck are you going to do with these Negi and you two Naruto? Asuna said as she held up the 5 botched contracts and the 2 real ones. So Sakurazaki-san and you got cards that would help, right? Said Kazumi. Yeah, agreed Chamo. Shut Asakura. You too Chamo, you pervert. Said Asuna. Hi, they both said in fear. Anyway, Hanya-chan is just a normal girl. How can you expect her to get involved in all this magic junk? Questioned Asuna. But Asuna-san, you're a no Negi. PFF. Yay right neg. Asu-chan was born for this. Thought Naruto. A little late for that ya brat. Said Asuna as she poked the boy. Too bad, the card looked really powerful too. An. Why Wei and San here is your card and you too Setsuna and San. Chamo said as he gave the 2 girls their cards. Adit. In a flash Asuna's horizon came to life. How did you know that An-san? Asked Chamo. Asuna smirked. I have a pactio with Naruto here and he taught me how to use it. But still I wish I could make it into a sword. Don't worry Asu-chan, after this trip we'll work on it. Said a smiling Naruto. So Asuna has a pactio with Naruto-kun also. I wonder if I could get one. Thought Kazumi. Adit. Said Setsuna as the bracelet from the card came onto her wrist. So what does it do? Asked Setsuna. Setsuna-chan, let me see it. Said Naruto as Setsuna walked over to him and he examined the artifact. Setsuna was blushing a bit on how Naruto was holding her hand. From what I can say, the artifact means 7 rings guardian. The petals on it may represent something personal or close to you, or your limit to use this artifact is 7, I'm not sure. The guardian part of the name refers to defense or protector, so that may be where the artifact's ability lays, like how Asu-chan's is used for defense. If my history is right, this artifact seems similar to a shield used in the Trojan Wars. It was called Ro-Ayas, or the 7 rings that cover the fiery heavens. Try calling its name and think of a shield. Naruto said. Setsuna nodded. Ro-Ayas. 1 petal on her wrist glowed and a large pink petal came in front of her. It seemed to have drained her somewhat, but nothing noteworthy. So you summoned 1 petal, and it used some of your energy, so it may be key related. Also you may to push more energy into it to make it larger, or add more petals to make it stronger. That's my theory. Naruto mused. The others looked at him like he was crazy, but Negi and Chamo looked in awe at how Naruto analyzed the artifact so quickly. Setsuna looked at the artifact on her wrist and thought that sacrificing ki to create a shield would increase her combat abilities greatly, since she might would have to dodge to defend herself from magical attacks. Kanoka had a foxy smile on her face at a thought she had. Naruto-kun, can I have a pactio with you too? Kanoka asked cutely. Everyone looked at Kanoka and Kazumi smirked too. Yeah, I mean that would be awesome to have one. Asuna growled and bopped both of them with her horizon. Can it you too? That's enough kiss for blonde for 1 trip. Owie. Ouch. Asu-chan, do you want to keep me all to yourself? Asked a grinning Naruto. She set herself up so easily. Asuna blushed and turned away muttering, idiot. Unbeknownst to them, Nodoka was watching the whole time. Zero Negi, Naruto, and Chamo Zero. Everyone has free time today, so today is my chance to get the letter to the Kensai Magic Association. Negi spoke to Chamo. He snuck out of the hotel, dodging a few of the groups along the way. When he was finally outside, Negi pulled out a map of the area. I've got to hurry to the Kensai Magic Association's main temple. Where is it anyways? I don't think it's that far from here. Chamo said, looking at the map. As long as I can make it and help the headmaster reconcile with Kansai's head, we'll be okay. Though I did tell Ni-san and Asuna-san to meet up here at the bridge. Where are they? Negi-sensei. A girl with a sing-song voice called out to him. Negi turned around to see Naruto and Asuna with the rest of the girls of Group 5. What cute clothes you girls have! Negi exclaimed. Yu was wearing a black and white hoodie, a plaid skirt, black stockings and high-cut white boots. Haruna had on a blue jacket, a white t-shirt, black pants with a dark blue skirt and white sneakers. Nodoka wore a pale yellow sweater, a green skirt, black socks and brown shoes. Kanoka wore the same thing she wore on the shopping trip. Did before the whole trip, a white sweater and a pink skirt with boots. Asuna was wearing a white t-shirt with long orange sleeves, a matching skirt, black pants and running shoes. Setsuna was in her regular school uniform, while Naruto had a black hoodie, blue jeans, a dark orange shirt and his combat boots. "Wait a minute, why is everyone else here?" he whispered to Naruto and Asuna. "Sorry, I was busted by Peru." Asuna apologized embarrassedly. Naruto, who was behind her, shrugged. "Wow, even the area around the hotel is nice," Negi said as they walked. "Yes, the Arashiyama Sagano area has many places famous for their fall scenery. We should come here during autumn to see the trees," Yu explained. "So sensei, where are we going?" Haruna asked. "Do you want me to guide you?" Yu inquired. "Ah no, I was heading off that way," Negi said, pointing towards the direction of the shrine. "Asuna-san, what are we going to do?" he whispered to the orange-haired girl. "Well, we could try to lose them in the crowd," Asuna guessed. "Hey Asuna, can I ask you something?" Haruna well asked. "Yeah, what? Are you and Negi-sensei dating?" At the question, Asuna slammed her head into a tanuki statue, while Naruto was laughing at her reaction. "Do you really think I'll date him? He's 10. I'll date blonde way before I'll date Negi." "Blonde?" Haruna questioned. She then heard some chuckling and turned to Naruto. "Oh Asu-chan, I knew you loved me," as he hugged her from behind. She then kicked on the head, leaving a bump on it. "Baka, I didn't really mean the whole me dating you part," she shouted, storming away. Naruto got up and rubbed his head. He turned to Haruna and said, "She so loves me." Naruto chuckled. Haruna joined in, laughing as well at her teacher's antics. "Yeah, she loves you so much it hurts you," she joked. "Exactly." Naruto smirked. "Hey, there's an arcade over there," she announced to the group. "Let's take some sticker photos to commemorate our time here in Kyoto." The group went to take pictures, but had to drag Setsuna with them. They took several different photos of the groups. There was one with Negi and Nodoka in it, Negi and Asuna, Kanoka and Setsuna, Yu, Haruna and Negi. Naruto and Asuna of him hugging her at the last minute. Naruto and Kanoka took a picture together while she hugged him. And if anyone looked, they would see an ermine in a few of them. "Everyone come here," Kanoka shouted near a video game station. "This is our chance, Negi and Iki. Just play some games for now, and then wait for a chance to go leave." Chamo said. "All right," Negi agreed. They eached the video game and saw a bunch of kids playing it. Naruto was standing behind them watching with some interest. "What kind of game are you playing?" Negi asked. "It's a game about mages," Yu said. Do you remember the game we played on the train? This is a video game version of it," Haruna explained. "A game about mages, huh? Maybe I should give it a shot," Negi stated. "Here is my starter deck, Negi-sensei." Yu handed him over a few cards. After a few minutes, Negi had won the match. "Whoa sensei, you're awesome. Are you sure you're a beginner?" Haruna asked. "Excuse me, do you mind if I join?" A boy with a black school uniform and white beanie covering his long black hair asked. Sure, why not?" Negi answered. They played for a few minutes and this time Negi lost. "Ah, I lost." "No, that was really good for your first time, Negi-sensei," Haruna said, cheering him up. "That's right. You're not bad at all. Though it will take you some time to be a real mage," the boy told Negi, smiling at him. "I got to go, but I'll see you around, Negi Springfield." How do you know my name?" Negi shouted, surprised. "Your name's on the screen," the boy said, point to the screen that said Game Over Negi Springfield. Naruto just shook his head at Negi's naivete, however he didn't trust that boy as he sensed his ki level and it was high for a kid his age. Haruna and Yu were already playing the game with Kanoka watching. "Sakurazaki-san, we are leaving Kanoka to you," Asuna said. "Okay, be careful," Setsuna replied. Asuna and Negi were about to leave when they nudged. "Ni-san, aren't you coming too?" Negi asked. "No, Kono-chan is their main target, so the letter isn't really important right now. It is just your test to deliver it. If you need me, I'll know," said a confident Naruto, as he looked very serious and was in mission mode. The 2+ Chamo nodded at this and left. "Kono-chan, stay on guard and have your wand at the ready. Setsuna-chan, stick close to her just in case," Naruto whispered to the two and they nodded in response. Naruto looked around for a bit and saw they were missing someone. "Where is Nodoka-chan?" asked Naruto. Zero back alley 0. The boy who challenged Negi to the game had run into an alley. He stopped and spoke to someone in the shadows. I knew it. His name was Springfield. Interesting. The Sons of the Thousand Master, huh? Well, it doesn't matter, I'll get those kids back for before. The figure stepped out of the shadows to reveal the monkey woman accompanied by 2 other people. The one to her right was Tsukuyomi and to her left was a boy with white hair in a blue school uniform. Behind all 3 of them was a beast with a charm on its forehead. Zero Kensai Shrine 0. This is the headquarters of the Kensai Magic Association. Negi said Lu, king up the stairs of a rather large shrine. So we just go up, right? Asuna asked. Negi nodded. Let's just get this over with. They didn't move from their spot when a tiny Setsuna in Ste's robes and had a tiny sword appeared in front of them. Kagurazaka-san, is Negi-sensei okay? The thing asked. Sakurazaki-san, Asuna asked. Well, no, it's a technique that allows me to communicate to you over far distances. Please call me Chibi Setsuna. Chibi Setsuna bowed to them. Negi and Asuna's sweat dropped. Just so you know, the East isn't known for its warm welcomes, so watch out for traps. We don't know what those people who attacked us 2 days ago are going to do. I'll be careful, Negi said. I don't worry, I got your back. Adit. The fan appeared in Asuna's hand with her gauntlets. Let's go. Asuna, Negi and the rest of the group ran into the shrine. They stopped behind 2 posts. I don't see anyone coming. I also don't feel any magic nearby. Negi told Asuna. Let's get the rest with one go. After 30 minutes of running through the stairs, Asuna nearly collapsed. These stairs go on forever, Asuna said, catching her breath. Could it be? Chibi Setsuna mumbled. Negi-sensei, let's go ahead. Okay. Asuna-san, you rest here. Negi said. He ran forwards for a minute and to his surprise ended up right behind Asuna. Negi, how did you get back there? Asuna asked. I knew it. Negi-sensei, let's go to the side. Chibi Setsuna said. Once again they ended up in the same spot they were originally at. There is no mistaking it. We are in an infinite time-space loop. We are currently trapped in a sphere in about 500 meters in all directions of us that loops around in a circle. 0 nearby 0. Fufufu, it looks like they fell into our trap. The monkey lady said from within the trees. We'll just let him rot here since there is no escape. All you guys have to do is stay here and watch them. But that is boring, the black-haired boy said. He was sitting next to a giant spider. I hate boring plans like this. I mean, it's not like they are strong. I'm more of an in-your-face fight type of guy. Just be quiet and do as you are told. The monkey lady jumped down and disappeared. Man, this sucks. 0 back with Negi 0. Aniki, let's try flying through the top. Right. Negi got on his staff and began to fly upwards, but when he reached a certain height he appeared right in front of Asuna again. We might be stuck here forever. Asuna shouted. Can the real Setsuna-san come and help us out? Negi asked Chibi Setsuna. I am sorry, but Ojou-sama is being targeted as we speak. I cannot leave her side. See, Setsuna said. How about Naruto Aniki? Chamo said. Oh yeah, he said he would come if we need him, so let's have Sakurazaki-san tell him. Asuna exclaimed. But what if Ni-san doesn't know how to get out of here? And if he was busy trying to help us, what if Setsuna-san got outnumbered? Negi reasoned to Asuna. This is bad. I need to use the bathroom. Asuna thought. She started to tremble. Ah, get me out of here. She screamed and began to run again. Wait for me, Asuna-san. Negi began to run too. I can't take this anymore. Asuna cried out, still running. An-san, we just can't keep on running around like this. Chamo told her. There's a stop over there. Chibi Setsuna pointed out to the group. Thank God there's a bathroom. Asuna shouted as she went into it. A few minutes later the group was sitting down and drinking some tea from the vending machine. Okay, let's think about what is happening in our situation and find a way out of this place. Negi said to the group. Why do they want to stop us from handing over that letter? Asuna asked. I guess they don't want to improve the current relationship between East and West. Chibi Setsuna said. What do you mean by that? It is because Kensai thinks that the Kanto region forgot its heritage and became influenced by Western magic. Do you want a sandwich, Asuna-san? Negi asked. Yeah, thanks Negi. We should take the time right now to figure out a strategy. Chamo suggested to the group. You're right, we don't know when the enemy will attack. Chibi Setsuna agreed with Chamo. Last time we had Setsuna and San and Naruto Aniki. But now it's just going to be Negi Aniki and An-san. Speaking of which, just how much stronger do I get when we activate the contract? Asuna asked the group. Let's test it out. Chamo ran over to a rock and stood next to it. An-san, I want you to kick this rock as hard as you can. But it looks like it will hurt. Don't worry about it. Fine, whatever you say, Chamo. Asuna went for a drop kick on the rock. When her foot connected, she retracted it and jumped around holding her foot in pain. Now Negi Aniki, activate the contract. Negi nodded. Sis mea pars per 30 seconds. Ministra Negi Kagurazaka Asuna. Negi proclaimed. A light white aura surrounded Asuna again. That aura around you is magical energy, An-san. Okay, An-san, kick the rock again. This time things will be different. Asuna kicked the rock and it crumbled into pieces. That works similar to the ki used by us in the Shinmei Ryu. The swordsmen of the Shinmei Ryu use ki from within their bodies and use it in their combat techniques. Though it is said to take years to learn on how to draw upon and manipulate ki. Chibi Setsuna explained. For a partner, they draw upon the power from the mage to greatly enhance their physical capabilities. Chamo said. Up in the trees the boy was smiling wickedly. How is your magic, Negi-sensei? Chibi Setsuna asked. Oh, you don't have to worry about him, he's really strong. Asuna patted Negi on the back. Yeah, he graduated at the top of his class. But in all honesty, I only know 9 combat spells. Magic school wouldn't teach us anything beyond magic projectiles and disarming my opponents. So that's why I snuck into the library and learned some on my own. Plus most of it was self-taught and some instruction from Nissan. If we were attacked by experts right now, would we be able to win? Negi thought. An image flashed in Negi's head. The image contained a man with a flowing robe holding up a demon by its neck. Rubble surrounded him and flames danced in the background with a blonde boy dancing around demons and destroying them. Do you think I can make myself stronger by drawing on magical energy too? It's possible, Chamo said. But I wouldn't recommend it. Don't worry about it for now. Most ordinary charm casters from the Kensai Magic Association can't beat you. Chibi Setsuna said. Yeah, no problem. Those guys are no match for us. Asuna smirked. Now I can't let that last comment go, a voice from above said. Falling in front of them was a gigantic spider and atop it was the black-haired boy. Maybe you should try me on for size before mouthing off comments like that. Bring it on, Western Mage, or should I? The boy taunted. You're the boy from the arcade. Negi shouted. Is Kanoka-san in danger? We're in the clear for now. Chibi Setsuna reassured Negi. Was this the one who set up the trap? Was him going to the arcade just so he can scout me out? He has a Goki too. So it is going to be a mage versus charm caster and partner versus Goki battle again. Negi assessed. Negi now. Asuna barked. Okay. Sis mea pars per 90 seconds. Ministra Negi Kagurazaka Asuna. The aura appeared again and Asuna charged. Don't think because you're a brat I'm going to go easy on you, Asuna shouted. She punched the spider with her gauntlet, creating a dent on its exoskeleton, flipping it over. But the boy jumped away. She then slammed the spider with her fan, turning it to a charm once more. Hell yeah, I'm good. Asuna heard clapping and looked at the roof. The boy was clapping for her. Not bad, Oni-san. Not bad at all. I heard there was a girl who can break our charms with enemies, so I brought along a stronger one than usual. But I was wrong, you were too strong for that one. Too. He turned and glared at Negi. But as for you, you're just a shrimp. The strong one there is the Oni-san. Aren't you embarrassed to be protected by a girl? That is why I hate Western mages. Come on Negi, we can't lose to this guy. Besides, you're just a crying that you lost your Goki. You don't stand a chance anymore. So if you are going to surrender, do it fast. Asuna yelled. You don't get it either, Oni-san. I'm no ordinary magic user. The boy jumped from the roof and went to attack Asuna. Asuna took many slashes at him, but he dodged all of them with ease. The boy jumped over the last move. Sweep kicked Asuna, tripping her, and charged Negi. Ross telephone ma sure magister flans exclamadio. Negi used the spell as the boy got close, holding charms in his face. The boy's jaw, RMS, were destroyed along with his beanie, to reveal dog ears. Negi was surprised, however, when the boy punched him in the face, sending him away. 0 Nodoka 0. Nodoka was watching the things go on in the book while she sat down next to a fence, quietly wondering if this was real. 0 Negi and Team 0. You should have told us before that you were a fighter and not a mage. Asuna accused the boy. Hey, it's your fault for assuming things. The boy shot back with his hands behind his head. And stop picking on Negi. I'm your opponent. Sorry, I don't hit girls. Not even strong ones like you, Oni-san. Ha! You Western mages are so weak. I bet your dad the Thousand or brother the Yellow Flash or whatever aren't so great either. Chamo threw a smoke bomb so they can do a tactical retreat. When the smoke cleared, Asuna and Negi were gone. Get back here, you cowards. You can run from me, but you will never escape. 0 with Negi and Party 0. Gah, who the hell does that mouthy brat think he is? Also, what is up with those stupid ears he has? Asuna shouted. An-san, quiet down. Chamo attempted to calm the girl. The boy is a Kuzuko. Chibi Setsuna said. A what? A wolf or fox type of monster. In other words, we're facing a demon. What the heck? So we're fighting another monster. Such freaking pain in the ass this trip turned out to be. She turned to Negi, was thinking. Negi, you beat Eva, the strongest of all monsters. You should be able to floor a guy your age in no time. She stopped mid-rant and looked at Negi, noticing that he was bleeding. You're bleeding. Just hold still, I'll get a towel. Asuna-san, Negi started. I studied how to fight in order to find my father. I believed that I needed combat ability to find him. You know, Takamichi and Nissan spent a whole month teaching me how to fight. What Takahata-sensei and Naruto? You got to tell me all of it in detail. Maybe next time. But it was a miracle that we won against Evangeline-san, and you saw how she and Nissan fought. She was going easy on me. I'm still inexperienced, but I need to get stronger in order to get to my father. That is why I have to beat that guy. How are you going to win against him, Negi Aniki? Don't worry, I have a plan. 0 Nodoka 0. That's good, Negi-sensei has a plan. Nodoka chirped. Found you. The boy from before shouted. Ah, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Hey, you're the Oni-chan from the arcade. And you were the one that ran into me, said Nodoka. Damn, did she follow me? Thought the boy. You shouldn't be in here. It said, entry prohibited, outside, you know. I'm so. RRY, I was just trying to find my friends. Nodoka stuttered. Well, there is a fight going around here, and a girl like you shouldn't be around. I'll undo the trap later. Stick tight around here till then. The boy was about to run off when Nodoka called out to him. Wait. My name is Miyazaki Nodoka. What's yours? She asked the boy. Adit. Hang on, sensei. 0 with Operation Strike Back 0. Negi and Asuna were waiting for their opponent in an open area. When they heard rustling in the trees, Negi started to chant. Ros telephone ma sure magister evocatio valsiriarum contubernalia gladiaria. Intercept and attack. As he finished his spell, several lightning Negi clones on staffs flew towards the noise. Katarao was jumping on the gates and smirked. Finally fighting me for real, huh, shrimp? He key. CKED away 2 of the clones, dispersing them. He then got 3 knives and destroyed the others. He turned around just in time to block an onslaught of lightning arrows. Ros telephone ma sure magister unis fulgur considens noctum. In mea manu ens animicum edit. Fulguratio albicans. Ray of light that tears apart the night sky, gather unto my hand and strike down my enemies. White thunder. A burst of intense electricity erupted from Negi's hand and hit Katarao, sending him flying of the post he was on, onto the ground covered in smoke. What was that? It was awesome. Asuna shouted. That's Negi Aniki for you. Using a 3-layer spell combination and a feint. It's the basics for mage versus fighter situations. Chamo smirked. But it's not over yet. Chibi Setsuna said. Just as she said, Katarao sped out of the smoke with just a few burns. Not bad, Shrimpy. You destroyed all my shield charms. But if I had taken the brunt of that attack, I would have been in so much pain. Hey, don't go after Negi, face me. Fighter to fighter. Asuna said as she got in front of Negi to defend him while he chanted. She went to slash Kotarao but he dodged and was already behind Negi. He then punched Negi in the G-Oot, stopping his spell and popping him into the air. He followed up the attack by punching him in the face then the gut again. To finish off the attack he knuckled him on the back of the head, sending him sprawling on the floor. Listen Oni-san, I ain't no fighter. I'm an Inagami Tsukai, a person who uses the power of dog gods. And you best remember that. Though I did train in some ninjutsu too, Kotarao said to Asuna while summoning a pack of dogs from the shadows. Go play with the Oni-san over there. The dogs barked and then proceeded to lick Asuna into submission. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with these dogs? Asuna laughed. Asuna-san, Negi managed to say. Kotarao frowned that the boy wasn't out yet, and punched him into the floor even more, breaking tile. This is bad. There is barely a NY magic left within Negi Aniki's barrier. If he keeps going on like this, the barrier will break and with that he'll be taking the full force of that kid's attacks. Chamo screamed. So you mean, Asuna said still being licked by the dogs. That boy's punches are full of ki and you saw how strong those are. If he isn't careful Negi Aniki won't just get off in critical, he'll be down for good. The conversation ended when they saw Negi slamming into a rock a few feet away. Kotarao appeared before him and began to pummel him into oblivion. See, this is how weak Western mages are without their partners. And without time to chant their spells they are nothing. Take this you shrimp. Kotarao kicked Negi and sent him into another rock. I've won. Time to end it. Kotarao charged with another ki-enhanced punch. This is it, Negi thought. The punch was coming and Negi spoke. Activate the contract Negi Springfield. The aura that once surrounded Asuna, this time filled Negi. Negi parried Kotarao's attack, surprising the dog boy. Negi then used uppercut sending the boy into the air. Still having some of the magic surrounding him Negi appeared below Kotarao and chanted. Ross telephone ma sure magister unis fulgur considens noctum. In mea manu ens animicum edit. Fulguratio albicans. Negi cast one of his most powerful spells at point blank on the dog boy, shocking him and frying some of his nerves. How was that? That was the power of Western mages. All right Negi, Asuna cheered. Man Negi Aniki, I was losing my fur there for a second. Waiting for a chance to counter, where even a master wouldn't be able to escape. You took a lot of damage. It's no simple feat to be able to come up with a plan like that and so soon. For Negi-sensei to have such willpower and wisdom, only few can do that, Chibi Setsuna thought. Now we just have to escape. Chamo said. That's right, we still haven't found a way out of here. Hold it right there. Kotarao heaved as he got up. This is he first time a human had hurt me so seriously. So I'll take back what I said about you Negi Springfield. But it is not over yet. When Kotarao was standing at his fullest he looked like a cross between a man and a white dog. He had white fur all over his body and a tail, and his hair even grew longer. What the heck is that? Asuna shouted. The dog boy smirked and attacked, but both Negi and Asuna dodged. When they saw the damage caused to the floor, they decided that getting hit was a bad idea, since the floor had erupted into rubble. I've got no choice, Negi said. Activate the contract for 10 seconds for Negi Springfield. Kotarao rushed forward but disappeared due to his speed. I can't see him. He's too fast. Is he on my right or left? Negi thought. To your left sensei. Negi then dodged to the left, barely being missed by Kotarao's punch. Negi turned and saw Nodoka standing there. Nodoka-san, he asked. Hanya-chan, what are you doing here? Asuna shouted. To your right sensei. Negi followed the instruction and dodged, following up with a palm strike to Kotarao's face. Above you. Negi sidestepped an uppercut to the face. Spinning kick from behind. Negi spun out the range of the attack and punched Kotarao to the head. Both fighters winced due to their injuries. Negi Aniki is too injured, we have to get out of here. Chamo ordered. Chamo-san, I think I know how to get us out of here, Nodoka said. She took a deep breath. Kotarao-kun, how do we get out of here? What did you say? Are you some kind of idiot, Oni-chan? Why would I tell ya that? Kotarao shouted. Nodoka was looking inside her book and a new entry appeared. It was a picture of Kotarao and a gate, saying to destroy the seals on it to get free. This might be bad, she just read my thoughts. Kotarou thought. We just have to head to the 6th gate east of here, and then destroy the hidden runes on the left, right on top of it to get free. Chamo's, Asuna's and Kotarou's jaws dropped. Negi got on his staff and flew. He grabbed Nodoka holding her bridal style. He cast more magical arrows and destroyed the runes. Kagurazaka-san, break the light that comes from the barrier. Chibi Setsuna said. Gotcha. Asuna swiped at the crack with her fan, breaking it and freeing them. Chibi Setsuna sealed the gate, trapping Kotarou inside. Zero with Negi and friends Zero. I guess you found out, huh? Negi asked Nodoka as she, Asuna and himself had a small picnic. I'm sorry for trying to deceive you, but it was a secret. It's all right. I had a vague guess on it, really, Nodoka said, blushing. Really? Negi shouted. Nodoka nodded. But to think that Negi-sensei is mage. It's like from something, a fantasy novel from the library. It's kind of exciting. Hey Negi, I thought we didn't want Hanya-chan involved with this. Asuna questioned her teacher, but she already knows. Also, she has a powerful artifact. It would be good to have it. Chamo said as he jumped up and down. Ah Negi, you haven't stopped bleeding. Are you sure it doesn't hurt? Asuna-san, I'm okay, I swear. Negi-sensei. I bring disinfectants with me and band-aids, let me help you, Nodoka said. After being patched up, Chibi Setsuna spoke up. Since we're out, we need to head for the Kensai Magic Association soon. We have to hurry and deliver that letter. You can't leave. Miyazaki-san here, so she'll have to calm up. See, Setsuna started to tremble. What's wrong? Asuna asked worriedly. Something is happening to my real body. I can't keep the connection. Chibi Setsuna then popped back into a piece of paper. Oh no, something must have happened on Setsuna and San and Naruto Aniki's side. Chamo said, holding the piece of paper. Zero with Naruto and Setsuna Zero. So you finally decided to come. Good, this cloak and dagger shit was getting annoying. Said Naruto, grinning that Springfield grin as he closed his book. 0-1 Ro Ayas is from Fate Stay Night and was used by Archer. If anyone has watched the other Negima anime, you can watch, I think, episode 4 where Setsuna makes a shield out of a big flower, and Ro Ayas fit the bill to make a pactio from that idea. The exchange of supplying ki to it made it so there was a price to pay for a powerful shield to use, so Setsuna can't just spam a shield every 5 seconds. 0. I think this is my longest Negima chapter yet. Okay, a few things. The Kyoto arc will be ending in about 1 or 2 more chapters, and I will not be updating ROTK till the arc is done. Now don't cry, it is just since I started ROTK I feel as if I have been neglecting TMON, each story needs some attention to it. Now read and review. Help with the harem. Should it be big or small? You tell me. No flames. Peace off. Earth and lightning clash. Mission done. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys. Thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Harem is going to be 9 or 10 by the end of the next chapter. The harem is set. Forever. Asuna, first love all the way. Theodora, a must. And do I have plans for her? XD, Setsuna, got to go with Kanoka. Kanoka, she is too adorable. Kazumi, I like redheads. Evangeline, obviously. Ako, I just love her character development. Chisame, no, she will stay. Yuna, she is nice and cheerful. 0 The rest of the unsure list. 0 Mana, an exotic wild card. Ku Fei, she's a coin flip. Let's see after a spar with Naruto. Kaide, this one is up to you. Cheerleader trio, up to you guys, yes or no? Either one or all of them. Chizuru, well, you know, let me know what you think. 0. Setsuna was hastily dragging Kanoka out of the arcade and far away. Naruto was not in the back of the group, watching out for potential threats. Hey, why are we running so far all of a sudden? You asked. Yeah, what's happening? Sakurazaki-san. Aruna shouted as they ran through the streets. As some old flame after you. No, nothing like that, Setsuna said. I'm sorry Kanoka Ojou-sama, but we have to keep on moving. Kanoka nodded and was ready with wand in her sleeve. Naruto was alongside her, running with his guard up. A glint in the sunlight caught his attention and he got in front of Setsuna and Kanoka doing a grabbing motion, then running off. Setsuna looked at him till Naruto held up some senbon. Kanoka and Setsuna's eyes widened. They're attacking in broad daylight now. Setsuna thought. Setsuna-chan, let's go to Cinema Town. Naruto whispered to her. Setsuna mentally nodded at what he said and turned to Haruna and Yu. I'm sorry Saotome-san Ace-san, but I'm sorry about this but I want to be alone with Kanoka-san and Naruto-sensei. Okay. The two replied. Setsuna proceeded to carry Kanoka bridal style and jump over the wall with Naruto following, causing the two other students to sweat drop. Was that CG? Haruna asked Yu. I thought you had to pay to get in. Yu answered ignoring the question. Two girls alone with Naruto-kun together, it can be. Haruna mumbled in excitement. What's going on? Asked Yu. She then walked into the town. Haruna in Ost was the gothic Lolita Tsukuyomi. She was watching Setsuna with a dreamy look in her eyes. Setsuna-senpai is so devoted, even when not working. Though the choice of where to escape to is rather interesting. 0 Cinema Town 0. Setsuna was walking through the streets of cinema continuously looking over her shoulder. As long as there are a lot of people they won't do anything. We can wait for Negi-sensei and the others here. Let's see if I can contact them. Negi-sensei. Negi-sensei. Shoot. They did cut off my connection with the Shikigami, but last I saw Negi-sensei. He was pretty banged up. Naruto-sensei should be staking the area for potential threats, so we should be safe, for now. Sei-chan. Sei-chan. Kanoka called out to her. Yes Ojo-sama. Setsuna turned around to see Kanoka in a stunning crimson kimono with floral designs and her hair put into an elegant ponytail. She was using an umbrella to shade herself. Setsuna blushed. Kanoka Ojo-sama, why are you wearing those clothes? There were changing rooms over there, that you can borrow costumes. So how do I look Sei-chan? Kanoka asked doing a twirl. You look beautiful. Setsuna stammered. She has truly grown up beautifully. Hey, thank you. Kanoka went into a thinking pose then smiled. I know what to do, why don't you get you a costume too? I'll even pick it for you. What? I don't think I have that one fits me. Kanoka Ojo-sama, Setsuna complained as she was dragged and forced into a costume. She had on green hakama, black and gold chest armor, and a white jacket with red triangle designs on the bottom. She had on a Hittite on her forehead, along with a fake sword under her real one. Ojo-sama, I don't get why I have wear male clothing. It suits you Sei-chan. Indeed, Setsuna-chan. You do come off as a valiant warrior, said a male voice. The two turned to see Naruto in a black muscle-like shirt with black pants and steel boots. What f? Finished the outfit off was a red coat-like garb. 1. Both blushed at the muscles they were seeing, and they were not the only ones, as the rest of the females in the crowd were drooling at him. Well let's look around for good hiding places. Kanoka said, which she meant let's go buy stuff. Kanoka grabbed both their arms and made them walk with her to various stores. Hey look Sei-chan, Naruto-kun. She grabbed a piece of bread from a table and stuffed it in her mouth. It's a sweet bun, she said with giant eyes. Setsuna couldn't help herself and laughed while Naruto gave a chuckle at the sight. Turning around until her laughter subsided, Setsuna took in deep breaths. Sorry. Setsuna apologized, though she had to stifle her giggles. Kanoka beamed brightly at her. You finally laughed Sei-chan. A troop of school girls were watching them and cheered. Hey, it's a pretty boy samurai and his princess. A nameless girl shouted. Do you mind if we take a picture? Sure. Kanoka chirped. Can you do a poser for us? Setsuna grabbed and held Kanoka protectively and drew her sword as they took the picture. After the picture, Kanoka turned to Setsuna and giggled. Sei-chan, you look so much like a boy. They might think we are a couple. Can I have a copy of that photo? Setsuna asked the girl who had taken the picture. Kanoka also requested for one. Haruna, all I can see is those three have a good relationship. You said as she was and her friend were spying on the three. There is nothing going on between them. But I mean, look at them, it seems they are really close to each other. And don't forget how Naruto-kun kissed Sakurazaki-san. Those three together, she trailed off drooling. Haruna tried to persuade her friend to agree with her. They heard chuckling behind them, so Una and Yu turned around to see the entirety of Group 3. There is something suspicious about those three, Kazumi said, scratching her chin. She was in a black kimono. Chizuru was in a black western dress complete with top hat. Natsumi was in a pink kimono. Ayaka was in red one with a wig on her head put in the old Japanese fashion women wore during the time of samurai. Chisame was in a traditional priestess costume. You guys came to Cinema Town too. And what's with the weird get-ups? Haruna asked. You should change, it feels awesome. Hey look, someone is coming. Natsumi pointed out. AAC. Ariage came to a halt in front of Kanoka, Setsuna, and Naruto. In it was a girl in an English woman dress that was all in white. A fan was covering her face. You're, Setsuna started. That's right, I'm from the Shinmei Ryu. Just kidding, Tsukuyomi said as she got out of the carriage. I'm just a noble woman from a western house, you swordsman. I've come to take the princess in place of the money I lent you. What are you doing? There are civilians here. Sei-chan, she is trying to foul the crowd. Whispered Kanoka. Cinema Town sometimes spontaneously gets visitors to be in an act. You explained. Then this is how she will try to get Kanoka Ojou-sama. They are pretending this is an act. Setsuna thought. Now I just can't allow that. Said Naruto as he walked in front of the two girls. Oh, and why not Oni-san? Asked the Lolita. Due to the rules of the Grail and as long as my master holds my command seals, I cannot allow my master to be harmed or taken away. If you try then I, servant archer, will stop you. Said Naruto as he pulled a black bow and a spiral arrow out of nowhere. It came with the costume so he might as well use it for show. Naruto-sensei can act, Chizuru wondered. Maybe we should recruit him for the drama club. Must Natsumi? Wow, he even acts like the character. Clapped Haruna. Damn, sensei is working that outfit. Said Kazumi as she took pictures for the masses, yay. Tsukuyomi giggled, then took off a glove, then threw it at Setsuna. I'll challenge you for Kanoka-sama. The place will be at the Japanese bridge opposite of the main gate. Oh, and you can't ask that Oni-san for help. We have a special guest for him. Too bad, because I would love to taste the yellow flash's blood. Her irises turned white and the sclera turned black, a demonic grin was adopted on her face. Kanoka flinched but stood her ground. I'll see you in 30 minutes. She got in her carriage and drove away. I would suggest you find stronger enemies, master, as my arrows may dull from such cowardice adversaries. Said Naruto, keeping in character. I'll see what I can do about it, Archer-kun. Said Kanoka with her finger to her chin. Setsuna's sweat dropped at how they continued the act till applause broke out from the crowd. Soon the rest of the class came and barraged the three with questions. Sakurazaki-san, what is going on here? Why didn't you tell us something important like this? Kazumi shouted. Naruto-kun, your acting was awesome. She is right, sensei, you so got to let me draw you lat. OWOWOW. Said Haruna as you dragged her by her ear. No, drawing sensei for your perverted manga, Haruna. Said you, sipping her juice. He turned to Setsuna. Setsuna-chan, I'm going to find this special guest that creepy loli was talking about. Stick close, and if Kono-chan tells you to give her room, do so. Okay, he asked cryptically. Setsuna wasn't sure till she saw Kanoka show her wand and then nodded to the command. Naruto dashed away and left a clone to watch and interfere, if needed. He couldn't protect them all the time. Naruto continued walking for a good 20 minutes till he was in an empty lot. He spiked his magic a bit to draw some attention and a Seikon. Later, and boy with white hair in a blue uniform. Naruto looked at the boy and froze. It can't be. He looks similar to the design of the others I have seen from Uncle Al's memories, but for one to be here, why? I'm curious as to why an Avarunkus would be here. Naruto asked in a neutral tone and wordlessly casting his battle enhancement magic. Ah, just what I would expect from you, Naruto-kun. Why? Oh, you seem to carry your mother's attitude and none of your idiotic father's. I am impressed, as that should be the way the heir of the royal family of Vespertatia should act. Naruto's hand twitched, ready to be so shocked. You look just like her, and since your father is the Thousand Master, it was easy for us to put it together, especially those eyes of yours since they are a trait in your royal blood. Said the boy in a neutral tone. Fuck me sideways. They knew. Are they here for Negi? To test him to see if he is a threat or take him out now, since they didn't have that chance with me, or Naruto's M. Ind was going at speeds faster than most people trying to figure out this puppets game. You seem to be trying to figure out my purpose, said the boy. It is hard to ignore you and your kind, but telephone. Tell me your name, as it is only fair since you know my full name, asked Naruto. For this mission I go by Fate Avarunkus, but since you know about me Naruto-kun, I will tell you my full name. It is Tertium, the Avarunkus of Earth. He said this as a stone spikes rose from the ground beneath Naruto. Zero play theme of Archer Zero. Naruto dodged by jumping back and activated his Raiden no Yoroi to increase his speed even higher and went for a key-enhanced kick, but Fate's barrier blocked it. Naruto jumped back again and vanished and reappeared behind Fate and went for an elbow strike to the head, but Fate blocked from behind. As he did, Naruto used gravity magic to slip Fate up a bit and rotated his body to perform a roundhouse kick to the boy's face and sent him flying for a second till he corrected himself in the air and dashed forward a high speed. Naruto stood his ground and just at the last second caught the fist intended for his face most likely and threw Fate into the ground and was about to punch his face till another stone spike came from behind Naruto, where he felt this and flipped Fate to take the hit and jumped to the side. The spike stopped as Fate threw his hand up to stop it. Naruto created 2 lightning lances and charged with them for some melee damage. Fate saw this and made 2 stone swords, and they clashed in a ferocious battle of elemental weapons. As the fight continued, each was getting nicks and cuts on their bodies, and at the same time one of each of their weapons broke from overuse. Naruto jumped high and charged his lance with more lightning and threw it at Fate as he cancelled his sword and pulled up his barrier, and smoke filled the area on impact. Fate's instincts kicked in and he dodged a one-finger Jigokuzuki aimed for his neck but failed to get out the way fully as his shoulder was pierced, as at this close of a range and the attack's piercing quality it ripped through like bullet. The two got some distance and stared at each other. They couldn't escalate this battle to a higher level due to the civilians in the area, but Naruto didn't realize Fate thought the same way. Zero N theme of Archer Zero. I must admit Naruto-kun, your rumors do you know justice, spoke Fate as he held his shoulder and his eyes showed respect for his opponent in front of him. Thank you. Now tell me your purpose here before I cut your strings, said Naruto with authority in his voice. I will just say that the woman I work for means little to me. Sadly, that is all I can say for now. Naruto then got a tingle from the back of his head, most likely a clone using a Harashin kunai to call him back. Well, Tertium, it seems I am needed elsewhere, so, bye, Naruto said as he flashed away. Naruto Springfield. Yes, you are a truly worthy opponent in future events to come, said Fate as he used his gate to return to his current base of operations. Zero back with Setsuna and the others. Zero. Naruto met back up with the group and had his clone pop and saw what happened and was that Kanoka pushed Setsuna out of the way and used a 5-layer barrier to block the arrow intended for her, and walked with the group after a wardrobe change to his usual battle outfit and had Kanoka heal him a bit away from the company they were traveling with. Zero with Negi. Zero. I don't think it is a good idea to go help out Sakurazaki-san or Naruto right now, Asuna said. I mean, you're still pretty beat up. It's okay. I got a call from Setsuna-san. They said that they got out of the cinema town and no one is after them. Hey Asu-chan. The voice of Naruto echoed. Oh good, they are here. Suna turned around, then she shouted in surprise. What are they doing here? Naruto turned around and saw that the rest of the group 5 was with him. Oh them, well, you see Kazumi-chan put a GPS on Setsuna-chan while we were changing, so they followed us here. My apologies. Setsuna bowed. The group was currently walking towards the Kensai Magic Association with Negi on Naruto's back and Kazumi holding Negi's staff. You shouldn't have done that. Do you know how dangerous it is right now? Negi almost died a little while ago, shouted Asuna. We all may die if I don't take out that boy soon, or at least weaken him. Naruto thought he needed to discuss this with Aishin. Welcome Kanoka Ojou-sama. Naruto-sama, they all announced in unison. Kanoka blushed embarrassed, as did Naruto. Sakurazaki-san, what's going on here? Asuna asked in confusion. Well, this is the Kensai Magic Association's headquarters, but at the same time it is also Kanoka Ojou-sama's home, and since Naruto's Ensei is good friends with the chief, so he is a welcomed guest that is treated very well. Setsuna explained. The group then entered the home. This place hasn't gotten any smaller. Naruto said, looking around. They sat down, kneeling on some pillows in the main hall. If you would please wait here, the chief will be with you shortly, a random maid said. So if this is your house, Konoka-san, does that mean? Negi asked. Thank you for waiting, Asuna-kun, Konoka's classmates and your teacher Negi-sensei. And if it isn't Naruto-kun? You seem to have grown even taller than last time. I welcome you to my home. Konoka's father, Kono Aishin, greeted them. Chu-san, Konoka said and gave a small nod as she was a bit upset with him right now. Konoka-san's father was the chief of the West. Negi asked. I think he's hot, Asuna said in awe. Naruto just gave her a WTF expression. I think I might just unseal her memories now to stop this delusional older men fantasy. Thought Naruto. You. No, Asuna, I will never get your taste in men. Kazumi shouted. Ah, Chief-san, I have a letter for the chief of the West, the principal of Mahora Academy, Kono Kanaman, chief of the East. Negi stated, giving the letter to Konoka's father. I know all about it. I'm sorry it must have been hard on you, he said to the young teacher. And no, it wasn't. The head opened the letter and found a piece of paper with a chibi principal shaking his fist at him, saying, Get your people in line, son-in-law. Quote, All right, by my will. We will try to cease our differences and console with the West. Your mission is complete, Negi Springfield-kun. The girls cheered for him and tossed him into the air. It'll be sunset by the time you get to the bottom of the mountain, so why don't you stay for the night? I'll have a feast prepared for you too. Ah yeah, Kazumi and Haruna shouted. For tagalongs, I'll say, Asuna deadpanned. But if we don't get back, people will be wondering where we are. I mean, this is a school trip we are on. Negi said. No worries, I'll send paper doubles in your stead, said the chief. Bull to that, my clone is there for me, thought Naruto, refusing to ever use a paper double after the kissing game incident. The feast proceeded and some of the girls, namely Kazumi, Haruna, Nodoka and Yu, got drunk not knowing there was alcohol in their drinks. Setsuna-kun, Aishin called out to her. Setsuna perked up, then knelt down to him. See, chief, you would speak to someone like me. Oh, please don't be formal. I just wanted to thank you for protecting Konoka for those 2 years in Mahora. You responded to my requests and did marvelously. Ah no, it is okay. It is my pleasure protecting Ojou-sama, your words are wasted on me. She then adopted a sad look. I was unable to protect her today. Naruto flicked her nose. Naruto-sensei, stop that shit already, Setsuna-chan. You managed to keep Tsukuyomi at bay. And I think Kono-chan gic protecting you, just like I trained her too. Naruto said as he looked Aishin. So you have been teaching her, Naruto-kun? Aishin said. Yup. I wasn't going to let your fears stop her from facing the inevitable, Aishin. I did it to protect her. He countered. For how long? Till she lived in Mahora forever. Till she dead, deaf, dumb, and blind to the world around her. No, you let your fears from the war control your judgment. In fact, at if Setsuna-chan wasn't enough to stop them and she died. You also hurt Setsuna-chan by having her go with your selfishness, Aishin, so to me you wronged both of them. Dad wasn't dumb to do that to and I turned out to be one of the strongest people around from it. I plan to do that with Kono-chan also, and maybe Setsuna-chan for some physical training if she wants. Naruto said as he winking at Setsuna, which she blushed to and was also shocked at how he ripped the chief a new one. The chief sighed heavily. You are right, Naruto-kun, and it seems you don't carry that idiot's brain as much as I thought. More like your mother's and her blunt honestly. I will talk to Konoka later. For what it is worth, Setsuna-kun, I am truly sorry for my selfish request. Aishin said as he walked away. 0 The bathhouse 0. Asuna let out a sigh of relief as she sat down in the bath. Awah, with all that's happened today, it's so nice to wash all the sweat away. And wash away the tired, while you're at it, Setsuna said as she sat down next to her. This bath is huge, just like the house itself. I mean, I would have never guessed Konoka lived in something like this. Well, it's, I heard all about how you tried to protect Konoka in Cinema Town. Though it is usually the knight that protects the princess, not the other way around, ha ha ha, but I guess a favorite princess is trying to get stronger along with us. What about you, Kagura-san? Huh, I mean you're always helping Negi-sensei. It nothing like that, he's just a brat, I worry about him, beside I would take blonde over that brat any day. Oh, so you like Naruto-sensei then? Kagura-san, you know I'm just joking with you, right? Setsuna apologized. I know, however you can call me Asuna from now on. Then you can call me Setsuna. I also have a lot to talk to you about. Please come to the baths with Kanoka Ojou-sama after this. I can do that. Any further conversation was stopped when they heard male voices outside the door. Shoot, it's Negi, Naruto and Kanoka's dad. Hide, Asuna whispered. They hid behind a rock near the bath. Aw, thank you too for protecting my little girl, Aishin stated as the trio got into the bath. I hope my men didn't cause you much trouble. Pief Kono-chan doesn't need looking after that much. Aishin, me, Asu-chan, and Setsuna-chan are all she needs, and maybe the Gaki over here. Naruto said, thumbing at Negi, and I think your men are getting lazy as all hell. I mean, where was the challenge? Naruto expressed while throwing his hands in the air. They have showed me I am still lacking. But I will train to get stronger. Negi replied. A long time ago there was a lot who did not like the East. Fortunately the only ones left active are few in numbers. So please leave the rest to us. Unfortunately we are low on manpower right now. Most of our agents are spread out throughout Western Japan. They will be back tomorrow. That's great news, Negi shouted. But what about that monkey lady? You mean Amagasaki Chigusa? She seems to have a grudge against Western mages. But what does she need Kanoka-san for? She wants an ace. An ace? Yes, I think you have realized it by now. As a member of the Kono bloodline, Kanoka inherited a great deal of magic. The ability to control that magic is somewhere in her lying dormant. That power can surpass even your father, Negi and Naruto-kun. The Thousand Master. In other words, Kanoka is a mage with unimaginable powers. If that power is somehow controlled, it will only be a matter of days until someone takes over the West or destroys the East. That is why we sent her to Mahora, to keep her protected. We even kept it secret from her as well. Naruto just shook his head at this. By the way, what do you know about the Thousand Master? Negi asked, making Naruto sweat dropped from Negi's lack of knowledge of their father's group. Neg, Aishin and Dad are best buds. Negi was shocked. Indeed we are. So Naruto-kun, how are things going between you and Theodora-sama? Asked an interested Aishin. Wah, from what I hear you two are quite the item. Most of the rumors from the magical world are that you two are secret lovers. Naruto started to sputter at this. What? But me and Theo-chan are best friends. I mean, sure, we hang out a lot and we have kissed a few times, and she asks me to help her get away from her suitors. I mean, at times she is like my sister, then my girlfriend, and at the scary times my wife. And don't even get me started when we both got drank at that ball one time. I still can't remember what happened. Though she never stopped blushing while looking at me for a while. Did I mention she has one wicked right hook? Sounds to me like you two are together, said Aishin, getting some payback at Naruto, and said teen just dunked under the water to hide from the questions. Zero behind the rock. Zero. Asuna heard about this Theodora person and she just didn't like it. She felt like she was just punched in the gut and a loose tear fell from her face. Who was this girl to take her Naruto-kun away from her? Wait, my Naruto-kun, when the hell did that happen, and why does it hurt? Asuna thought a bit about it, but her head started to hurt a little and she clenched her fist hard, and Setsuna saw this. Zero with the man, teen, and boy Zero. The three heard the voices of the other girls coming closer. Okay, please tell me they are just lost and it is still our time in the baths. Naruto almost begged his fellow males. I think we should just leave using the back exit, Aishin suggested. Read my mind. Naruto was already up and running with Negi and Aishin behind him. Not looking where he was going, Naruto bumped into Asuna, who was hiding behind the wall, and landed on top of her. Beautiful. Naruto whispered as he looked at Asuna, and Asuna blushed hard hearing it and loved it, but that love turned to rage a second later. The doors then opened to the sight of Naruto still atop Asuna. Loud shouting took place a few seconds after. Most of them screams from Naruto being beaten to death. 0 after the bathing incident 0. Atop a tree overlooking the Kensai Magic Association headquarters, Chigusa and Fate stood on a branch, watching the mansion. Hey new kid, you said not to follow them and now look what happened. They reached the place and already gave the letter. Chigusa barked. I will take care of it, Fate said calmly before jumping down from the tree. 0 with Asuna and Kanoka 0. Wow, it is really beautiful here, Kanoka, Asuna said looking at the cherry blossom trees. Yeah, why are always in bloom here for some reason, Kanoka explained. I still can't believe Kanoka is a mage, Asuna thought. And Kanoka's dad is a friend of the Thousand Master, Naruto and Negi's dad. Calm. To think of it, the headmaster knew Negi was a mage when he came to school. That and Kanoka is his granddaughter, so it should make sense. Why didn't I see it before? Did you say something, Asuna? Nothing. You're silly, Asuna, Kanoka joked. I wonder what Sei-chan wants to talk about. So do I. Asuna was not looking where she was going and hit her head on something hard. When they turned air gazed to the object they saw, it was a stone arm coming out of the servants' quarters. Inside were many statues that looked eerily like the maids panicking. What is this? This is Asuna, we need to find Naruto-kun, fast. 0 with Negi 0. I'm glad that Kanoka's father is friends with the Thousand Master. I mean, he promised to take me to his home here in Kyoto tomorrow, Negi said to his ermine friend. That's right, we gave him the letter and finished all our objectives here. Chamo excl to walk throughout the mansion, but stopped when they heard a scream. What was that? Negi shouted. I think it came from the girl's room. Negi ran to the girl's room and slammed the sliding door open. The sight he came to were the girls standing in place. What are you all doing? You seem so stiff. Is this some kind of game? Negi and Nikki, they're not playing, Chamo shouted, worried. He got on top of one of the girls' head and showed that they did not react. They've been petrified. Nodoka-san, Asakura-san, Peru-san, Negi shouted with some tears. Negi and Nikki, this isn't time to be crying. We have to see if anyone else is in trouble. The enemy might still be here. That's right. Where is Asuna-san? Negi bust out of the room looking for her. Negi ran around the mansion shouting out her name without getting a response. Please don't let her be petrified too. That's right, I'll use the card. Asuna-san. Asuna-san. 0 with Asuna and Kanoka 0. Asuna's head snapped up hearing Negi's voice. Negi, where are you? She looked around seeing he wasn't there. Oh, I know. Asuna took out her pactio and put it on her head. Negi, are you okay? I'm with Kanoka right now. Asuna-san. Thank goodness. Negi, what's happening? Protect Kanoka-san. The enemy is at headquarters. What? I thought we cleared everything up. They are still after Kanoka-san. Let's meet back at the baths from before. Asuna, did something happen? Kanoka asked worriedly. Kanoka, the bad guys are here and they're after you, Asuna explained. But how? Naruto-kun said the barrier around the building was really strong. I don't know, but I will protect. Just watch my back and use your magic when you got to. Asuna pulled out her pactios, summoning her giant paper fan and gauntlets, and Kanoka got out her wand. 0 with Naruto 0. Naruto was currently in his father's safe house looking for any UES that may help him deal with his new foe. Let's see. Magic for Dummies junk. 100 ways to use magical arrows as pranks junk. Baby pictures of Naruto-jun. Okay, let's hid that somewhere. He threw it into a pocket dimension. Why can't that idiot write down anything that could be remotely helpful? He got a buzz in his head and turned around. The barrier was breached, but how did Tertium is there, damn it. 0 with Negi 0. Staff. Negi shouted, summoning his staff from its location. He was running down the hall swiftly, trying to reach the baths. Negi and Nikki, you need to chill. If they are using petrifaction, they aren't aiming to hurt innocent bystanders, Chamo said, trying to stay on Negi's shoulders. Okay, but still, Negi came to a halt and put his staff up to attack at the incoming person at the end of the corner. He was met with the tip of a blade at his throat. His eyes widened, seeing that it was Setsuna. Setsuna-san, shouldn't you be at the baths? Asuna-san headed there to talk to you. Something set my alarm bells off, so I came to see what's going on. Setsuna asked. It's like this. Negi-kun. Setsuna-kun. the voice of the chief came from behind both of them. They whipped around, eyes widening at the sight. The chief was behind them, half petrified from the waist down. Chief, I'm so sorry, you too, it seems I overestimated the temple's barrier. Blame. Too much peace, it caught me completely by surprise. To think, I once stood with the Thousand Master, I shame myself. By now the petrifaction had reached his shoulders. Chief, Negi-kun, Setsuna-kun. That boy with the white hair, beware of him, his power is to the extreme. No ordinary spellcaster should be able to get past the barrier. Naruto-kun is the only one who can take him. The petrifaction had hold of the back of his head. Negi-kun, Setsuna-kun, contact the headmaster, you're likely going to have it rough, take care of Kanoka, forgive me. With that last sentence Aishin was nothing more than a statue. Chief, Negi shouted. A few moments of silence passed by before Negi spoke. Setsuna-san. Hi Negi-sensei. Let's go, Zero with you Zero. You was running through the forest with haste. We were just playing cards mere moments ago. Zero, this is a flashback. Zero. Haruna, Nodoka, you and Kazumi were in the room playing cards when they heard a knock on the door. Haruna slid open the door to be met with a white-haired boy. Yay, who are you little boy? The boy spoke some words that she couldn't comprehend, and then dust filled the room causing Haruna to cough. When was done she became stone. Peru, Nodoka shouted. She was in the midst of drawing her card. Your artifact is too dangerous, the boy said. I'll have you sleep through this. Kazumi's eyes widened then pushed you out the door. You Kai, go get help, Kazumi whispered. But, you're smart able to last. Just go. Zero, and that's the end of the flashback. Zero. Easy for you to say Asakura, even if I did. There is no policeman in Japan that will investigate in the Kakamami story, she spoke to herself. But those two silhouettes filled Yu's mind. Dream or no dream, I can contact them. Yu got on her phone and dialed a number. Zero at the hotel. Zero. Back at the hotel, Kaide's phone went off. Nagase here. Well, if it isn't Baka leader. What's wrong? You don't know. You have to calm down, Dagozuru. In the mountains you say. So basically, you need us to pull your butt from the fire, right, leader? Kaide finished with a smirk. What's up, Kaide? Mana asked. Zero with Asuna and Kanoka. Zero. Inside the baths, Kanoka and Asuna waited for their friends. Looks like Negi isn't here yet, and where is that blonde Baka when you need him? Asuna stated. Sei-chan is missing too. Kanoka said. Stay behind me, okay? Hi. The pair never noticed the white-haired boy coming out of the ground behind them. He was right behind him using water to attack. At the last moment Asuna turned around and hit the boy on the head with her giant fan, going straight into a defensive stance. Amazing. You reacted like a trained warrior. The boy complimented Asuna. Yet you aren't up to protecting the princess. It's time for you to go to sleep too. He snapped his fingers, engulfing Asuna in smoke. Cracking was heard, then shattering. He was surprised to see that Asuna had not turned to stone, and only that her clothes were affected. Stripping her bare. Kya, what happened? She shouted, trying her best to cover herself. Asuna. Kanoka attempted to reach her friend. But she felt a presence behind and fired 7 arrows of light at a demon and destroying it. It seems the princess will be more difficult than I thought. Well, good thing I was prepared in case she was stubborn. The boy said, pulling out a charm and rushing to Kanoka. She quick made a 5-layer barrier to protect herself, but the white-haired boy merely shattered it and stuck the charm to Kanoka's forehead. Screamed Kanoka as she violently collapsed on the floor. Kanoka, you bastard! Screamed Asuna, forgetting her state, and charged at the boy. The boy dodged easily and punched Asuna in the gut, causing to drop to her knees and gasping for air. The boy walked to Kanoka as she was violently shaking from the pain she was in, and then a ball of light the size of a basketball came out of her. That should be plenty. I thank you for the offering, princess, said the boy as he was about to teleport away when he just dodged a punch from Naruto. Fate looked at the newcomer. Well, Naruto-kun, I was wondering where you were. Sorry, Fate got caught up in some reading, said a pissed-looking Naruto, and he gave 2 quick looks to Asuna and Kanoka. Well, as much as I wish to continue our fight, I need to see that woman, said Fate as he gated away with the ball of magic. Naruto threw his cloak to Asuna and she thanked him as he cradled Konoka in his arms. She was on the verge of tears from the pain she was just in. He whispered sweet nothings in her ear to calm her and Asuna watched this feeling a little jealous. That was when Negi and Setsuna came in. "Ojo-sama," yelled Setsuna as she rushed to her lady's side. Negi went mal healing heel on the bruise on her stomach. "What happened, Ni-san?" Negi asked as he and Negi got a quick review from Asuna about what happened. Naruto congratulated the T-Wo for fighting off a strong opponent for so long and then Konoka gave a quick kiss to Naruto on the lips for helping her. Of course this just happened to stir Asuna's ire even more for some reason. Naruto told Konoka to get her outfit on and she nodded as he walked over to Asuna. "Yay blonde?" she asked with more hostility than she wanted. "Naruto, where are the cloths? This is a magic ball, just squeeze it and the cloths come on automatically like how Kono-chan did it," Naruto said as he tilted his head to Konoka as she was already in her medic outfit and Asuna nodded. She squeezed the ball and was surrounded by light. She was in a white dress that spilled open at her waist and was attached by white and red belts and she was wearing black short shorts and had black socks with white boots had crosses on them with white gloves. Her neck had a white ruffled ascot with some feathers on the back of her neck coming out of a black choker too. She gave herself a once-over and blushed and grabbed Naruto by the neck and started to shake him. "What the hell, you pervert? Asu-chan, the ball makes cloths of how you would vision it," said Naruto grinning and thinking. "Bullshit, I love magic." Asuna blushed but she did find the cloths cool, looking like some superhero. "So now what?" asked Asuna. "Well, Asu-chan is the valiant heroes, it is our job to stop whatever they are doing as the leader. No one can stop the great Naruto-sama," said Naruto as he pumped his fist in the air. The others stared and giggled a bit at his actions. "Okay. You did not just see me channel dad just now," said panicking Naruto, and Negi's sweat dropped at how this was what their father acted like. Yes, it might work. It just might work," exclaimed Chamo. "We get Setsuna and San to kiss Negi Aniki since she already kissed Naruto Aniki." Asuna grabbed him. "Don't start that crap again, you pervert." The kissing game still in her mind. No, and San with magic in her as well as her using ki, she would get a duper power boost, and with Naruto Aniki doing the same, said a convinced Chamo. But kissing is serious stuff," said Asuna. "She is right, Chamo-kun. Must think about Ojo-sama," whispered Setsuna repeatedly while Konoka nodded. "If she wants to let her Chamo, right now we got to go," said a serious Naruto. The others nodded and left with him. "Zero with Fate Zero. Damn it, new kid, you had Ojo-sama right there and you didn't take her. She was proving to be stubborn since she was able to fight back. This way we have the magic and we can use it. I even siphoned extra for some demons you can summon since they are most likely to regroup and counter-attack, especially with Naruto-kun in their group. What is with you and that blonde hottie anyway? Naruto-kun is a worthy opponent and I will fight him. Interfere in my battle unless it is very important, and I will kill you," said Fate with absolute seriousness. Chigusa panicked at that and nodded. Just then the Naruto party arrived. Chigusa smiled wickedly and summoned an army of demons. The girls and Negi were freaking out a bit from all the demons. Naruto and Fate stared at each other and they both had a non-verbal conversation. "Neg, listen up, you are to never fight this boy. If you do you will die to him. Save him for me. As for you three, stick together and focus on your strengths. Kono-chan, stick to healing and long-range spells. Setsuna-chan, you're the front-line attacker, get them and break their ranks. Asu-chan, your Pactios are perfect for this as you're the front guard. Attack them and defend Setsuna-chan and Kono-chan, and remember what I taught you. Neg, be careful and keep them safe," Naruto said with authority, and Negi looked at his brother in awe and nodded not to let his brother down. The girls nodded as well and he and Fate dashed away from the area. Zero with Naruto and Fate Zero. They both land a good distance away from the battle royal and stared at each other. "Well, Fate, it seems we are going to get to finish our fight after all," Naruto stated with a blank look. Fate also had a blank look, but if one looked closely enough they could see a very small smile on his face. "Yes, Naruto-kun, we will, and hopefully there will be no interruptions," Fate said. And so the two titans of power charged at each into what would be a truly deadly battle. 0. 1. See Archer from Fate Stay Night. 2. Go to my profile to see Asuna's outfit. 0. Well, by the end of this weekend the final battle will be done and the Kyoto arc closed. Asuna is slowly trying to remember things, but don't worry, I have a good plan for that. Stay tuned to see what happens. The harem will also be coming to a close as the final decision will be done in the next chapter. So tell me your opinions now and I will see what I can do. R&R. No flames. Peace off. So long Kyoto. Hello school. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. It is competed. The harem, I mean. Asuna, Theodora, Evangeline, Kanoka, Setsuna, Kazumi, Chisame, Ako. Yuna, Ku, Fei. This is the harem. Decent size. Not too small or big. Now no more harem comment as I will not look at them, only awesome comments on the story. Now read. 0. The two stared at each other as the wind blew around them from the power they were letting out. As the wind stopped they charged. 0. Play Yakusoku Sareta Show. Uri no Tsurugi Kenji Kawaii version on loop. 0. As the two went into a devastating battle of fists, the two were analyzing each other's fighting styles. From what Fate saw, Naruto was using a loose kung fu style with a few other styles in the mix, which was more offensive since he seemed to be using the kung fu as more for defense as the offensive one gave hard punches and kicks. Naruto could see that Fate was using Chinese martial arts and some of the older styles he had heard about in the art. The two broke off and decided to bring the level of this fight to a magic one. And the two continued to stay some distance from each other, launching magical arrows, swords, and lances of stone, lightning, and fire. As this was happening, Naruto could help but notice Fate's barrier system and found little to no weak spots in it. To this he frowned, remembering how his uncle Al told him about the Avarunkus and their defenses. It seemed that each of them held the same, and from the memories it seemed to be truly powerful. 0. With Asuna, Kanoka, and Setsuna. 0. Asuna making quick work with her fan, but the fatigue was beginning to start affecting her. That makes 10 more. I'm awesome, she panted Betwy. N breathes before taking out a few more. This brat, shouted a demon angry for his lost comrades. Get her, said a kitsune demon as the closed in on her. Asuna had no time to react but was aided by Setsuna striking with her sword. Shinmei Ryu Ugi, Hyakuretsu Aokazan. She proclaimed, slaying the demons with great grace that had petals floating. Thanks Setsuna-san, said Asuna, you're pretty good at this. Setsuna smiled at the praise. Yes, Asuna-san, you too, take the right, she told her, which she nodded, and the two girls got back to back, both breathing deeply. We're a pretty good team, huh? Asuna smirked. When we get back from the school trip, how about teaching me some kendo, Setsuna-san? Setsuna's face flushed at this request. That's fine, but I'm still learning, she mumbled the last part. Duck, said Kanoka as she fired 51 arrows of light, destroying a row of demons. Mo, you guys need to watch your backs better, she said in a scolding fashion as she panted. Damn, they beat 209 troops in minutes. Are these girls monsters? Said one demon. Ah, there's our enemy, the Shinmei Ryu. But anyway, that girl's fan is cheating, boss. That mage isn't helping us either. Mew. Ttered, an armored demon to the boss demon. 0. With Negi. 0. As Negi was flying to the monkey lady, he didn't notice the shadow dogs till the last second. Anagami. Deflectio. But this caused him to fall off his staff, but Negi quickly held out his hand. Staff, he said, calling the staff back to him so he could cushion his fall with wind. Yo Negi, shouted a familiar voice. Ho, what a pleasa, NT surprise, who knew I'd have a chance to face you again so soon? Looks like Hero Negi's hit a dead end, said the voice. Negi turned to see K. Katarao-kun. Oh, so not good, said Chamo. Negi blocked a claw strikes from Katarao with his own hands, both jumping away from each other after the block. Negi, what is it? Come at me for real, said Kotaro, smirking. Out of the way, Katarao-kun. I don't have the time to fight with you now, Negi shouted back, but Kotaro just grinned. I don't like this, huh? Too bad. Negi Aniki, stop using your magic, you can't afford it, you're already fronting for Ansan. Warned Chamo as he pointed toward the pillar of light where you could make out two figures fighting. Look at the pillar of light. The ritual is going to finish in a matter of minutes. We have to hurry, he told Negi. I know, Chamo-kun. He turned his attention back to Kotarou. Kotarou-kun, why are you helping that monkey lady? He asked. She is trying to do bad things. Negi pleaded. Hachigusa-ne-chan, this is no concern of mine, he replied without a care. I stand against the hateful Western mages, that's why I help her. Not that it's been without perks. I got to meet you, Negi, didn't I? It's great. You're the first kid my age I can go toe-to-toe with. Fight. This fight is meaningless, cried out Negi, shocked at Kotaro's motivation. If you're looking for a match, we can fight as many times as you like after he offered. Give me a break, Kotarou shouted. If you use your full power and beat me, you'll still be able to make it. Come on, Negi, you're a man, aren't you? Kotarou goaded. Negi got a determined look on his face and took Chamo from his shoulder, much to his worry. Fine, said Negi as Kotarou got a big fanged smile. Hey, now we're talking, he said, getting ready to charge. Negi Aniki, pleaded Chamo. Don't worry, Chamo-kun, it'll be over in a minute, said Negi, his eyes focused on his opponent. Gah, not good at all. His stubbornness and childishness is working against him, Chamo thought in horror. The two boys then charged at each other screaming, but were cut off by a large shuriken blocking their path. What? Said Kotarou, confused. He was then pushed away by a palm attack and knocked into a tree. After images. Multi-person attack, said Kotarou, getting up. Who are you? He shouted. Negi then spotted a figure in the tree that turned out to be Kaide holding you in her arms. Nagase-san, you-san. Negi cried, shocked by their appearance. To lost one's self in the heat of battle and forget your purpose, you lack devotion, Negi Bozu, commented Kaide. Who are these girls? Asked Kotarou, annoyed that these girls had interrupted his fight with Negi. And Nagase-san. How did you? Negi tried to ask but was cut off by you. I called her on my cell phone, Negi-sensei. She got up to his face, smiling with one eye open. Don't need to worry about this one, she said, tapping his head. The time now is for action, not thought, she said, ushing him away so he could get into a run. Thank you, Nagase-san, said Negi. Hey Negi, wait, shouted Kotarou, about to chase Negi but was stopped by Kaide throwing a couple of her own knives at his feet. He then glared at Kaide. Hey you, with the showy legs. Out of my way, the anger mark showing on his forehead now. I'm not in the habit of hitting women, but... Kaide put on a light smile. PFF'd. Kotarou. Was it, boy, in that you recognize Negi Bozu as a worthy adversary, your gaze is keen indeed. But, for now, you abandon the rhetoric and fight for real. For the time being, at least, I am stronger than Negi Bozu. In an instant there were several copies of Kaide all spinning the kunai. I am Koga Chunin, Nagase Kaide. Prepare yourself. Kotarou gaped, then smirked before summoning his dog spirits. Fine with me, he shouted. Zero back with Naruto Zero. The battle stopped as they calmed down to analysis each other again, and Naruto decided to take a note from his father's book and do something so ridiculously stupid that it would work. He created a clone and had it cast an ancient Greek spell while he charged at fate with the Raijin no Ken. Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris, to symbolion Diaconeto Moi, Omicron Turan Flogos, Epigenetheto, Phlox, Catharsios, Romphia Phlogion, Riasanton Pyre Kai Theion, Ha Epiphlagon Sodoma, Hamartalis, Ice Chun Thanadu, Urania Phlogosis. Heed the contract and serve me, O tyrant of flame. Come, flame of purification, fiery broadsword. Fire and brimstone surge forth, burning down Sodom, turning the sinners into the dust of death. Blazing heat in the sky. As the massive firestorm filled the area, it was unknown if Naruto or Fate lived. As the fire died down, Fate was in the massive burning crater with a few burns but nothing serious. I must say, Naruto-kun, SGUISING, a distract and run tactic with a suicide run was very brilliant. If I didn't pull my barrier up at the last second, it could have hurt badly. How did you do it? Asked a curious Fate as he stated it was genius. Standing next to the clone Naruto was the real one, dismissing the clone and picking up a Harashin kunai and spinning it. Ah, your teleportation magic. Very interesting technique you created, Naruto-kun. Naruto just grinned and charged as fate created 2 stone swords to counter Naruto's Raijin no Ken. Naruto went for a horizontal slash as fate ducked and performed his own with both his swords, and Naruto flipped over him. As Naruto was in midair, fate recited, Basilisk Galiot Metacocto Poten Kai Kakoin Amatoin Nin Tu Utan Cronin Parirasan. Nu Patras. Basilisk. Lizard with 8 legs and evil eyes. Breath of poison stealing time. Breath of stone. As he breathed out to Naruto, but he quickly countered to destroy the spell with Dios Taikos. Axe of lightning. To save himself from the petrifaction. With their spells nulling each other out, they continued to fight with their swords. Naruto got some distance and made 8 other clones and attacked Fate together in hopes to catch him off guard. Sadly, Fate was able to cut 3 clones in half and another 2 with some earth spicks, leaving him and 3 other clones. He jumped out of the fray and started chanting, Venient Spiritus Aerials Fulguriens. Cum Fulguration Flet Tempestas Austrina. Iovis Tempestas Fulguriens, and aimed at his last clone and Fate, but the white-haired boy disposed of the last clone. And started chanting as well. Omicron Tartaros Kaimenon Basilian Nepsron. Piansatos Eamon. Omicron Monolithos Kyan Tu Ido. Oh, Temple of the Sleeping Dead beneath the earth, appear from below us. Pillars of Hades. To counter the Jupiter Storm spell, and the 2 collided, and the ancient Greek spell overpowered the Latin one and forced Naruto on the defensive. Naruto threw a few Harashin kunai and made a barrier. Fate raised an eyebrow as he was sure Naruto knew that a magical barrier was useless to this kind of attack. Just as the pillar touched the barrier, Naruto yelled out, Jikoken Kekai. Time-space barrier. 1, and the attack flew into the barrier, and a second later Naruto redirected it at Fate, much to his surprise, and he quickly cancelled the spell, but some small shrapnel of the attack still hit him. 0 End Yakusoku Sareta Shori no Tsurugi 00 with Asuna, Kanoka, and Setsuna 0. Bang bang bang, I'll have to put this on your tab, Setsuna. Said Mana with a rifle. Wow, look at all monsters, Uru. Are they real? Asked Ku-Fei. Tatsumiya-san. Ku-Fei. Exclaimed Asuna. Wah. Sei-chan, help. Screamed Kanoka as a bird demon grabbed her and flew in the air. Setsuna iked their wings and flew in air and slashed the bird demon and caught Kanoka. Kanoka opened her eyes and looked in awe. Sei-chan. Setsuna looked away in shame. You look like an angel. Setsuna gasped at the compliment and teared up a bit. Wow, Setsuna-san, you look beautiful. Said Asuna 0 with Naruto 0. The 2 were breathing a bit heavy and stared at each other, mostly likely trying to figure their next move. Fate gave a small chuckle. Excellent, Naruto-kun. Truly a magnificent display of power. Yes, you are truly a worthy opponent for me. I think only those of all Arubra and the other Avarunkas could give me such a challenge. Enough tertium. What is your objective here? Asked Naruto, though he had a feeling he knew what it was. Very well, Naruto-kun, I was sent to see if the younger Springfield was a future threat, but you are clearly much more of one, as a 10-year shouldn't be too powerful anytime soon. Underestimating him will be your downfall, tertium. Naruto thought with smirk. But I have a question as well, Naruto-kun. That girl who could nullify my spell, what is she? Asked a curious Fate. Naruto's features stoned and stared at Fate. She is my partner, nothing more and nothing less, Fate. He said, lying. Not wanting more bastard after Asuna again. You truly are lucky then, Naruto-kun, to find such a partner. Now let us continue, Fate said, but stopped mid-sentence and scowled. I truly am sorry, Naruto-kun, as it is my turn to leave our battle early. That woman is more trouble than she is worth. Said Fate as he gated away. Naruto cursed and raced back to the battlefield via Shundo. 0 The Demon Battle Royal 0. He saw a giant demon appear at the lake and some demons left, and surprisingly Mana and Ku-Fei as well, fighting them off. He launched 199 lightning arrows to leave a few dozen left out of the 1/3 of the original group that was still around. He smirked at the girls and dashed to the big one. Asu-chan, Setsuna-chan, Kono-chan, Neg, what's up? Naruto said cheerfully as he landed near the group and faced Fate. They gave him a quick recap and he nodded. Naruto assessed the situation and sighed. The big demon was more important than fate this second and had to make a difficult choice. I need you guys to hold this one off as I take care of the big one. Be careful because if you're not, you may die, Naruto said in all seriousness to them. Hey Booya, can you hear me? That voice. Chamo exclaimed. Hey, it wasn't much, but I got to see you fight, the idiot too. Still got a long way to go Booya. Let's see what you can do. In fact, if you can hold out for another 90 seconds. I'll come and help put this baby to bed. That voice, can it be? Said Asuna. Can be and is. Said Negi. The way you fight is fine Booya but, when you're a kid you should be a kid, get a little reckless like that idiot brother of yours, that's how your father fought. Love ya too Eva-chan. Naruto said. Negi you got this. Negi nodded and he with the three girls got ready. Naruto dashed past Fate and headed for the demon. Fate stared at him and then focused on Negi. I hope you do not disappoint me as I was enjoying fighting Naruto-kun, but I might as well see what the second Springfield child can do. He said as he charged at Negi. Zero with Naruto zero. Adit. He shouted and made 10 clones and ordered them to surround the demon. They did and tied it down with the chains from his pactio. Ha 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 ha. You think a few chains can stop my demon foolish Western mage? She laughed as her demon struggled to get free and to its surprise it couldn't. Chigusa saw this and sneered at the teen. What did you do? Naruto chuckled at her. My pactio is not just some mere chains bitch, it is called Aranicus chains or heavenly chains and it possess holy powers made to hold demons and the stronger the demon the stronger the chains are. Chigusa was shocked but got over it and laughed. So all you can do is hold it, you won't last long. Naruto just stared at her. You know you are such an annoying bitch, I'm ending this in you. Naruto said and made a clone to try his new idea out. Tempestas of Meus Pectus Pectoris, to Symbolion. Diaconeto moi, Basilu Oiranyanon, Epigenetheto Athalis Karane os Titanas Therine, Akatontakis Kai Chiliacus, Astrapsato, Hilipal Astrain, heed the contract and serve me, O Lord of the heavens. Come forth, tit, Aperier noem seras, et egressus a acervum legiarn, gladius divinus flamme ardent. Open the 9 locks, and come forth from the horde of Legiarn, divine sword of blazing conflagration. His clone chanted. Incantator's synthesis, Mil Divina Expugnation Inferno. Spell synthesis, 1000 Divine Storming Inferno. 2. They both finished chanting. A large storm of lightning came down on the demon as a pillar of fire struck from under. Trapping the demon and Chigusa causing a large explosion. Naruto was panting as he was using up most of his magic for that one just to control it, let alone the amount of magic to use the ancient spell with a high-level fire spell. A beat. He said as he got his pactio and his clones popped away. He turned to see Eva arrive and deal with fate. He was falling a bit when Chachimaru helped him up and flew him to her master. Eva grinned at her fellow blonde. I must say idiot, that was an amazing synthesis spell and very flash too, still I think it would have been better with my eyes. Eva said twirling her hand in the air. Yay, but it costs hell of a lot since I'm still trying to work out the tweaks to it, and what are you talking about, fire and lightning are much more showy than ice unless you want a sculpture. Naruto grinned back. Peef, whatever idiot, you just can appreciate art like some of us can. As she crossed her arms and turned away and looked at Negi. Listen well Booya, think this is one of the games I play and wonder why the final boss saved you during the first dungeon. I can't be there for you next time, and neither the idiot, Kappa C. Whoa Booya, you look like shit. Are you alright? Naruto felt a spick in magic and turned. He saw Fate coming from a puddle ready to strike Eva. He rushed and pushed her out of the way. He tried to pull a Harishan kunai out but was a second slow and he was pieced in the back by a stone spear. There was dead silence as time moved to a crawl as Naruto roughly landed on the ground. Eva growled and attacked the white-haired boy, slicing him in half. I see. I don't think I care to face a Shinso right now, but too bad for Naruto-kun, as I wished to fight him again. He said as he dissipated into water. Coward. He moved like he was artificial, maybe a doll of some sorts. Eva said as she whipped around at the idiot. You fool, I would have been fine if it hit me. She yelled at Naruto as Asuna cradled his head. Hey, sorry Ev. A-chan, but this is what our friends do for each other. He said, grinning that Springfield grin. Eva-chan, can't you do anything? Cried Asuna. I never really learned healing magic as I never saw the need to. She said with a panicked look. Kanoka. Asuna rounded to the brunette. She was tearing up too. I can use healing magic but not to this level of damage. She said as she hugged Setsuna as. The winged girl was shocked at what was happening. No, 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 I don't want to lose anyone else, please someone help Ni-san. Negi screamed in his mind. He always thought his brother was invincible Oop, this was reality crashing down on him. Kanoka Ne-san's healing ability. Have Kanoka Ne-san kiss Negi Aniki for a pactio. It will enhance her powers. Chamo said, desperately not wanting to lose one of his bros. Negi-kun. He nodded and the two kissed. Pactio. Suddenly Kanoka was in a shrine maiden outfit with two fans. She waved her fans and Naruto's wound was stitching up by the second. Egi grinned but collapsed as well as his body was half petrified. Kanoka healed him as well. The two woke up seconds later and smiled at their friends around them, thought Eva and Asuna beat the crap. Ing an idiot and Kanoka didn't heal him for scaring her. Zero with Chigusa. Zero. What the hell is that kid? Damn it. Oh well, I'll just come up with a new plan and take care of him and his little brother. Sorry lady, but that's not happening. Chigusa turned to see a green-haired doll with a large knife. Wanna see how the real bad guys play with dolls? The doll grinned. Chigusa's screams filled the night air. Zero. The next morning. Zero. Leaving so soon? Said Evangeline to Setsuna as she sat next to Chachimaru. At least say goodbye before you. Setsuna cut her off. Seeing them will only make it harder. As she was about to leave, she was tied with chains. From the shadows Naruto walked out with bedhead and with a black t-shirt with gray sweats. Sigh. Setsuna-chan, how many times do I have to tell you, you got to stop with this crap. It's the law of my people, if I reveal my identity I have to. She stopped after Naruto flicked her nose. So Negi would turn into an ermine if his magic is revealed. Eva-chan's a vampire. And Cha-chan is a robot. Do you think we care? Besides, don't you think you'll hurt Kono-chan by leaving? But, Setsuna stuttered. What did Kono-chan say when she saw them? She said I looked like an angel. She said quietly. There is your answer. Stay with the people who care for you, Setsuna-chan. Naruto smiled brightly at her. Or do I have to keep you tied and carry you back? Naruto grinned. Setsuna blushed at the notion. Sei-chan, we got trouble, Kanoka said as she and Asuna tackled the two. Yay, it's an emergency even. Said Asuna. Quote, the paper copy's gone crazy, we got to go. The rest of the group come out and greeted her, ready to go. Yay, let's go. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Setsuna whispered the last part to him. Naruto smirked. It's what I do, Sei-chan, it's what I do. Zero. Later that day. Zero. Well, that was a close one, commented Kazumi holding up the paper charms. Got that right. When those paper copies started doing a striptease, I didn't know what to do. Replied Chamo on her shoulder. Still, I'll bet it was nothing compared to yesterday, Chamo Kai. She winked as the ermine pulled out a cigarette. Luckily for both Mai and Naruto Aniki's quick thinking, another disaster was averted, but that's a story for another day. Here we are, school field trip, midday, and they are sleeping. Sheesh. After yesterday, can you blame them? He told her as Shizuna came round the corner. She waved, noticing the girl. Asakura-san, make sure to those group photos for me. She said to the student. I'm on it, Shizuna-sensei. Chill. She waved back before taking out her camera. What was that about? Chamo asked as Kazumi loaded the camera. I do have work of my own, you know. She said singingly. Zero with Group 4-0. In the hotel onsen. Group 4 was currently bathing. Sigh, the last day of the field trip already? Asked Ako, scrubbing her back with a towel. It felt kinda long but also kinda short. Meiki replied. What part did you like best? Ako then questioned her group. Meiki was the first to answer. The battle for Negi-kun and Naruto-kun on day 2, maybe. Yuna however disagreed with this statement. Nah, it wasn't. I remember was squatting till morning and getting caught, twice. The best part was Cinema Town, right Tatsumiya-san? She asked Mana. Yay, I guess. She then heard giggling. Felt that, she commented turning round as Kazumi poked her head out the bushes with her camera. Hey, what the hell are you doing, Asakura? Yuna shouted as Mana discreetly put away her gun. I'm just taking a group memorial photo, she told them. This is peeping, cried Akko, annoyed at her classmates' antics. Oh, could sell this one on eBay. Kazumi grinned herself as Chamo began to wonder how much he had on him at the moment. There was a unified call of, "Don't you dare," from the others. 0 with Group 3-0. Group 3 were currently changing in their room, you could tell as there was a note saying so on their door. Yukihiro Ayaka have gained an unexpected personal growth over this trip, she said to herself, still in just a skirt and bra. What kind of growth, Ainsho? Natsumi asked. Ayaka turned round with a strong expression. Why? My growth in my love for Negi-sensei, of course. Personal growth. She giggled. Ayaka's response was a, hiya. Chizuru, still smiling, suggested, how about we compare them? It's been so long. Would you like to join us, Chisame-san? This got the girl on the defensive. What? Who would compare themselves with giant-breasted people like you? Natsumi stood silent, Bahine, not wishing to talk about this subject due to her lack in said subject's size. Kazumi readily changed, grabbed Natsumi before she could go off to sulk. Come on, y'all smush together now. She pulled the 4 of them into the hall where her camera was set up to take their picture and managed to catch Zazie mid-dressed too. This caused anger to rise in Chisame and Ayaka. That better not show where I think it might show. Chisame shouted to the fleeing girl, who laughed. Kazumi managed to get pictures of the other 2 groups before heading off to find the library group and the rest of Group 5. 0 with Negi and Party 0. Time to transform and roll out, people, shouted Eva as she, the library crew and Kazumi walked into the room, shocking Negi, Setsuna, Asuna and Kanoka. Mama's gonna go see he RSELF some Kyoto, and she ain't doing it alone, she told them. But we have to meet the elder soon, whined Negi. 0 towards the secret Nagi cave. 0. Later on, the group met up with Aishin, who greeted them while smoking. Hello everyone. Did you get some rest? The group nodded while Asuna thought, whoa, check out the civvies. Kanoka quickly plucked the cigarette from his fingers, muttering, no smoking, as Aishin addressed the others. The 2 had talked apparently early and are good with each other again as long as her father stopped her grandfather from getting her to go to Omiyai's. It's in He's back mountains. We're looking for a narrow 3-story building. Naruto-kun is already there, he informed them as the girls whispered amongst themselves. Elder, about Kotarao-kun, Negi began to ask, which Aishin answered before he could ask. I don't think him too harshly, even if he was working with a Magasaki Chigusa. Anyway, please leave the rest to us. What about the white-haired boy, Fate? Eva asked. Aishin turned to her. I'm afraid all we could find was that Fate Avarunkus was the boy's alias and he came to Japan with the Istanbul Magic Association for training. Naruto-kun said he had more info but said it was very hush-hush. They stopped in front of a house completely covered in trees. We are here, he told them. It looks like some kind of hidden home, said Haruna, looking up at the house. The outside is overgrown since it's been 10 years, but the inside is very clean, he told them. Please come in, Negi-kun. Once they were inside, they saw it was indeed a very clean say, and the walls were lined books and stairs, and saw Naruto laying on the couch reading. Amazing, it's full of books, muttered Haruna. You said, it's not bad. Aishin smiled. I've kept it just like Chi was when he last visited, but Naruto-kun tends to clean it up as well when he comes. This is where father once, said Negi in awe as he and the girls began searching through the house, Negi looking for clues and the girls reading through various texts trying to understand some. After a while, Aishin found Negi in a room surrounded by books. How is it going, Negi-kun? He asked. About time people thought you got them lost, Aishin. The older man chuckled. Oh, and why did you come early, Naruto-kun? Asked Aishin. To hide the baby pictures, duh. I got a representative to keep. As the girls heard this, they kinda deflated at that, wanting to see some baby pictures of Naruto. Well, sadly, Naruto-kun, you didn't get them all, Aishin said, grinning evilly as he pulled a picture from his suit and handed it to Asin. For her and the others to see before Naruto could get it. Ah. The girls cooed and Eva fell on the floor laughing. It was a 4-year marks on his face with blonde fox ears and tail with wit. E-tips with a large bag of candy double the size of him. Bastard, that was the one I was looking for, Naruto said as he cursed the old swordsman. Naruto turned to see Negi rushing about. Take it as. Why Negi, we got all the time to look at this stuff, after all we own it. Naruto grinned at his brother as the young boy smiled. Negi turned to Aishin. Elder, can I ask you something about my father? Aishin rubbed his chin in thought. I suppose, he said. Before calling down to Konoka, Setsuna and Asuna to come up to them. Yu however heard him and was intrigued by this. Aishin showed them all 3 old photos as, what are these photos? Aishin smiled remembering when the time when the picture was taken. These were the 1,000 masters comrades in arms. The one in black is me. This picture is from 20 years ago. Next to me is the 15-year-old Nagi, the 1,000 master, replied Aishin. The photo next to it was with the same group but the white-haired boy missing and Naruto present in it on too. P of Nagi's shoulders grinning the same as Nagi to the camera. The finally photo was of Nagi and Naruto both covered in dirt and cuts wrestling on the ground smiling not even aware that the picture was taken. Naruto smiled at the good time and wished for them back, but sadly it was not so. Negi looked at the pictures and was happy and sad. Happy to see his father in pictures but sad that his broth got to be with their father while he couldn't. Naruto saw this and squeezed Negi's shoulder and smiled him and Negi forgot that line of thinking and remembered he lost their father too and would find him for the both of them. Asuna seemed to recognize someone in the photo but passed it off quickly a little confused but couldn't help the phantom feeling of smiling seeing a young Naruto. She Act 2. Ally snuck the baby picture into her pocket. I was still a young man during the war one fought alongside Nagi as his comrades. And then when peace returned 20 years ago he had become known for his many heroic deeds. They called him the 1,000 Master. Aishin explained but some of the girls not getting it. Thinking back I thought we had become inseparable friends after that. But 10 years ago he suddenly disappeared. Where he was last, what he was doing, no one knows but, Naruto-kun told me otherwise. He sighed. Even I don't know any more than that. I'm sorry Negi-kun. He apologized. Negi just smiled. No, there's no need for that. Thank you. It was then that Kazumi burst into the room. Hey guys, have you finished your secret conversation yet? I'm going to take a memorial photo, so hurry downstairs. She informed them taking a glance at you. The girls and the 2 teachers lined up downstairs, Chamo riding on Negi's shoulder while Naruto having his arms around both Asuna and Negi grinning at the camera. 0 The train boarding for home 0. Later on the students and teachers were on the train, many falling asleep. You know, I am quite pleased that the noisy 3A is all asleep and silent, commented Nita. Yes, they're all tired from all that playing, said Shizuna as she noticed Konoka sleeping on Setsuna's shoulder before turning to the opposite table. Oh, take a look at them, they fast asleep too, she said seeing Negi lying in between Naruto and Asuna as he had his arm around her. Well, aren't they a cute little family? Shizuna noted. 0. 1. A technique used by Namikaze Minato. 2. A self-thought-up synthesis spell combining 2 elements where one attacks from above while the other from underneath, trapping the target. 0. There we have it. We are done. Kyoto, I bid you adieu. The harem is set and we have the training arc up next. R&R. No flames. And the lights go dark. Footsteps are heard in the distance. A blonde girl in a black dress and pointed hat with a broom enters the view. She turns and grins at the viewers. Yo people, take a guess who I am. If you don't know, well, sucks for you da z. Engineers got a little teaser hidden away but I decided to borrow it and show y'all what it is. Lucky for us, She plugs it in and turns back to the audience. Sit back and enjoy the show Z. She sits down on her broom and watches 0. Stupid people. Stupid village, stupid ninja. Why can't I be alone from those jerks? A small blonde girl exclaimed as she walked outside her large village. This was one Uzumaki Naruto. She walked till she saw a small shrine and ran for it. Yes, maybe I can find some awesome stuff to sell or something. She continued to look around till an old large black pointed hat with a crooked tip with a purple bow on it fell on her. She admired the hat. It was a bit big but she liked it. Next to it was a strange octagon thing with a yin-yang symbol in it, a broom, and a book. She read the title and it said, The Grimoire of Marissa. She read it and as she did she was liking it more and more. Maybe I can do things like this too, Naruto exclaimed in excitement, and the future of the ninja world was about to meet the return of the black and white witch. Zero. Ha ha ha. Pretty awesome, right? Asked the girl. You thieving witch. Where is my teaser? Yelled engineer. Uh-oh, gotta fly da z. See you soon. As she mounted her broom and flew away. Dreams may not just be dreams. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Naruto Harem. Asuna T. Hyodora Evangeline Kanoka Setsuna Kazumi Chisame Ako. Yuna Ku Fei 0. Two people were walking down a long corridor. One was the blonde-haired Springfield and the other was one Takahata T. Takamichi. They walked in silence till they arrived at a large door which happened to be guarded by a dragon. The dragon looked at the newcomers and roared but took a quick whiff of the blonde boy and said, Boy scraw. Tched the dragon's nose as it was purring at the touch. Takamichi laughed at how the dragon was nothing but a puppy to Naruto and the dragon moved to let them in. After entering they saw a blue-haired man in a white cloak sitting and drinking some tea. Well, Naruto-kun, Takamichi-kun, I must say this is quite the little reunion. Is there something we need to talk about? Questioned the man. Naruto grinned and walked up to the man and gave him a quick hug and sat next to him as Takamichi sat at the other side of the man. This man was his sarcastic, perverted godfather, Alberio Ima, the healer of his father's group All Arubra. Takamichi just sighed and rubbed his temples. Naruto-kun has taken the liberty of unsealing Asuna-kun's memory seal by a bit. Oh, and why is that a problem, though he wouldn't be able to open it much since I hold the key to unlock it fully. She isn't ready for that yet, Alberio-san. The reason we sealed them was for her to live a normal life, which Negi destroyed when she saw him use magic. She needs her skills back, Michi. Why can't you see that? Kenka. Basic magical know-how that I taught her. Hell, I'm pretty sure with practice she could use her magic cancel on command if I train her right. Quote, are you sure those aren't excuses to get her to remember you? Takamichi shot back calmly. Naruto grinned. Just a bonus. I think I should tell you that an Averunkus was on the trip. He was skilled like you said, Uncle Al. We were in a stalemate till he had to go. He was there to test Negi. He even asked me what a Su-chan was. We need her to be strong, said Naruto. Naruto-kun brings up a good point. If an Averunkus was truly there and it witnessed Asuna-chan's magic cancel, then we have to have her be prepared. I plan on telling her about the memory seal soon, but I won't tell her much about the past, just the important things, said Naruto. And what if she asks about how you fit into all this, Naruto-kun? Questioned his godfather. I will tell that we were the best of friends before the sealing. She may be having phantom flashes or dreams about the past by now, so I should tell her so she doesn't think she is going crazy. Takamichi sighed. It seems we have come to a decision then. Yes, and I am sorry, Takamichi-kun, but this is for the our world just to be plunged back in. Best give her the tools to prepare for the worst. And I'm sure Naruto-kun will love to have his princess back, or his other princess, since he has Theodora-sama as well. Questioned Al teasingly. You just make yourself too easy, Naruto-kun. Chuckled Al. Well, then I call this meeting of the cosplay-loving perverts society to a close. Al said as he banged a gavel that came out of nowhere. Naruto went crazy on Al, chasing after him while saying he wasn't a pervert, and Al retaliated by retreating and saying that he would corrupt him one day. Takamichi just laughed at the lively scene. Zero Asuna 0. Was it a dream, or was it a distant memory? She had been having the weird thoughts lately, visions of what seemed to be the past. Her past. These visions. They came about when Naruto came. Maybe he has something to do with it. She would see what looked like a younger Naruto in her dreams, along with a younger version of herself. Perhaps this dream will finally have the rest of them make sense, she hoped. She seemed to be in a desert this time. Hey there. She heard a voice and turned to see a gruff-looking older gentleman. "You can wash your face over there," the old man said, pointing to a small pool of water. As she bent down she saw her face. Shish. He was indeed young from what she could tell. She dried off her face and looked up to the night sky. Such pretty stars, she thought. We're back. Hey Asu-chan. That was quick. Me and the brat caught 3 rat things. Things, as in to eat? She asked while tilting her head to the side cutely. She was waiting for an answer when a blonde blur tackle hugged her. She liked the warm feeling she got. From the hug she looked at the person hugging her and it was a chibi Naruto. "Guess you wake up early huh Asu-hime?" questioned the chibi Naruto with a grin. "Well little Princess Chan, good to see you up," said the red-haired man with an identical grin. "Morning Naru-kun, Nagi," she said as she wiped the sleep from her eyes. There it was again, Naru-kun. The affectionate suffix her chibi self seemed to use for the blonde. From some of her dreams it was as if they were best friends. When he said that it was okay she didn't remember, was this it? Was this what she forgot when he told her she held a pactio with him? There were so many questions with so little answers. Her thoughts were stopped when Chibi Naruto said something. "Look up in the sky Asu-hime," said Chibi Naruto. "Yep. Isn't it a lovely dawn?" said Nagi with a smile, pointing his thumb behind him with Naruto doing the same. It seemed they were so in sync with each other that their mannerisms seemed to be the same. And sadly that the dream ended without her getting the answers she wanted. What a dream, she thought. Noon already. That's right, it's Sunday. The trip just ended. She turned to hear a scratching and saw Negi writing something and Naruto reading something. "What are you, ing about? We just got back." "Peef, that's what I tell him, but Neg likes to keep busy even if he has a day off. By the way Asu-chan. Morning and nice bed head," said Naruto teasingly. She ignored the other 2 mornings she got from Negi and Chamo and rushed to a mirror, and he was right. She quick got a brush, so she wouldn't look like slob in front of the blonde. After she finished she saw some chocolate next to Negi. "Nummy, don't mind if I do," she thought as she took a bite of the chocolate. Naruto chuckled at the early intake of sugar and smiled at her. "Asu-chan wanna hang out later? Negi seems to be doing his own thing and I need a partner for the day. We can work on turning your horizon into IT's sword form or just follow him since trouble loves to tail him," Naruto said, pointing his thumb back at Negi with a grin. Her heart skipped a beat seeing the same smile from the dream she just had. She nodded okay, and that was when Ayaka and Kazumi barged in, and that was when all hell broke loose and the rest of the class entered her room. "And I thought that Sunday was the day of rest," she thought. Later that day Asuna, Naruto, Negi were walking down a stream. Negi seemed to be leading them somewhere, and when asked he just said, "You'll see." The 3 came upon a small cottage and Negi bought Nged on the door and Chachimaru in a maid outfit. I guess Negi finally decided to get a master to learn from," said Naruto. "Wah, Negi, are you on crack? Eva-chan may still be after your blood," exclaimed Asuna. "I know, but what Evangeline-san said was right. Ni-san can't always be there for me. Besides, I want to get stronger so I can protect those who are precious to me. Just like Ni-san does," Negi said with steel. Naruto looked at him with pride and ruffled his hair. Asuna smiled at the 2, but her gaze seemed to linger on Naruto more. "Be my disciple. Are you on crack? You got the idiot right there," asked him. But he said, "No," said a dejected Negi. "Wah," was the exclaim of everyone that was not a Springfield. They stared at Naruto waiting for an answer. Naruto shrugged. "I got my hand full teaching Asu-chan combat, teaching Kono-chan magic and evasion, and Sei-chan to increase her skill level. Besides, Negi is too logical for me to teach. I am an idiot when it comes to combat. A goddamn idiotic genius when it comes to doing the illogical during a fight, just like Dad. You Eva-chan have the age, experience, and the skill to teach someone. Plus I have to work on your seal. Bees. Don't you want to up one dad by corrupting one of his sons?" They were shocked. Pretty much Naruto was laying Negi on a silver platter for Eva. To which Eva smiled cruelly. "Yes, that does sound appeasing," Eva was saying. "However, in case you have forgotten, Booyah, I happen to be an evil mage." When you want something from an evil mage, you have to do something in return. Kukuku. She laughed, sticking her bare foot into the air. She ordered, first, lick my feet. Then, we'll discuss you swearing yourself to be my devoted slave. Distracted by Naruto, Asuna didn't notice till Negi's tongue as just inches from the bottom of Eva's foot when she noticed, snapping around, she spotted the display, and with her artifact fan smacked Eva out of her bed, shouting, "You idiot." Standing over Eva and between her and Negi, she continued her rant. What do you think you're making a child do? Damn it, Kagarazaka Asuna, I'm still weak right now, but you just completely ignored my Shinso-level magical barrier. Eva yelled back, but she was ignored. And you, she shouted, rounding on Naruto. Why didn't you do anything to stop her? I know you saw what was happening. I was trained by the 3 most perverted men in the world. 2 of which were the biggest idiots to exist, while the other was a sarcastic ass at times and had a cosplay fetish. Do you know how much they tried to corrupt me, Naruto stated to tear up a bit. Do you know what it was like getting the talk from a super pervert? Disturbing, that's what. You know who I talking about, right, Eva-chan? The vamp nodding in new form, the sound of it. It was most likely Nagi, Jack, and Alberio that trained the idiot. He must have been very resilient to not be a pervert after their teachings. It seemed her respect for her fellow blonde went up a bit. Sure, I am probably one of the strongest guys in the world right now, but at what cost? My innocence was shattered at the age of 8 from those guys. Naruto was surprised at the hug he got from Asuna. What did they do to him? She screamed in her mind, wanting to beat up those that did that to her blonde friend. Eva's eye twitched at this and then smiled cruelly, again. My Kaguras, aka what would Takamichi think if he saw you with idiot right now? I mean, you are practically snuggling the fool. Maybe you're finally having normal tastes after all, but maybe you're actually downgrading with going for the idiot. Eva said teasingly to get back at the monkey who hit her. Asuna saw this and went atomic red and ran out of the house while Naruto chased her. Eva told Negi to come back on Saturday for his test. The rest of awkward situation for Asuna, as random things happened to her when she was near Naruto and she felt like she was, dare she even think it, in love with the blonde baka butt. What about Takahata-sensei, she questioned. Asuna-san, not that I'm saying you did, but did you happen to eat some chocolate on my desk this morning? Asked a timid Negi. Well, they were magical love potion chocolates that Chamo-kun ordered. Love potions. Negi, I thought you knew better than that. Scolded Naruto, as messing with love was a big thing and those potions were highly illegal. Why you baka? Screamed Asuna as she hit the boy with her horizon. Why didn't say something before? Thank you. Just a love potion, I mean, no way, I love Naruto, right? Not a pervert, my butt. Thought Asuna, but even she didn't notice the small smile on her face. The next day, Negi, Asuna, and Kanoka were running to class when they saw Kufei and Naruto surrounded by 50 scary-looking thugs. Kaide said this happened often but wondered why Naruto was there. You know, I missed my morning workout, Ku-chan, mind if I take half? Asked Naruto, who was back-to-back with Kufei. Ku shook her head. Not really, Uru. As long you promise we finish fight from trip, go ahead. Naruto grinned as the idiots charged at them. In a matter of seconds they were down. You weak, Uru. They're no more ones who strong. Well, Ku-chan, not everyone can be awesome like us. We fight later, sensei. Got that, Uru? Hi. Negi Bozu morning. Kufei-san, hell. He was cut off. One of the guys tried to attack him and Ku interfered by elbowing him in the gut. You okay, Negi Bozu? Yee. After that they walked to class and that was when Negi asked if he could talk to Kufei. That was when the girls went crazy. You know you're taking this way out of proportion, right? Said Naruto, but it fell on deaf ears. Naruto decided to take a nap after class, refusing to get caught up in the girls' craziness again. By the end of the day he found out Negi wanted an apprenticeship to Ku. Interesting. The next day, Ku was training Negi and Naruto was watching. He had to admit, the style was good for Negi as he used some forms of kung fu himself. Perhaps real spar help you get it. Naruto-sensei, me cashing in spar now, Uru. Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought a real spar may help Negi get it better. Naruto walked in front of Kufei as Negi sat from the side, and it seemed they got an audience now. Meiki, Ako, Asuna, Kanoka, and Setsuna now were there. Negi-sensei, what are Kufei and Naruto-sensei doing? Asked Ako. Ni-san and Shisho are going to have a spar. Asuna and Setsuna looked interested while the others were worried. Begin, said Negi, jumped over and went for a high kick, which Naruto countered with a kick of his own. Ku then went for an elbow strike, but Naruto dodged and went for a roundhouse kick to the head. Ku ducked just in time and rolled out of the way and followed up with a roundhouse of her own. Naruto ducked, and from his crouch he sent a kick to Ku's chin, which merely grazed it as she tried to dodge. Naruto thought up a way to end it as he saw her skill level and added ki to his attacks and went for a combo with a punch to her gut, a low kick to trip her, and then a knee strike to end it. Thankfully Ku rolled out of the way after the final attack before it hit. She staggered a bit from how powerful his blows were. Naruto then disappeared and did a knife strike to her back, which hit and caused her to fall and cough violently. Winner Ni-san, said Negi as he rushed to Ku, and Kanoka followed to check on the Chinese girl and do a small healing spell. Kufei smiled at Naruto. You strong Uru. I accept. Said Naruto. You be my husband now. It law of Ku clan to marry strong people. Beating me is marriage proposal sensei. We wed at dawn Uru. Ku said, pointing in the air dramatically as she made a beach illusion with a sunset that would make Guy proud. Was the only intelligent thing that came from Naruto and everyone else. Kidding Uru. Ha ha ha, look on face was funny. That was when Asuna snapped and Chaz ed the poor Chinese girl while Kanoka glared at her. Setsuna was worried about the murderous aura coming from her Oju-sama, while Ako sighed in relief that she was joking. As Ku ran from Asuna, she thought, ha ha ha, not now Uru. But we see in future Naruto-sensei. 0 time for Negi to get his butt kicked 0. The week flew by quickly. Nothing noteworthy happened except all the eki things that happen with Meiki. He was also helping Setsuna train Asuna with kendo and was training Kanoka the ancient art of the dodge. It was time for Negi's test. Negi Springfield, reporting for the disciple test, announced Negi. He stared up at Eva and Chachimaru, who were standing at the top at the stairs. Phew, so you've come, have you? Let's get this over with. Should your so-called kung fu manage to land a single blow on Chachimaru, you pass. If not, though, you keep going and going till you die. Got that, and that's it, nothing else? Questioned Negi. Yes. That aside, did you have to bring the peanut gallery? Shouted Eva. It consisted of the sports 4, Kanoka, Setsuna, Asuna, and Kufei. Strangely enough, she noticed the idiot wasn't around. Negi-sensei, said Kanoka. You can do it, Negi-kun, shouted Yuna. Good luck, Negi-sensei, said Ako. Negi-kun, you gonna be okay? Asked Meiki. Leave it to me, Meiki-san. I'm putting my training to the test, Negi said confidently. Keep focus, Uru. Got it, Shisho. Yo Negi. Negi turned to see his brother smiling at him. I am going to tell the advice that Dad has always told me to do when going into a fight. Negi stared at his other with full attention, wishing to know the word of his father. The others also listened in with curiosity. Eva as well. When in doubt, do something stupid, Naruto said with a straight face. Everyone. E-face faulted and Asuna whacked him on the head with her horizon. What kind of advice is that? Naruto ran to Kanoka for protection and she hugged him protectively with a smile while some of the RS were envious at how she was rubbing the blonde's hair. But that is the pattern way a Springfield fights. It's true, asked Eva-chan. They turned to Eva and she nodded. It was true, the idiot was an idiot like his father, so it made sense. Since they fought the same way, but scarcely, he fought smarter than the bastard. Enough. Let's begin, announced Eva. Naruto then walked up to Eva and sat next to her. What is it, idiot? Questioned Eva as she watched Chachimaru beat the crap out of Negi. How about a bet, Eva-chan? Said an amused Naruto. Fufufu. What are the stacks, idiot? As this sounded INTE resting. If Negi wins, I get a pactio from you. Wah. And if Negi losses, I become your slave. Said Naruto with nothing but amusement in his eyes. Eva's eyes went wide. If the Booyah won, she will D. Have one of Naji's sons as a disciple while having the other as her partner. If the Booyah loses, the idiot becomes her slave. Either way she won. Fine idiot, I hope you like collars as you'll be wearing one soon. Eva said in a haughty tone. Oh, how kinky, said Naruto in a husky tone. Eva blushed heavily and turned back to the fight. Negi is going to win anyway, Eva-chan, as only a Springfield mind could see the flaw in your test. Said a confident Naruto. What flaw, idiot? Said a curious Eva. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Eva looked confused. You'll see, he told her, and using the pillar behind her, vaulted over Negi's head and delivered a kick that sent Negi flying. TCH. Eva went. Is that it? HMPH. About what I expected. Nope. Just wait and see. Slowly, Negi righted himself and retook his stance. I'm not dead yet, Evangeline-san. He told her. Ha, only a Springfield baby. Naruto chuckled. Huh, what are you talking about? The match is over, time for kids to go to bed. Check the rules you set, Eva-chan. Naruto laughed loud enough for all to hear. The condition was until I die, wasn't it? That means no time limit, right? Negi explained with Elmir. That's right, I'm going to keep going until I land one hit, no matter how long it takes. Chachimaru-san, let's continue. But sensei, Cha-chan, it's his chose. Naruto told her. She nodded and continued to battle Negi. Is this what you were talking about? Eva demanded. Yep, be it today, tomorrow, or the next day you are going to have an apprentice. So you won't stop this, no matter how much he gets hurt. I'm confident he can handle it. That said, they watched as Negi threw himself at Chachimaru again and again, only to be continually knocked to the ground. He once again GGED himself off the floor after and assumed his stance, face bloody and bruised. Hey, come on Booyah, enough is enough. Eva was compelled to ask. We get it, you're determined, geez. No, not yet, I'm not going to give up yet. Negi told her, sounding groggy. Guess Neg can act like dad too, said Naruto grinning madly. Finally, Asuna cracked. I can't stand this anymore. I'm going to stop him, she declared, only to be blocked by Maki. No, don't stop them, she shouted, stepping between Asuna and the match. But look, Asuna began to protest, but Maki quickly cut her off. I know, okay. But, stopping him now, it's even worse, somehow. He needs to do his best to keep going, no matter what. But, Maki-chan, that's just him being stubborn, like the kid he is. We need to stop them before. No, Negi-kun is an adult. Maki-chan, I know that's what you said in the showers, but no matter how you look at him, he's just a kid. A child could never be this stubborn. I can't express it well. But I think Negi-kun made a vow. A vow. So you see, Negi-kun is an adult. He's set a goal, and he's working towards it. And that's why, please. You can't go and stop him. That's, Asuna stumbled. All this from a third-year brat. Eva mumbled. Naruto was listening but also watching the battle before him and grinned at what he was seeing. Maki-san. Chachimaru mumbled, momentarily distracted. Negi, not one to miss out on an opening, struck. Ah, Eva gasped as she noticed Negi, but it was too late. With a clonk, Negi landed a blow to the back of Chachimaru's metallic head, shocking everyone watching. As Negi swayed on his feet, he muttered, I hit. Naruto watched as the girls surround him as he fell. Good job bro, but the hard part starts now. Naruto whispered as he walked away with Eva, Chachimaru, and Chachizero ready to get his winnings. 0 Eva's cottage 0. So Eva-chan, you ready? Said Naruto with a smirk. Chachimaru had left to see Negi, so it was just the two of them in the cottage. Eva huffed and looked to the side with a blush. You win idiot, but still, to have you as a partner may prove entertaining. Naruto made a Pactio circle and Eva took the initiative and gave the taller blonde a kiss. The circle activated and died down as a card came into existence. The card landed in Eva's hand and she examined it. It seemed to be Naruto in his usually battle outfit, but his face was different. He had 3 whisker marks on his cheeks and both of his eyes were blue instead of his usual heterochromia blue-green eyes. The last thing was the flaming gall. D shroud that enveloped his body along with some strange black markings accompanying them. 1. Finally the card title was in gold writing and it said, Parvulus of Oraculum, Child of Prophecy. Well, this is interesting, said Eva. Naruto looked over her shoulder, and if he was drinking he would have done a spit take. I just know Kami-sama did this to mess with me. He thought Zero in heaven Zero. Oh Naruto-kun, I'm just having a little fun, Kami said as she looked at the audience. I sure you are loving it too, she said with a smirk. Zero back on Earth Zero. Eva muttered some words and handed Naruto a copy of the card as she continued to admire it. Go now, idiot, as I wish to study this for a bit. As she wandered to her library, Naruto nodded and left to see how Negi was doing but couldn't find him. Zero. The next day. Zero. Are we sure we don't know where Negi is? Questioned Naruto. Nope, he just kinda took off early today, or that was what Konoka said. Answered Asuna, and Konoka nodded. Well, whatever, I planned on training you guys today anyway. Might as well leave Negi to his own devices. Naruto, Asuna, Setsuna, and Konoka were in the woods training near Eva's cottage. Okay, today we are going to have Asu-chan try and control her ki. Sei-chan going through all her styles katas with 50 pounds added to her body with a seal, and Kono-chan will try to increase her current number of barriers. We will switch it up with some light sparing and dodge training. Naruto said with a chipper tone. Let's go people, shouted Naruto, and the girls started but didn't complain much since they even admitted they were getting stronger. Zero. The next day with Eva. Zero. Naruto watched along with Kufei and Yu, who apparently found out about Negi being a mage yesterday, as Eva ordered Negi to active his 4 Pactios, set up barriers and practice his magic, causing Negi to collapse. Yo Evangeline, chill, he's only 10 years old. Chamo defended his bro. Doing what he just did, he used up more magic than he did during the trip. Of course he would pass out, any mage would have. Silence, sub-creature, Eva cut him off, glaring. You think I would settle for just a normal mage? Pausing for effect, she continued. I might just boil you and eat you. That caused Chamo to flee to Asuna, not that Eva noticed. Don't dare ask me to be your master if all you do is whine during my training. No more backtalk, no more crying, got it? I won't have it. Show me such weakness and I'll drain you every last drop of blood you have. Just look at the idiot, how do you think he got so strong? Through hellish training, of course. Is that true, Naruto-kun? Konoka asked. My training isn't G-rated, said Naruto as he looked away with a shiver. See, proclaimed Eva, you need to go the extra mile if you want to catch up to your brother. Let alone that father of yours. Okay, I'm counting on you, Evangeline-san, he told the vampire, surprising her and getting a chuckle from Naruto. HMPH, call me master, she told him. Yes master, he agreed. By the way, how long do you think I'll have to train until I can fight a dragon? Awah, she deadpanned. Say that again. I said if I wanted to fight a dragon. A dragon, huh, yes. Are you mad? She shouted, punching him in the face. What's that about a dragon? Asuna asked. He didn't, did he? Naruto thought as he was wondering. Negi tried to visit Al. Actually, you explained. Yesterday, me and Nodoka convinced Negi-sensei to take us to that place in Library Island, the one that was in the map. We encountered a dragon there, and we WOULD have been killed if it wasn't for Chachimaru. What? Said Naruto darkly as he listened. Asuna also listened as you explained the specifics, something none of them noticed. Later, after training had finished, Asuna approached Negi. So they tell me, you went to Library Island without me yesterday. Said Asuna. Oh, well, Negi mumbled, is there a reason I wasn't asked? Well, it's just, I didn't know how dangerous it was, so. Oh yay, I heard about that, something with a what again, oh, a dragon. I just didn't want you to get hurt, Asuna-san, since you're a normal girl and all. As Una grabbed him by the collar and held him in the air. So what? I'm not a part of your little world, the one who found out first and kept it a secret till you screwed up again and again letting others know. If it was so dangerous, then why take Hanya-chan and Yukai, huh? Have they been training to defend themselves like I have with Naruto? Shouted Asuna. She is right, Negi, you messed up big here. Not only did you not tell me about this but, you endangered Yu-chan and Nodoka-chan by taking them with you. If not for Cha-chan you all could have been seriously hurt or dead. And if you have forgotten Negi, Asu-chan has been my partner before you could even cast a spell. She is far from a normal girl, said Naruto. Everyone wondering how Asuna did become Naruto's partner at such a young age. As Una stared at Naruto and then got a small bit of pain in her head and dropped Negi on the ground. She was having a flash. You, be, second, and, watch, back, my, group, Asu-chan. Okay. First, be, partner, Naru-kun. Yay, sure. After the flash she was crying. Damn it how she wished these voices would stop haunting her and just make sense. Asuna-san, I really am sorry, Ni-san is right and I was out of line. Negi said bowing to her as he got a lashing from his brother. Asuna absently nodded to him as to let him know she got it and she walked to Naruto. She stared at him as she grabbed his shirt and looked into his eyes. Please make it make sense, Naru-kun. Asuna pleaded in a whisper that only Naruto could hear as she cried into his shirt. We'll talk about it Asu-chan don't worry. Naruto whispered smoothly into her ear and Naruto wrapped an arm around her shoulder and walked deeper into the forest. I wonder if Asuna is going to confess her love to Naruto-kun, said a worried Kanoka as she watched them walk off. Ojo-sama I do not think da, said Setsuna. Maybe she would be willing to share, questioned Kanoka. Ojo-sama. Setsuna blushed. Oh, say-chan if you're after Naruto-kun too. I'm sure Asuna wouldn't mind you joining too, said Kanoka deep in thought. Ojo-sama, shouted Setsuna with an atomic blush on her face. Eva had called Kanoka and Negi to come inside and Setsuna followed her lost in thought of doing such a thing, and she wasn't disliking it. 0 with Naruto and Asuna 0. Asuna followed Naruto like a lost puppy through the woods till they found a clearing and sat down. Naruto stared at her till he stared the conversation. So you have been having flashes and dreams, right? She nodded, not willing to talk as all she wanted were answers. Naruto sighed and held her close. Asu-chan this isn't easy to say but, you are from the magical world. Naruto let that sit in a bit till she asked a question. So I'm magical. Is that why you said I'm far from normal? She said in a whisper. Yay, Asu-chan, I can't really go into all the details so I'll tell you the basics. You have what is known as a memory seal on you, and it blocks your memories of your past. So all those dreams and voices were real. Naruto nodded. How did I start to remember? The music I gave you for your birthday had a spell on it to open your memories a little. Sadly Asu-chan I can't remove it permanently. Only the one who holds the key, are you forcing it open can make you remember. Asuna was starting to cry a bit. But I wanna know, to stop the voices Naruto, I just want it to stop and know who I am. Shish, it's okay Asu-chan, you just got to wait a bit longer, and soon it will be gone, okay? You can't tell anyone about this. As he hugged her. So we were friends, right? She said sounding hopeful. Nope. The best of friends. In fact, you were my first friend while I was yours. Naruto said with a small smile. So I will remember soon right? Even if it's bad I want to know. She hiccuped a bit. Yay, you will and I will always be your knight Asu-chan, no matter what. Naruto said grinning. You don't have to answer now but why? That was the main question. Now that she knew she wasn't going insane, she just needed the reason why this happened. Naruto sighed and thought it was best she knew so that he could train her for it. You have a special gift like Kono-chan has Asu-chan. Your power is known as Magic Cancel, the ability to nullify magic. For a power like that, people would start wars for, kill for, and other things to get you. The people you see in your dreams saved you and later in life here you are. So I'm cursed, huh? She said as she looked in sadness. Never Asu-chan, you have a blessing, only in the wrong hands is it a curse. Said Naruto with nothing but assurance in his tone. So, Naru-kun, said Asuna with a teary smile her eyes full of mischief. Yay you called me that, why? A problem? No it sounds weird a bit since I always call you Naruto or Blonde. Guess when I get my memories back it will sound better. Asuna shrugged. One last thought hit her, so is that why you want me strong too? Yep, by the time I'm done with you, all mages will fear you. That is after we get you to control your magic cancel at will. So we are going to up your training, he said with a smile. 0. 1 Naruto's Yang Chakra Mode 0. Here we go. Asuna has learned a bit about her past and her power. Is it a blessing or a curse? You tell me. No flames, review lots and peace off. Dance with the devil tonight. Disclaimer. Everything belongs to their respected owners. Please support the official release. Hey guys, thank you for the comments. Enjoy the chapter. Naruto Harem. Asuna Theodora Evangeline Kanoka Setsuna Kazumi Chisame Ako. Yuna Ku Fei 0. Ha! Shouted Asuna as she swung her big sword down at Setsuna. Setsuna calmly rolled and shot up and went to disarm Asuna before she could follow up with her attack. Asuna saw this and performed a shundo to get out of the way just in time. Asuna got some distance so she could think up a strategy to win the spar the two were having, but Setsuna wouldn't give her time to think and charged. With little option left, Asuna used a move she had been practicing. Ugi, Zankusen, air-cleaving flash, and sent a shockwave at Setsuna. Setsuna surprised at the use of her sword. Styles technique quickly summoned her Roia's artifact to defend herself with 2 petals. After the excitement of the spar came down, Setsuna was first to talk. That was amazing, Asuna-san, to perform a Zankusen only after a month of training shows great skill. It was a bit sloppy, but still, when did you learn it? Exclaimed Setsuna in awe. Asuna blushed and scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Well, I've seen you use it against Naruto when you two spar, so I've been training in secret to impress you guys. She finished with a smile. Setsuna nodded and continued to praise her as the Y walked to Kanoka so she could heal them. The bubbly brunette was so excited about the fight as well, and the three were talking amicably about it till Naruto came up to them. Guys, our time is almost. Tee up, so clean up and get ready for class, okay? He got a simultaneous yes from the girls as they went to clean up before leaving Eva's resort. It was a month ago that Naruto convinced Eva to let him train the girl there since he could train them better and safer from prying eyes. The girls really weren't complaining either, since to Asuna she was able to finish her homework faster for class and train too. The rules set were that for that every hour outside the resort was a day in the resort. Only after a whole day could one leave the resort. Naruto had set them up to having 1 hour before class and 2 hours after class dedicated for training, which was 3 days in 1 day. They had been doing this for a month and each were gaining many skills along the way. Asuna had learned Shundo and how to change her horizon to its sword form and back, along with gaining somewhat a good amount of control over her ki, and her kendo training had gone to great heights with Naruto and Setsuna training her. Naruto had even started to train her in secret on how to control her magic cancel. After several hours of deep meditation and accidentally falling asleep, she found it, but that was the easy part. Naruto said as she had to pop a balloon made of pure magic. Let's just say that they were there for a while till she finally popped it. Still, Asuna attacked this challenge with vigor since Naruto said this was her gift and she would be damned if she couldn't control it. Setsuna already had the skills needed to fight and just needed to increase her strength and speed. She was now wearing 100 pounds on her body with a weight seal made by Naruto. Even flying with the extra weight had been increasing her stamina. Naruto had also taken the courtesy to increase her knowledge in charms by teaching her higher level defense charms and binding charms. Kanoka had impro minds. Her healing abilities had skyrocketed from the Kyoto trip thanks to her artifact with Negi, but she still said it wasn't enough. She felt so helpless when Naruto was hurt because she couldn't heal a wound of that magnitude on her own, so she kept pushing herself till she could reach that level. She added some offensive and capture spells to her arsenal to better protect herself also. She learned Magna Cataracta, Great Waterfall, Vinctus Aquarius, Water Binder, and Unden's Parries. Aquarius, Water Current Barrier, since water seemed to be her strong suit. During her training, Kanoka had a secret mission and she got Chamo to help her. The operation was known as the Kiss Kiss Naruto-kun. Of course Chamo was all for it, and even suggested using Naruto's #1 weakness. Kanoka was shocked that someone as strong as Naruto even had a weakness. So they laid their trap and waited till Naruto got caught in it. It was a very simple trap, but it was so simple it was perfect. Using her new capturing spell, she used it on Naruto when he was at his most vulnerable, eating a bowl of ramen. Of course the spell only worked for 5 seconds since he broke it after getting out of his ramen bliss. But even during those few seconds the tag team won out, and she even added tongue, much to Naruto's shock at the bold action. The card had Kanoka in her medic outfit with what looked like black gloves with round purple jewels on. Card's name was Medicinales Dapuer, Medicinal God's Child 1. It seemed to be a support type of artifact. It fit very well with her long-distance healing, bombarding, support role. The girls and Naruto walked down to the teleporter to see Eva and Negi training, and then saw Negi getting hit with a Dios Tuco's spell. They then left and went to their rooms to get ready for the rest of the school day. Later Negi came into class zombified, which worried many of the girls. After class the Naruto Negi group, which consisted of Asuna, Setsuna, Kanoka, Kazumi, Kufei, Nodoka, and Yu came together. "So what do you think happened to Negi-sensei?" questioned Kazumi. "It's from his training with Eva-chan, and I tell you that Naruto's is 10 times worse than hers," said a tired Asuna. "It's true, and we got to go back to training to Asuna or Naruto-kun will increase our workload," said a tired Kanoka. Asuna, Kanoka, and Setsuna shivered at the notion. "Hey, can we check out your training, to see where the team meeting point is and all?" said Kazumi, since she really just wanted to know where Naruto was, so she could maybe get a Pactio like Kanoka did and maybe see him training with his shirt off. Asuna nodded, and the trio led the other girls to Eva's house and pushed them on the teleporter to He resort, and then stepped on it themselves and laughed at how they were all squished together. Zero with Chizuru and Natsumi. Zero. "Oh." Chizuru stopped and noticed an injured puppy. "Poor thing," she said, and picked up the dog. "Is that okay to do, Chizune, since he is all dirty?" asked Natsumi. "Let's hurry home." "You sure he should be here, Chizune?" Natsumi asked one of her roommates as they settled into their home. "I mean, he is a stray. Now that we had seen him, we couldn't just leave him there," Chizuru replied while drying her hair from the rain with a towel. "I would like to see to his injuries. Do you mind cleaning him up a bit?" Quote, "Gotcha," said Natsumi. Chizuru turned around for a second when she heard a scream. "Yeek." Natsumi, "What's wrong?" I just looked away for a sec, and then he disappeared. "And now there's a naked boy here," Natsumi replied, pointing at an ebony-haired boy that was all natural. Zero back at the resort. Zero. Setsuna had gotten to explaining the rules of the res or to the other girls as they witnessed Negi training with Eva. And the trio went to go train with Naruto. The ones who followed them were Kufei and Kazumi, curious to see where the blonde was. "Alri, GHT girls, get back to what you were doing this morning, and later we will do some team training," said Naruto in a commanding tone. Kazumi and Kufei watched as the trio went to their own separate areas to train, and the two sat near Naruto. "What they training, Uru?" questioned Kufei. "Kono-chan is training in her healing magic, Asu-chan is trying to learn better ki control, and Sei-chan is going through physical conditioning training," said Naruto as he looked away from the book he was reading. "Wow, sound pretty good, Uru. Sensei, can me join training too, Uru?" asked an eager Kufei as she watched the girls train. Naruto nodded as he saw no problem with it. "Since you're more of a fighter than a mage, why not go train with Asu-chan and get a steady grasp on how to use ki? Someone like you is bound to make great use of it," he said, and she rushed off to train with her fellow Baka Ranger. "Say, Naruto-kun, can you tell me some of your stories? I mean, you're bound to have one or two," asked Kaz. Umi with a lopsided grin, eager to get closer to the blonde. Naruto nodded and started to tell some of his more epic stories, and Kazumi loved them. It was getting late in the resort, and Asuna ran into Negi. He started to tell her of how he first met his brother and father. The girls gathered around the book and watched as Negi explained his past. A second picture came up and it looked like Naruto. Eva looked around and saw the idiot leaning against a pillar and grinned as this was perfect. He was probably using a long-distance version of the mind connection spell, since he looked to be concentrating. "Miyazaki." New plan read the idiot's mind. She whispered. The poor bookworm went into a panic at reading Naruto's mind, but the others built up the peer pressure and she did. The picture changed to a young-looking Naruto smiling. with a man with red spiky hair in a cloak facing front and a woman with long blonde in a long pink dress with her back to the picture, and each had a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The caption read, "If things didn't go to shit we could have been a full family, like we should have been. I really miss you, Mom. You were always the brains in this family. You would know what to do."